Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-added human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter became the key to destroying Voldemort's entire empire. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Betrayed, broken, and turned into Voldemort's perfect weapon, Harry escapes his torment, only to uncover a terrifying truth about his existence. As the key to Voldemort's empire, his freedom doesn't save the world, it begins its collapse. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Little rays of sunshine trickled through the charmingly sparkling windows and into the room, chasing the last of the dimness away. Tucked securely into a corner of the room was a simple bed, on which lay a curled form draped warmly in clean white sheets. For the first time in 8 hours, the figure stirred, roused from his slumber. The very second Harry Potter's eyelids fluttered open, he wished they hadn't. Groundswells of excruciating pain surged up his body, his ankle in particular. A moan of distress escaped from his throat. The throbbing in his head turned into heavy pounding as the memories came flooding back. Voldemort. Lord Voldemort, his past guardian and mentor, had nearly tortured him into insanity. Perhaps it had been inevitable, perhaps it had all been heading straight towards that conclusion from the very start, given that Harry was bound to trap himself in a tight corner sooner or later. 3 years ago, Voldemort had attained ultimate victory and vanquished Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, ruling both the British nation and Hogwarts School in the shadows while appointing the Inner Circle Death Eaters the topmost stations in the Ministry, securing Lucius Malfoy as the Minister for Magic. They became the pillars of wizarding society, establishing a darker era and breeding a stronger generation. New, harsher laws were launched and anyone declared to be treacherous was condemned to death. Nearly 1 year ago, Harry Potter, an 11-year-old child who had grown up under the Dursleys and wholly unaware of magic, was taken by Professor Snape to Hogwarts to face Voldemort's new regime. The school had been infested with crawling Death Eaters under the undeserved titles of professors. Dark arts had been mandatory, punishment had been another word for Cruciatus curses, and to make things worse, Harry had been sorted into the unwelcoming snake lair. He soon learnt from Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall that his parents, despite being magical, had been murdered by Lord Voldemort, as well as the long, twisted history regarding his dad, James Potter. After personally witnessing the torture and death of Ollivander at the Dark Lord's hands, the new information only served to fuel his hatred towards the powerful wizard. Life in Slytherin and under the tight restrictions of Headmistress Carrow hadn't been easy, but at least he didn't have the Dark Lord himself to deal with, at the time. However, his aptitude towards magic coupled with his tendency to make an impression, whether good or bad, caused him to wander into the eyes of Professor Snape. Unknown to Harry at the time, Snape and Bellatrix had been given strict orders by Voldemort at the beginning of the year to seek out potential candidates for the status as the Dark Lord's apprentice. When Snape offered him private dueling lessons, Harry jumped at the rare opportunity, entirely unaware of the professor's intricate schemes. After 6 months of private tutelage, Snape had deemed Harry ready for an upcoming dueling competition, which was to be held in the Great Hall with the entire school, including Voldemort himself, watching. The dueling system wasn't fair, trapping the first-year competitors at a severe disadvantage. Shockingly, Harry managed to fight his way through the first years, second year, third year and fourth year, finally suffering a shameful defeat when confronting the Ice Queen of Slytherin, Daphne Greengrass, who eventually became the victor. Regardless of his failure to claim final victory, Harry once again captured the interest of Lord Voldemort and, to his annoyance, found himself under tight scrutiny. During the closing of the dueling competitions, Daphne Greengrass was announced to be the official apprentice of the Dark Lord. But unexpectedly, in the following week, Harry was invited into Voldemort's office, where he was submitted to an outrageous proposal of apprenticeship. Naturally, he refused, with as much politeness as he could possibly summon. Unfortunately, one could not simply say no to Lord Voldemort and get away without consequence. Voldemort presented Harry with a string of blackmails, threatening him with the prospect of his death and the death of his friends. That was how Harry found himself removed from Hogwarts and living in a manor and studying under Voldemort's iron hand. As reluctant as he was to admit it, the Dark Lord's harsh teaching styles worked wonders, allowing him to perform in his full potential. It seemed Voldemort wished the best of teachers for his apprentices, for he organized for Snape and Bellatrix to be temporarily separated from Hogwarts in order to provide the top tutors for Harry and Daphne. During Harry's first night at the manor, Voldemort brought down a series of events that changed Harry's life forever by killing the Dursleys after forcing them to sign a paper locking a transfer of custody, thus gaining guardianship as well as apprenticeship over Harry. Harry would be lying if he said he had not been swayed by the carefully weaved explanations on the non-existence of darkness and light. Voldemort's manners influenced him, resulting in Harry willingly flinging about dark curses. However, it had not changed Harry's true nature. During his time with Voldemort, Harry had acquainted himself with a youthful portrait in his bedroom who introduced himself as Tom Riddle. With Tom Riddle being the closest thing to a friend Harry had, he eventually came to see the 16-year-old as one. The older Slytherin was arrogant but ingenious, apparently having achieved standards in magic Harry had never imagined for himself. With Riddle's witty sarcasm and charisma, Harry was soon drawn in, informing the portrait of many of his personal problems, and in return, Tom Riddle told Harry his hatred of Lord Voldemort. Never being one to let down his friends, Harry gladly lent Tom Riddle a few drops of his blood when he was asked. In all honesty, the Dark Lord cold-bloodedly entombed me here for decades, subjecting me to a life of compliance and servitude. I can feast my eyes on the world through my many frames, but never sense or touch anything. If you were me, Harry, would you not want the chance of freedom? Riddle had said, stressing that a few drops of blood would free him entirely from his frame. From then on, Tom had been able to wander free as he wished, but he had always made certain to return to his portrait, as to avoid suspicion from the Dark Lord. It wasn't until the night of Harry's initiation that he found out he spoke Parseltongue, a piece of news that completely caught Voldemort off guard. But even that piece of news hadn't saved Harry when the next morning came. At first, everything had progressed as usual. Harry and Daphne had made the Animagus Revelare draft, a drink that would allow them to obtain their Animagus forms for a certain period of time, with Professor Snape, and nothing had been out of place. He had stored the completed potion in his robe pocket after casting a protection charm over it. Later in the day, however, he learnt from Tom Riddle that Professor McGonagall had been arrested for treason, and that was where everything spirited downhill. He had been beside himself, getting more frantic each minute as Tom listed the possible things that could happen to the Gryffindor head. After a lengthy persuasion, Riddle finally agreed to apparate Harry to Nurmengard, where McGonagall was evidently imprisoned. The rescue mission progressed smoothly. And Harry also managed to set free 2 additional prisoners. The first was Albus Dumbledore, who had supposedly been killed by Lord Voldemort, and second was Grindelwald. Through the years in Nurmengard prison and through the sheer, engulfing frustration Dumbledore experienced, the friendship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore had been reignited. And Harry had freed both of them, with Tom Riddle's assistance. Knowing the Dark Lord would not suspect his involvement due to his obvious inability to apparate, not to mention breaking through Voldemort's own wards, Harry allowed Tom to apparate both of them back to the manor, where Tom melted unnoticed into his portrait and Harry was greeted by the brunt of his guardian's wrath. "Coming back was not your cleverest idea, Harry," Voldemort had hissed. "But then you did not know your actions will be found, discovered, exposed, and by Daphne Greengrass, no less. I won, and I imprisoned Dumbledore in Nurmengard as a trophy, a constant reminder of the completion of my ambitions." There had been a deadly silence. "However, I have only enjoyed 3 years of triumph. Even you must know how painful it is for the work you dedicated your entire life to be ruined all in 1 hour by a disobedient little boy. You have unknowingly destroyed everything I had attained. I offered you success and a place by my side as an apprentice, and this is how you rewarded me. What do you think, Harry, I will do to you? I only wish to be compensated for my loss, but it seems that the request is beyond your abilities. All that is left for me to do is to repay you." Voldemort had promised, in a single syllable, "Your skin will feel like it is being feasted upon by 1,000 wasps, stabbed by countless knives, stripped from your flesh, burned by an endless fire. You will writhe on the ground, howling for forgiveness, but you will receive none. The Dark Lord does not forgive nor forget." And that was what Harry got. He, having never faced any penances dealt by Voldemort before, realized that no pain he ever experienced before matched what the Dark Lord doled out. Snape, despite all his sarcasm, had made an attempt to lessen Harry's punishment. Regardless of the happenings, Potter is useful to some extent, to which Voldemort ignored. As the end of the torture session neared, Harry could not find the energy within him to even crawl onto his knees. But he had been conscious enough for the last bullets of emotional pain. In an effort to discover how Harry had managed to free Dumbledore, Voldemort had cast Legilimency on him and had immediately found out about Tom Riddle. If it was even possible, Voldemort's anger had shot further up the scale when he realized Riddle's freedom. "Riddle, Tom Riddle," the Dark Lord had snarled. "I may as well have guessed." The little, he whirled to face Harry. "You have been tricked. Foolish boy, you do not even know your little friend's true identity. I will give you a clue, the last name of my father was Riddle." Coldness had gripped Harry's heart. "Riddle. This couldn't be possible. He is related to you," Harry had whispered. A chilling smile had snaked across Voldemort's lips. "Tom Riddle was my past and my present. Not only do we share the same blood, but we are one. I am Tom Marvolo Riddle, and he is me. Do you not understand how he can break down the wards that even the great Albus Dumbledore cannot? Do you not know how he managed to deceive the wards around this manor? Only I know how to control these wards." It was horrifying how effortlessly the truth could shatter someone. Even through the haze of pain, the truth glimmered very clearly to Harry. He had been used by Tom Riddle, a monster he had considered a friend, in a plot aimed to overthrow Lord Voldemort through the release of both Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The only thing that appeared to puzzle Voldemort was how Harry's blood had managed to free his past self when in theory, only his blood had the capacity. Bearing several broken ribs, bleeding wounds, a broken ankle, and misery, Harry was carried by Professor Snape into the dungeons where he was settled for the night. It seemed Voldemort was planning on experimenting with him in the morning, determined to learn the secrets behind Harry's blood and Parseltongue. Harry knew he would be killed if he survived the experiment. In the dungeons alone with freezing blasts of wind from the tiny window, Harry had chanced upon a miracle, after finding the flask of Animagus Revelare Draught. He had drunk it in hopes that his animagus would be small enough to allow him to escape through the window. It had worked. He had no idea whether he was an eagle, a hawk, a falcon, a kite, a vulture or something entirely different. All he knew was that he had to squeeze through the little window and obtain his freedom. Stretching his wings, Harry had realized with horror that his left wing drenched in blood. It appeared the injuries remained with him even when he had transformed into a bird. Praying the damage wasn't heavy enough to influence his flight, Harry had successfully hovered with a few flaps. His balance hadn't been exceedingly bad, even with the left wing dangling slightly. Cramming himself into the gap of the window was harder, and for a moment, Harry had feared he was stuck, trapped between freedom and the prison. But with one violent twist, he was free. He was free. The wards had proved to be little of a challenge, not recognizing Animagus from an ordinary bird. Nonetheless, with a body painted in heavy injuries, Harry tired quickly. He barely managed to make it into a secluded forest before his wing gave way and he collided headfirst with the ground. And the next thing Harry knew, he was here, recalling what had happened to him. He was rather comfortable, he supposed, compared to the agony of the night before. Regrettably, all sane thoughts were wiped clean from his mind when the bedroom door opened to reveal Tom Marvolo Riddle. Ignoring the stabs of pain, Harry pulled himself abruptly from the lying position into a sitting one. "Tom, Voldemort," he hissed, readying himself for a duel. Tom maintained his cool composure, drawling lazily, "You do not appear to have your wand on you, but if for some reason I am wrong, please allow me to set down your potions first before you lunge at me. They have taken a rather lengthy period to brew." "Poisons, you mean," Harry sneered, glaring fiercely at the older Slytherin. "Tell me, Harry, why would I poison you when I went through the trouble of saving your delicate, little life?" Tom said lightly. "Lie down before your ribs split again. I assure you I do not wish to go through the long and bothersome process of mending them for a second time." Harry continued to glower defiantly at Tom, ignoring his comment about lying down. "You two-faced, silver-tongued creep." Tom tutted disapprovingly. "I'm not sure that is a polite way to address your savior. I revived you, although perhaps I ought to have left you to die as Lord Voldemort did." "You are Voldemort, you cur." Harry growled. "I'll kill you." I'd like to see you try, Tom answered. Stonily. However, I am not truly Lord Voldemort, just as he is not truly me, thus you cannot fault me for his actions. You should have let me die. I'd rather have died than seen your face, Harry spat. And yet you once called me handsome. You act like your arrogance is a virtue. Maybe if you tried eating your own face you could be beautiful on the inside too, he retorted. Somehow, Tom began slowly, I do not see you talking to Lord Voldemort so rudely. Do try and remember we share more or less the same soul. Let me go, Harry said. You've no right to keep me here. If you feel that you are strong enough to make it out of this house, then by all means, try. Fine, Harry snapped acidly. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and leaned onto the post for support, closing his eyes to the hurt that erupted in his ankle. Remarkably, his legs were steady enough to hold most of his weight. Driven by a new determination to prove himself, Harry limped past Tom and across the room, stopping to hang onto the doorknob and to catch his breath. Enough, Tom finally said sharply. You will stay whether you like it or not, even if I have to bind you to the bed. Harry grasped the doorknob firmly and pulled as hard as he could, but to his frustration, it remained close. Blasted door. When your stupidity outmatches another's by a mile, the cleverest thing to do would be to listen to them, Tom said. Wingardium Leviosa. As soon as Harry was dumped unceremoniously back on the bed, invisible ropes tightened around his middle, strapping him to the furniture. Tom snapped his fingers and a potion flew into his hands. You will either drink this voluntarily or I will pour it down your throat. I am sure you can figure for yourself which one will be more unpleasant. Harry pursed his lips tightly, and raised his eyebrows boldly. No way was he ever going to obey Tom like a sick puppy. I suppose you choose the latter, Tom remarked in an indifferent tone. All the more fun for me. His cold fingers gripped Harry's chin powerfully and prized his jaws forcefully open in a none too gentle hold while he used his other hand to uncork the potion and empty the whole dose in Harry's mouth. Eyes stinging, Harry spluttered and choked on the liquid. He gasped. You can't treat me like some animal. The foul, acrid taste was still clinging on his tongue. Ready for the next potion? Tom asked, reaching for Harry's jaws again. I'll drink it myself, Harry said hastily. But you have to tell me what it is. The first potion you drank was a simple calming draught, Tom said. This one is a darker version of Skele-Gro, harder to brew, less pain for the drinker and regrows the bones in a notably faster time. When Harry had hesitantly downed the second potion, Tom instantly produced 3 other bottles. Pain relief potion, essence of Dittany and strengthening solution. Harry made a protesting sound at the back of his throat. This can't possibly be healthy, drinking so many various potions at once. Oh, I won't harm you, Harry, Tom drawled mockingly. Not when we are such good friends. Who left me at Voldemort's mercy if not you? Harry demanded. You slinked back to your precious portrait and waited for a chance to escape. Drink your potions, Harry, Tom said dismissively, and we will talk about this over breakfast. Somehow, a part of Harry was gratified to see the breakfast tray being carried to the bed where he could slump back against the soft pillows and savor the splendid tastes. There were so many delicious dishes on the tray: bacon, eggs, waffles, cinnamon rolls and strawberry tarts. To his displeasure, Tom placed a giant bowl of gray, gooey porridge in front of him and smirked. Your stomach cannot properly digest normal food yet. Harry stared as Tom sat down on the other side of the bed with the laden tray and breakfasted on a strawberry tart. He was suddenly reminded of Voldemort. I'm not eating this, he said. Tom raised a sardonic eyebrow. It seems that the luxurious life with the Dark Lord has refined your tastes, however, I will not provide you anything else. You will either eat or starve. Gloomily, Harry picked up the spoon and swirled the gruel with it. It looked disgusting, like something a pig would eat. It chased the last of his appetite away. You seem to require encouragement, Tom observed. I suppose you are curious about how Voldemort and I, being the same person, can exist at the same time. Harry's ears perked up at the words. Eat your porridge and I will tell you. Harry looked down at the sickening slop in aversion, but a hunger for information drove him to swallow his first mouthful. It didn't taste as awful as he thought it would. Have you ever heard of Horcruxes? Tom said. It is the darkest of the dark arts, born from magic so dangerous that many dark wizards never dared to touch it, so exotic that few have heard of it. It is made through the darkest of all acts, murder. Eyes widening comically, Harry forgot to continue eating. Horcruxes, a magical item created through the murder of another human, can ensure one's immortality. They are immune to all spells but one in almost all matters. If a Horcrux is destroyed, its owner would be no different from other mortals, and Lord Voldemort wished to avoid that, Tom said. He made 6. Or so he thought. There was a 7th Horcrux, made purely by accident, a 7th Horcrux he is still unaware of. What is it? Harry asked. We will get to that later, Tom said dispassionately. If you put 2 and 2 together, you will realize I am one of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes. The portrait, Harry exclaimed. Clever boy. However, I am not a mere Horcrux anymore, or rather, I changed shape, from a portrait into a live being. With my own body, I am no longer his to control, no longer his to command, but because I contain a shard of his soul he cannot destroy me unless he wishes to destroy a piece of himself. You are immune from Voldemort, Harry said. I am. I also share the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, making me immortal from all but those that may destroy a Horcrux, Tom said. It is complicated, a Horcrux sharing Horcruxes, but you do not need to understand. That's disgusting, Harry said. You were created through murder. Do try and remember you are calling a human being disgusting, Tom said, dryly. I think the word disgusting justifies the Horcrux containing Voldemort's soul perfectly, Harry hissed spitefully. No wonder you are so similar to Voldemort. I am not an ordinary Horcrux, call me an advantageous combination between Horcrux and human if you wish. I can be destroyed through the same means as a Horcrux, but while objects are defenseless, I can effortlessly hold my own. I am also protected from the illnesses and ways that may kill a human, as long as Lord Voldemort's other Horcruxes are safe, Tom said. It's revolting. Do you know which innocent's death brought about your existence? Harry said. Creatures like you shouldn't even be allowed to live. Ouch. How hurtful can you be, Harry? Tom asked evenly. But that is rather a hypocritical comment, seeing as you are a Horcrux yourself. Harry stopped dead, feeling goosebumps popping up his arms. He waited for the smug look to cross Tom's face as he told Harry how foolish he was to believe such a thing, but nothing of the sort reassured Harry. Surprised, Tom smirked. You are Lord Voldemort's 7th and final Horcrux, Harry, you have a piece of his soul inside. You. Tell me exactly how appalling you find yourself. Opening his dry mouth in search of suitable words, Harry found himself stunned into speechlessness. He was the result of a murder, he was a tool that kept Voldemort immortal. He was a spawn of the darkest magic, he was a Horcrux. Only the Dark Lord's blood has the capacity to free me from the portrait. Why do you think a few drops of your blood managed to achieve only what Lord Voldemort's could? Why do you think you were able to speak Parseltongue? Whose death? Harry rasped softly. That is something you have no need to know, Tom said. Tell me. Whose death? Do not say I did not warn you, Tom responded. It was the death of Lily Evans, the death of your mother, which transformed you from a normal child into Voldemort's Horcrux. I'm the reason she died, Harry said quietly. She died because of me. A touching conclusion, but she did not die because of you, rather you became a Horcrux because of her. Tom's eyes hardened as if daring Harry to argue. It was purely an accident. The Dark Lord's soul, tattered from being split on so many accounts, let loose a small portion when he killed Lily Evans. Unknown to him, it attached itself to you, Harry Potter, who were merely an infant at the time. How come you know when Voldemort himself didn't? Harry breathed. It felt as though his whole world had collapsed upon him and caved him in. Horcruxes are sensitive towards the arrival of a new brother or sister, Tom explained. It comes to them as a tingling and then as excruciating agony. Being a portrait, I attained my human intelligence and was able to recognize the true cause of the sensation. He smiled smugly. Over close contact with you, the Dark Lord should have sensed a connection, a pull of magic. Luckily for us, the distance between the two of you, the lack of interaction between the two of you ensued that the mind link dulled enough to deceive him. You did not inherit Lord Voldemort's qualities until you had spent the majority of your time within a few meters to him. What do you mean? The contact of your blood with me combined with the close contact with the Dark Lord awoke some of the connection. You began to speak Parseltongue, Tom said eerily. More of the connection is waking, Harry, and soon your mind link will be at Lord Voldemort's disposal. You can only pray that he remains ignorant of it. Why? Why does a mind link matter so much? The first reason being that a mind link provides an easy invasion of your mind. Voldemort will access it more smoothly than using legilimency. The mind is not a book, to be opened at will and examined at leisure. Thoughts are not etched on the inside of skulls, to be perused by any invader. The mind is a complex and many-layered thing. You mean that if he knows about it, then he'll be able to read my mind? More than that, Tom said grimly. Read it, control it, unhinge it. In the past it was often the Dark Lord's pleasure to invade the minds of his victims, creating visions designed to torture them into madness. Only after extracting the last exquisite ounce of agony, only when he had them literally begging for death would he finally. Anything else? Harry interrupted, not eager to hear the rest of the sentence. The second reason being that if he discovers a mind link, he will eventually draw the conclusion that you are a Horcrux. After that, the colony of Death Eaters will be hunting for you. Harry shuddered. There must be a way to prevent him from entering. There is always a way. My mind is fully protected from an assault by the Dark Lord, Tom said. Occlumency. Inside the great meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Every cautious breath inhaled was an indication of bleakness. Over 50 figures in black robes were kneeled on the floor, crafting an image of a dark sea. 50 powerful Death Eaters, all of them members of the Inner Circle and each with an entire legion of lower-ranked followers to command, were pressed against the floor in a display of united obedience. At the very front of the room, Dark Lord Voldemort stood forebodingly with his wand twirling between his pale fingers. His face was a blank mask, not betraying his true feelings or allowing even a droplet of emotion to leak past. Rise, Lucius. A figure close to the front reluctantly got up from his knees. Locks of platinum blonde hair fell out from under his hood. My lord, he began oily, but the effect was ruined by the tinges of apprehension in his voice. My lord, Dumbledore has not yet been recovered, however, I have confidence that he soon will be. The old man is nothing against your power. Can you promise me you will capture Dumbledore, Lucius? After all, you are only repeating what you said last time. I once told you, time is one luxury I do not have, and yet I have given you time. 10 hours have passed and Dumbledore along with Grindelwald and McGonagall are all still roaming free. Lucius cringed. I cannot make promises, my lord. Your Death Eaters are trying their best. Their best is not enough, Voldemort hissed softly. If I do not hear of anything regarding Dumbledore's whereabouts, you will be held responsible. Take that into consideration when you return to your search, Lucius. The Dark Lord scanned the inner circle with disgust. I confess myself disappointed by the lack of competence on your part. Dumbledore's continued existence combined with Grindelwald's means the continuance of my trouble. With the exception of a selected few, you fools have all been put on Dumbledore's trail and yet you bring me nothing but bad news. Those of you who never fail to fail me will see the last days of their pathetic lives should they continue to fail me. Many of you underestimate the power of Dumbledore and Grindelwald united. Against the odds, they have reunified, and if they are not stopped, our hard work will be erased. Bellatrix, come forward. The sinister shape of the loyal female Death Eater moved lightly towards the Dark Lord and she came to a stop at a respectful distance, observing her master in a manner of adoration from under her hooded eyes. Have you brought any news of success, Bellatrix? Yes, my lord. Your orders have all been completed. The Ministry Death Eaters have added the finishing touches to ensue that news of Dumbledore's insincere death, and the recent escape will not seep into the Wizarding Society for the time being, she assured. Very good. Once the people hear of Dumbledore's return, the pillars of the wizarding world will crumple. It must not happen. I will punish those of you who have dissatisfied me accordingly after this meeting. In a matter of seconds, the Dark Lord had swept out of the room with the intention of visiting Harry Potter. The secrets behind the brat's Parseltongue ability had to be investigated. The little traitor had to be kept alive for the time being. As Lord Voldemort strode into the dungeons with a thick aura of dark magic behind him, he approached the cell which held Potter. To his disbelief, the cell was empty of all but a pool of dried blood. Harry Potter had escaped. Voldemort's uncontrollable wrath lashed out at the roof and brought a part of it crumbling down. It whipped out of the room with unmatchable ferocity and shook the entire manor. Before long, every Death Eater had been alerted that something had gone terribly wrong. In a matter of seconds, the Dark Lord had swept out of the room with the intention of visiting Harry Potter. The secrets behind the brat's Parseltongue ability had to be investigated. The little traitor had to be kept alive for the time being. As Lord Voldemort strode into the dungeons with a thick aura of dark magic behind him, he approached the cell which held Potter. To his disbelief, the cell was empty of all but a pool of dried blood. Harry Potter had escaped. Voldemort's uncontrollable wrath lashed out at the roof and brought a part of it crumbling down. It whipped out of the room with unmatchable ferocity and shook the entire manor. Before long, every Death Eater had been alerted that something had gone terribly wrong. "My lord," Bellatrix daringly spoke up, her eyes glistening from behind her black curls. "Did something happen?" Lord Voldemort twisted around, his pale skin whiter than ever in the dim light, and murmured coldly, "Our favorite traitor, Harry, has decided upon himself to escape." The effect his words had on the inner circle was remarkable. Wormtail began trembling out of nervousness, his round body shaking like a leaf, and McNair's face turned into a strange, puke-colored shade. Lucius Malfoy's hand tightened fretfully around the silver handle of his beloved cane, blanching into a color that matched his long hair. "Surely not, my lord." Potter had no means, no assets, no energy. "Even if he managed such a deed, we will easily ensnare him," he reassured. "My lord, if I may speak," Snape carefully added, "it is nothing short of improbable that Potter had the capacity to leave. He suffered an immense loss of blood and extreme exhaustion, not to mention several broken ribs. He did not even possess the strength to stand. I repeat, Harry Potter has escaped," Voldemort said dangerously. "Those of you who question my conclusion, feel free to see for yourself." Expectedly, no one went. Those who had reservations about the matter knew very well to keep their mouths shut in front of their master. "Has no one thought to check on Harry last night?" Voldemort hissed, drawing the words out deliberately. "Has no one put their heads to good use? I cannot help but wonder why you fools need them at all. Tell me, are you always idiots, or is it just when I am around?" The Dark Lord's eyes were blazing with black flames, smothering all other emotions and leaving on one behind: fury. Terrifying fury. Like a firestorm, it flooded the room and drowned everything beneath it. Voldemort made a quick, subtle gesture at a window. The entire row of glass exploded into a billion sharp fragments, showering down upon them. At the last moment, the Dark Lord clicked his fingers, and the glass vanished and the windows were restored. His Death Eaters were all completely silent. They knew better than to speak before they were spoken to. "McNair, roll, Yaxley," Voldemort said. "All of you were here, at the manor, last night. Travers, Scabior, Wormtail, Mulciber, not. How about you, Severus? Correct me if I am wrong, Severus, but I see no reason why you did not check on Harry." "You are right, my lord," Snape said stiffly, "I was available last night. It was purely on my own negligence that Potter escaped. Forgive me, it will not happen again." "That is correct, Severus," Voldemort murmured, "it will unquestionably not occur again, or you shall pay with more than just pain." "Thank you, my lord, for your leniency." Snape's face betrayed nothing of relief, fright or even gratitude, it was void of all emotions. "Not. You revel in your inner circle position, you boast of serving me well, yet where is your sense of duty when I require it?" The Dark Lord asked suddenly. "Why did you not check on Harry last night?" "My lord," Nott began, stuttering over his words, "I was busy. I was going to visit Potter, but the news of Dumbledore's continued disappearance took up my attention." "Liar," Voldemort snarled. "You need to tame your senseless tongue, Nott. I will not tolerate your deceits and excuses." "Sorry, my lord, so sorry," Nott pleaded, disgustingly. To his immense relief, the Dark Lord turned away to question another Death Eater. "Roll, what excuses will you make up for yourself?" "I have no excuses, my lord." "And you, Yaxley?" "Only that I ought to have paid more attention." "Forgive me, my lord." "Wormtail," Voldemort sneered. I was busy too, trying to figure out where Dumbledore had gone so I could help Malfoy, please," Wormtail pathetically ended his explanation in a half-whine. "Cowards who forget their place never fail to earn themselves punishments," Voldemort commented harshly. "Lucius, have you yet received any assistance from Wormtail?" "No, my lord." "Do you hear him, Wormtail?" Voldemort said. "I thought you would have learned something from Nott's falsehoods, but alas, I was wrong. My lord, I was doing it in private, my lord." I was going to give anything I concluded to Malfoy, please, my lord. Wormtail whimpered, looking as if he would wet himself any minute. Please, I beg you. Ignoring the groveling, Voldemort turned to face his followers again. Although there will be a handsome reward should any of you fetch Harry back alive, I will be very unhappy should any of you neglect our main concern. Bring me Dumbledore. The Dark Lord slowly raised his wand. May this be a lesson to all of you. A faint hiss, and a few wizards at the front flinched involuntarily as magic abruptly left the wand. The curse was directed straight at Wormtail. Looks of respite broke across the faces of many followers as Wormtail became the sole victim whom Voldemort vented his anger upon. The inner circle bowed low as the screaming began. Tom, Harry said, shoving a strawberry tart into his mouth, what's the special occasion? It had been 3 weeks since Harry escaped from the manor and, he was glad to say, his digesting system, as Tom so delicately put it, had made a full recovery and was now able to eat whatever he wanted. At the breakfast table, Tom looked up from the Daily Prophet. Whatever makes you think today is special? He took a careful sip of coffee. Aside from the bright look in your eyes, which is actually caused by your drink, Harry said, you look unusually smug. He could never understand why the older Slytherin took to drinking coffee. He himself had found the bitter aftertaste extremely hard to adapt. Nice observation skills, Tom said smoothly, sarcastically. Though you may be right for once, in some ways. It was always like this when Harry talked with Tom. He was bombarded with biting sarcasm and tributes wrapped in irritating insults. If you actually took the time to read the newspaper, I would not be wasting my time explaining something so simple to you. News of Dumbledore's return has finally reached the ears of the wizarding world. Tom flipped the newspaper over and shoved it underneath Harry's nose. On the front page, a picture of Dumbledore dressed in azure robes peeked out at him with a sparkling smile. The headline, written in bold, black letterings, was pasted across the very top. Dumbledore returns, resisting. Harry gaped. What? He gasped. I thought. Voldemort has done all in his power to keep it a secret. In fact, I am amazed the information took as long as it did to get out, Tom said idly. Predictably, such a thing cannot be concealed forever. Believe me, Harry, the response from the wizarding world will be more intense than anything you've seen before. Swallowing, Harry's eyes scanned down the page, absorbing the information. The true cause of former Headmaster Dumbledore's return remains unknown. However, we know one thing for certain, Albus Dumbledore never died. Rumor has it that he had been imprisoned in Nurmengard, in the cells that caged his childhood friend and past Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Shockingly, yesterday the pair had been discovered together with no noticeable signs of hostility towards each other, although it is well known the two wizards do not see eye to eye. What does it mean by, past Dark Lord? Harry asked, with his eyes strained on the 3 words describing Grindelwald. Oh yes, how can I forget? You have no knowledge whatsoever of wizarding history, Tom said complacently. Grindelwald, the man you saw, was not only a Dark Lord but one considered to be one of the most powerful of all time, second only to Voldemort. But he's Dumbledore's friend, Harry protested, looking stunned. And Dumbledore is a good. Believe what you want, but good and evil do not exist. Dumbledore is not the essence of purity, Tom said. During Grindelwald's reign of terror from 1939 to 1945, Grindelwald became notorious for achieving the greater good. In 1945, the same year which Hitler fell, due to the cries of the public, Dumbledore confronted his past friend in a legendary duel and defeated him. If they became enemies, Harry said, then why was Dumbledore so pleasant towards Grindelwald? Through the harsh times at Voldemort's mercy, Dumbledore could not resist the inner pull of their forgotten friendship. They renewed their alliance. Harry turned back to inspect the Daily Prophet. It is suspected they have strengthened their friendship ties and will now work together against recapture by Lord Voldemort. The years in prison have rattled Dumbledore's mind. The sane Dumbledore would never have joined Grindelwald, an elderly lady witch commented, while another sobbed to our reporters, I am deliriously happy Dumbledore's alive, but I cannot believe he has it's Grindelwald. It goes to show how opinions can vary when a middle-aged wizard, who refused to be named, stated that, Dumbledore knew what he was doing with Grindelwald, and that, together, they will overthrow Voldemort. No one knows about overthrowing the Dark Lord when he is not the minister, but our minister Lucius Malfoy has spoken yesterday afternoon. The reappearance of Albus Dumbledore is not an advancement in our society but a drawback, he said. Years ago, the Dark Lord spared Dumbledore out of mercy, a wrong decision perhaps, considering the havoc already caused. This is no big matter and will soon be dealt with. It will be a good idea to concentrate on your respective jobs and let the ministry do its duty. The Dark Lord, one of our most influential figures today, is thought to be furious at Dumbledore's escapade. Doubtlessly, the ministry will be doing its best to aid Lord Voldemort in recapturing the old headmaster, but whether they can is another problem altogether, because Albus Dumbledore along with Gellert Grindelwald and his trusted Professor Minerva McGonagall are safe in the sanctuary of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Despite not anticipating Dumbledore to aim for the magical school, Lord Voldemort had previously cast strong wards on all important places. However, with the Light Lord and the past Dark Lord's magic combined, the wards had not been enough to stop them. Within a half an hour yesterday, they had seized the school without any injuries to any of the students. The staff, on the other hand, was a different matter. According to a student's recount, after subduing current headmistress Caro, Dumbledore had attempted to talk Grindelwald out of taking the witch's life. Being a persuasive man himself, Grindelwald eventually was left to act out his verdict. Although this malicious deed had been displayed in front of very few students, the mere story had shocked many. Minister Malfoy explains that Lord Voldemort fears for the safety of the children. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had allowed those students who wished to leave and had sealed the ancient castle from the inside with powerful wards. Even Lord Voldemort probably would not penetrate anytime soon. This sudden, astonishing news of Dumbledore's return had dazed the entire wizarding world, especially since he had been believed to be dead. It is predicted that the beginning stirrings of the public will evolve into blatant supporting of either Albus Dumbledore or Dark Lord Voldemort. More will be written on this subject tomorrow. Daily Prophet. This is incredible, Harry breathed, they've acted so fast. I agree, Tom said lightly. They are a couple steps ahead of Voldemort, and even the Daily Prophet knows it. Although they have not painted the Dark Lord in bad light, Dumbledore has been described in a comparatively better light. However, the neutrality will only last momentarily, soon the newspapers will take sides. Can't Voldemort stop them, the media, I mean? Harry asked. Oh, yes, but he won't. If he applies brute force, his popularity will decrease even lower in the public eye. Who do you think? Do you think Dumbledore will win? It depends, Tom said coolly, on how fast he gains supporters. If the citizens of Great Britain are courageous enough to support their leader as they once have done, then the tides will turn in Dumbledore's favor. The majority of wizards under Voldemort's rule hate him, don't they? Harry said. They only follow him out of fear. If even half of that majority rose to oppose Lord Voldemort, the downfall of the current government will be almost definite, Tom Riddle said. This may very well turn out to be the first revolution of Wizarding Britain. So if they do win, Dumbledore and Grindelwald will split Britain between them. Harry asked. That can be a way of putting it. Grindelwald and Dumbledore, are you sure their time in power will not be even worse than Voldemort's? Already having regrets about freeing them. Of course not. That's not what I meant. Harry protested indignantly. It's just it's all going brilliantly and all. Voldemort's ruin cannot be far away and no one knows what will happen. Tom Riddle raised a mocking eyebrow, as if asking Harry to get straight to the point. But it's a bit of a scary thought, isn't it? Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the two definitions of good and bad, working together. I mean, I have no doubt Dumbledore's a great wizard, but Grindelwald gives me an ill feeling. And you expected otherwise. Grindelwald is not a doting old grandpa. He is a Dark Lord, the cause behind the deaths of hundreds, Tom said. It is hard to find a logical reason why Dumbledore would continue the friendship if Grindelwald hadn't changed, Harry said. Although if Grindelwald had changed, why would he murder anyone so casually even if she was Caro? There are two forms of successful dictatorship, the first being love and the second being fear. To achieve supreme power, one must either earn the love of a kingdom or they must carve fear into those whom they rule over. Tom gazed coldly at Harry. Adolf Hitler employed both, earning the love of the German people and striking fear into those who opposed him. Although his is the most powerful type of control, the opportunity to employ both love and fear is hard to come by. Voldemort mainly exercised fear. Although fear is more efficient, love is comparatively steadier in the long run. Dumbledore wants to utilize both. His plan is to win the love of British wizards and witches and to maintain his cover of purity. But love and respect is not enough to prevent opposition. So he unleashes Grindelwald, who will effortlessly achieve an incredible level of fear. Love, fear, and respect. Dumbledore wants them all. You are wrong, Harry objected. He isn't like that. Just because you play games doesn't mean everyone does. Every politician does, Tom said, and Dumbledore makes for a superb politician. Under the image of a kindly old man, he will be loved. Under the image of a dark lord, Grindelwald will be feared. Together, they will be an equal, if not greater, match for Voldemort. I'm not an idiot, Tom, Harry said tiredly, infuriated at the portrayal of Dumbledore. You and I both know what Dumbledore's truly like, so I'd really appreciate it if you could stop lying for once. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. Harry made an irritated noise at the back of his throat. Thank you, Tom. You are welcome. Rolling his eyes at the mockery, Harry switched topics. If all the students who wanted to leave were escorted out of the castle, what about the students who remained? How will they contact their families or their friends outside of school? What will happen to Hermione and Neville? My humble guess would be that those who remained inside Hogwarts are those who are loyal to Dumbledore. Under normal circumstances they will most likely not be allowed to leave the grounds, but will be allowed to use the school owls. Predictably, the letters going by owl will be inspected, Tom said. Do the wards block only Voldemort or do they keep everyone out? Can I still go inside the school? Will Hogwarts still be a school? Harry blurted. Does Dumbledore ever plan on coming out? What if Voldemort hunts down the families of the students who are still at Hogwarts? I may be a genius but I am not a seer, Tom sneered, as he sprung up gracefully from his chair. Your questions, as irksome as they are, can only be answered by time. However, I do suppose you have been trapped in this cottage long enough, perhaps a trip to Hogsmeade will ease your cursed curiosity. Where's Hogsmeade? Harry asked, brightening up at the prospect of finally leaving the modest little countryside cottage he and Tom currently inhabited. Sometimes, he couldn't help but feel slightly claustrophobic. Despite the large amount of space in the countryside, Tom would never let him pass the boundaries of the cottage, always retorting, if you want Voldemort to capture you, then by all means, go ahead, and it was starting to drive Harry crazy. Tom Riddle's face darkened at yet another question from Harry. You will see, he said grimly. Take my arm. Harry stepped forward and gripped Tom tightly, shutting his eyes against the dizziness that came along with the apparition. When they arrived, Harry was pleasantly surprised by the picturesque little village of endearing cottages, huts and stores. It smelled of sweets, baking, and tangy butterbeer. Are we having lunch here? Harry instantly asked. Perhaps, Tom said frostily, glaring at Harry, perhaps after I have shopped. Okay. He had no idea what he had done to irritate Tom into a mood but he wasn't too bothered about it, Tom was too frequently in a temper. I need to go to Dogweed and Deathcap for potion ingredients. If you give me some money, I'll buy my own stuff without bothering you. We can meet up here in an hour, Harry said, spotting a sign that sported, Zonko's Joke Shop. No, Tom said coldly. As harmless as this town looks, I do not need you running headfirst into trouble. You will come with me to the herbology shop. Suppressing a groan, Harry followed Tom obediently halfway across Hogsmeade and into the desired store. Good morning, boys, a middle-aged lady greeted them kindly. What can I do for you? Monkswood, angel's trumpet, snakeweed, stinkweed, belladonna, narcissus, oleander, nightshade, deathcap, white snakeroot, water hemlock and venomous tentacula leaf, Tom said smoothly. I want them fresh and frozen. The color drained from the shopkeeper's face as she struggled to maintain her composure. You boys don't look old enough to be out of school yet. You went to Hogwarts until yesterday, I assume. I am of age, Tom reassured silkily, his confident smile easily covering the lie. Jobs are so hard to find during these dark times. I work as a brewer. The woman's expression softened. Yes, the Dark Lord's rule has been harsh on us all, not that I am protesting, she added quickly. But the boy with you. He barely looks 11. Hey, I am nearly 12. Harry retorted before he was silenced with a dangerous look from Tom. I apologize for my brother's ill manners. Please do not take it personally, he has always been like this, Tom said. But I suppose he has been more irritable recently, he lowered his voice, since our mother's death. Oh, you poor, poor children. The woman gasped. I'd offer you a place to stay, but even I have 7 mouths to feed, and I am considered well off. Harry hid a grimace, but then again, Tom probably could reduce most people to such a state of compassion. Don't bother yourself, Tom said alluringly, his voice almost a purr. We manage perfectly fine on our own, not that we are not grateful for the occasional kindness. The potion ingredients are so expensive these days, your store actually happened to be the cheapest and finest we found. Oh, the woman perked up as if struck by an idea. Tell you what, boys, you can take as much ingredients as you need for free. Look at this as your lucky day. No, I mean, we cannot possibly, Harry exclaimed immediately. He is quite right, Tom interrupted, I have no wish to be of any burden to you. Your children need school fees and such. Your brother is so sweet, and you're so gracious. She beamed. But you're no trouble. I'm not poor, and through these times, we can only rely on one another. I would be considered cruel if I take money from 2 young, orphan boys. Tom seemed to hesitate. If you are certain, he said. Harry stared incredulously at the Tom. How could he accept such an offer from a woman working so hard to feed her children? Oh, absolutely, she gushed enthusiastically. I'll wrap them for you right now. I couldn't thank you enough, Tom said. No need to thank me. I should be thankful that you gave me the opportunity to do a kind deed, she said, as she darted through the room, seizing the ingredients of their shelves. So what do you want, again? Monk's wood, angel's trumpet, snakeweed and stinkweed. Wait, here's belladonna, narcissus, oleander and nightshade with deathcap white snakeroot. Oh, good. Water hemlock and venomous tentacula leaf. Yes. When the woman had packed everything and given the ingredients to Tom, she asked, You sure you know what you're doing? All of these plants are very dark, and very dangerous should the brewing go wrong. Almost all of them concoct fatal poisons. Who, if I may ask, are you brewing for? A potions master in Germany, Tom said. I assure you nothing unexpected will happen to me, I have confidence in my abilities. Good, good, I'd feel appalling if I knew the ingredients from my store killed a handsome, remarkable lad such as yourself. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sue, she said. Mary Sue. Very well, goodbye, Mrs. Sue. And with that, Harry was led by Tom out of the store. An hour later, Harry and Tom were seated in the 3 broomsticks. And ordering lunch. Honeydukes looks nice, Harry commented, glancing at the shop directly opposite theirs. If you like having rotted teeth. I've never met a killjoy who kills more joy than you, he muttered, lifting up his fork to stab at a slice of beef. Hogsmeade is only 1 kilometer from Hogwarts, Tom said, switching the topic entirely. Usually the students would be out here, savoring the delights of Honeyduke's lollies and laughing at the tricks in Zonko's joke shop. Except we are the only children here. You may refer yourself as a child, but please do not give me such a belittling title. Use your head, Harry, why do you think they are not here? The restrictions at Hogwarts, Harry said. And partially because Hogsmeade is regarded as extremely dangerous by the lack of wards to prevent Voldemort from plaguing it. As if on cue, resounding cracks rang out all across the village of Hogsmeade. Figures cloaked in black with silver masks fixed eerily where their faces ought to have been poured like a dark liquid onto the streets. Death Eaters, Harry whispered. Tom was beside him in a second. Crouch down, you fool. Under the table. As much as he wanted to obey, Harry was unable to summon any strength into his legs. Glaring fiercely, Tom pulled forcefully him from his seat to his knees and shoved him under the table, ignoring the sound Harry's head made as it bumped against the wooden leg. Harry saw Tom looking intensely out the window and shrank back in surprise when Tom winced. He's here, Tom murmured. Voldemort is here. I can sense his presence and he can sense mine too. Like a cold fog, fear enveloped Harry in her embrace. What is Voldemort doing here? I was rash, Tom hissed in vexation. I should never have brought you here. Of course he would act as soon as possible. Harry recoiled and Tom ducked for cover as an offensive spell sailed in, shattering the windows. Is he here for me? Tom glanced at him and quickly shook his head. He is here for Dumbledore. He wants to take the wards down. Then someone has to alert Dumbledore. His wards will alert him. Tom crouched beside Harry. We are apparating home. Right now. Harry grabbed Tom's arm, but when nothing happened, he looked wide-eyed at the older Slytherin. Anti-disapparating wards, Tom snarled viciously. You do not have a wand, am I correct? Of course not. Harry yelped when more apparating sounds rang out. I left mine at the manor. Take mine. He stared in disbelief as Tom whipped his wand out from under his robes and offered it to him with a determined look. I can't take yours. It's yours. Harry squeaked. Do you not understand? We must separate. Voldemort will try to recapture me, and you must not be on the scene, Tom said icily. I can perform wandless magic and you, on the other hand, cannot. But there are at least 40 Death Eaters out there. Harry shook his head violently. You will not stand a chance. A sinister smile crept across Tom's chilling face. I beg to differ. My magical capacity is beyond anything you imagined. I am Lord Voldemort. None of them can match me. Tom, you arrogant idiot. Harry said. You'll attract Voldemort like a magnet. You cannot defend yourself against Voldemort and the Death Eaters at the same time, even you are not that powerful. And if Voldemort finds us both, you will be a burden to me, Tom sneered. Do not move from your spot, do not go out of this room, do not duel any Death Eaters, and do not act the hero if you flout my instructions, I will make you regret it. But you will only leave when I come for you, and not a second before. What if he captures you? Harry snapped. Do I stay here forever until I am so old that I fart? Dust. Ever the cynical, Harry. With his black cloak flapping behind him, Tom slipped out and disappeared amongst the swarm of Death Eaters. Harry leaned resignedly against the leg of the table, glancing at the abandoned wand. Tom Marvolo Riddle was a fool, facing the music without a weapon. Damn him and his instructions. Harry slowly reached for the wand, feeling the cool sensation between his fingers. It seemed like a lingering presence of Tom Riddle, a reminder. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, Harry cautiously crawled out from underneath the table. There, he had already broken instruction number 1. He shuffled forward until his back was against the wall and his eyes were directly next to the smashed window. Peeking out, Harry was stunned at the scene that unfolded before him. The Death Eaters stood menacingly with their wands ready and their eyes flashing, but standing in their paths was a small crowd of wizards and witches Harry had seen shopping in Hogsmeade. He watched as a Death Eater stepped forth. Move aside and you will not be harmed. Otherwise, we will be forced to remove you. It was a female voice and Harry suspected it was Bellatrix Lestrange who was speaking. None of the witches and wizards budged even 1 inch. Your lord's rule is coming to an end. A wizard shouted. Dumbledore is our leader. Dumbledore. The others nodded their heads in a united agreement. With the masks, Harry could not see the Death Eaters' expressions, but he could tell they were seething. Bellatrix raised her wand threateningly. One more chance, she warned. It appeared Dumbledore's unexpected supporters did not require a second chance. They attacked the Death Eaters with gusto and the Death Eaters returned the favor with twice the ruthlessness. It was astonishing that there were already daring wizards and witches willing to fight for Dumbledore. Spells singed the air and dangerous curses whipped back and forth across the two sides. The quiet village of Hogsmeade had transformed into a battleground. Sparks of red, white, and blue flew up. Smothering traces of magic clotted up the atmosphere. He heard screams as spells struck their targets followed by a familiar cackle of triumph. Bellatrix, no doubt. Harry's breath suddenly caught when a 5-year-old girl with blonde hair walked directly past his shattered window. A child lost on a battlefield. That didn't look good. Still thinking clearly through the urgency of the moment, Harry cast a notice me not on himself before he rushed out to join the storm, gripping Tom's wand tightly. The little girl was right in front of him, an arm's length away. He had to take her away from the battle. A limb-fracturing curse flew past Harry and sped towards the unaware girl. Spurred on by a sense of dawning alarm, Harry lunged forward and pushed the child out of the way. The curse struck the ground exactly where she had stood a second ago. The girl stood up bravely and pointed an accusing finger at Harry. You pushed me. Yes, Harry deadpanned. He took her strongly by the arm and directed her quickly away from the danger. His notice me not charm was fading, but it didn't matter anymore. He pushed her into a dark, peaceful alleyway and stopped to catch his breath. Where is my mom? The girl whined. You took me from my mommy. She struggled out of Harry's hold and kicked him in the ankle, causing him to hiss softly in pain. That's enough, Harry scolded, feeling faintly nauseous around such a small child. He had no experience whatsoever with children. You shouldn't kick people, especially people who saved your life. You big, fat meanie. The girl yelled. She looked like she was nearly in tears. I want my mommy. Okay, Harry soothed, feeling marginally panicky. I promise you I'll help you find your mommy. Now, be quiet unless you want the real meanies to find us. I won't be quiet, she screamed at the top of her lungs. You big, fat liar. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Harry winced at the loud sound. She'd soon draw Death Eaters here if she didn't close her mouth. Stop it, I'm serious. Don't. Let me go. She ducked under Harry and ran as fast as she could down the alleyway with Harry chasing after her. Wait. Stop. Harry exclaimed. You'll get yourself injured. He stumbled over a ditch but continued running, sprinting past the brick buildings and turning round a corner. Only to stop dead in his tracks. There was a tall, dark figure standing at the end of the alleyway. The blonde-haired girl was standing beside him, looking at Harry with a slight pout on her lips. The figure twisted around and smiled eerily at him, his pale skin looking almost white in the dark. Harry felt his heart drop. Hello, Harry, Voldemort greeted lightly. Fancy meeting you here. His hand held the U-wand which had made itself more familiar with Harry than he would have liked. With his heart thumping vehemently against his chest, Harry spoke in a low voice, Let her go, Voldemort. You have a score to settle with me. Leave her alone. I will not harm her, Harry, it is yourself who you should worry about, Voldemort murmured softly, yet Harry heard the Dark Lord's voice echo over and over again in his head. I believe an introduction is in order. The sentence was said mockingly and Harry was scared to discover what it all meant. Harry, do you not recognize me? The little girl asked, the words she spoke not matching her shrill, childish voice. We are very well acquainted. I am Daphne Greengrass. Harry looked in flabbergasted surprise from Voldemort to Daphne. He had been tricked, led headfirst into a trap. It seems, Harry, your savior instincts have betrayed you again, the Dark Lord said in amusement. I did not know your exact location but I knew I could force you out of your hiding place with a small, defenseless, innocent girl. And now, I will force out Tom Riddle using you as bait. He will not come out, Harry said. Surely you know his habit of self-preservation. You have caused me a great amount of trouble, Voldemort said, and you will be punished for it when we get home and so will Tom. Your manor is not my home. Harry snarled. Such insolence, Voldemort sighed. I do not understand how my younger self can endure it. Crucio. Harry threw himself away from the curse, having no desire to taste it again, but he knew it was inevitable unless something happened soon. Flamos, Voldemort whispered. The spell struck Harry with a whiplash sound and he immediately felt his back go up in flames, literally. An invisible fire burned up and down his body, blistering the skin until he finally sank onto his knees. Tom will not come, he gritted out, no matter what you do. I can prove. It is a delight to know you think so lowly of me, Harry, came a composed voice, different to Voldemort's only in pitch. Harry's head jerked up in astonishment at Tom's voice, and in a split second, the teenage Dark Lord was beside him, pulling Harry up on his feet. Lowered yourself to abusing children, have we, Voldemort? Tom inquired, his voice full of bitter amusement. Tom, Voldemort hissed. What an unexpected pleasure. I suppose you came to fetch Harry. I did, Tom said simply. And neither you nor your little girl will stop me. Daphne Greengrass flushed a dark shade of red. Very well, Voldemort said, smiling sinisterly, then I must disappoint you. Take out your wand, Tom, and we shall duel. We must show Harry, in case he is misled, who is slightly more powerful. Tom did nothing. I do not require a wand to defeat you, he said smoothly. Dueling the greatest Dark Lord of all time without a wand. Voldemort raised his eyebrows sardonically. Not the wisest decision, Tom, but I will humor you, nonetheless. Daphne, I trust you can manage Harry. Of course, my lord. Daphne smirked, an odd sight on the face of a little girl. Without a warning of any kind, Tom Riddle sprang into action, his reflexes impressive as he delivered dangerous curses of all categories at Voldemort. His eyes flashing cunningly, Tom sidestepped the Dark Lord's offenses, and spells leapt up from his bare hand in an extraordinary defense. Harry, meanwhile, was fighting his own battle with Daphne Greengrass. Although his dueling skills had improved incredibly, ironically thanks to Voldemort, the detestable girl had also perfected her abilities. Fending off her curses, Harry managed to get through a few of his own. Whenever he attacked from his right, Daphne's guard would also shift, making her exceedingly difficult to strike. But he wasn't lagging behind either. His level of vigilance and tension was so high up that not even a single twitch of Daphne's fingers could slip past his eyes unseen. While dueling, Harry could feel panic choking him, so harshly that he began to worry he would fall victim to a panic attack. His mind was a blur. His duel with Daphne changed to automatic responses instead of conscious decisions in his heart. He knew that despite Tom's egotism, the teenager was no match for the Dark Lord, at least not yet. If he fell, Tom's falter would soon follow. Working under such intensity and pressure, a plan clicked into Harry's mind. He only prayed it could add to their slim chances of escapade. Harry slowly, subtly, lessened the distance between Daphne and himself, imperceptibly taking a step forward each time he fired a spell. Soon, he was nearly 2 meters away from the little girl. Sensing another barrage of curses coming, Harry ducked, and at the same time, lashed out as hard as he could with his right leg at Daphne's chest. His aim was true and Daphne, in her fragile 5-year-old body, toppled like a glass jar. The next steps were easy. Harry's magic lured her into unconsciousness and bound her securely to the ground. She would not be able to fight any time soon. With Daphne out, Harry was free to join Tom and Voldemort in their fierce dance. It was evident, when Harry aimed a couple of curses at Voldemort to deter his tough assault towards Tom, that the older Slytherin was tiring while the Dark Lord still was as powerful as previously. Perhaps Harry, still fresh with energy, could reduce some of Tom's stress. The teenage Dark Lord, being only 16, had managed to hold his own against Lord Voldemort, an impressive achievement in itself when any other fully grown wizard would have collapsed, but even that wasn't enough. Harry stood next to Tom, shoulder to shoulder, and conjured his own shield, powerful and shining. "Attack him," Harry whispered. "I'll try and hold off his attacks." "You fool," Tom hissed menacingly, "you defied my orders without a second thought." He slowly let down his shield and allowed Harry's to slip into place. "Sorry," Harry muttered genuinely, flinching as the first volley of Voldemort's curses struck the shield. A crack split across the smooth surface frighteningly as the next bombardment hit as well. Harry felt crushed by the tremendous waves of magic. It would soon smother him in his shield. It made it seem all the more unbelievable how long Tom lasted. "Tom!" he cried in desperation, and saw the Slytherin launching potent spell after potent spell at Voldemort. The quantity of magic crackled in the air as the Dark Lord finally slowed. In his onslaught to maintain his own protection, in next to no time, Voldemort began rapidly hailing curses on them again. Harry shuddered involuntarily at the weight as several more cracks danced across his shield. "Harry," Tom said steelily, "keep the shield up. I will check to test if the disapparition wards are still in place. The Death Eaters, if they moved towards Hogwarts, may have taken them down." With his forehead drenched in sweat, Harry barely had the strength to nod as he gritted his teeth against yet another relentless strike. His neck trembled from the strain of holding the cursed shield up. He couldn't do it anymore, he was going to waver any moment. And then a dizzying stroke hit him and he felt a pressure on his arm and he thought he heard a scream of outrage before he let unconsciousness take him. Dumbledore, in gold-colored robes, stood wringing his hands in the Great Hall, in front of the students. Grindelwald was sitting coldly on one of the staff chairs, with a tight-lipped McGonagall perched stiffly beside him. Dumbledore sighed. It seemed Minerva still resented Gellert's presence, as did most of the students and staff. They only tolerated the past Dark Lord because they trusted his judgment. When everyone had quietened, Dumbledore peered at the 4 houses over his half-moon spectacles and began his speech. "Now, as you know, each and every one of you has heard about the wards surrounding Hogwarts and you have the right to know why. Once, many decades ago, there was an ambitious young man very much like yourselves, a star pupil and a favorite amongst the teachers and students, who like you, sat in this very hall, walked this castle's corridors, slept under its roofs. He seemed to all the world a student like any other. His name, Tom Riddle." Whispers started up in the crowd. When he reached 17, he left Hogwarts to do great things. He formed a group known widely for its unusual attributes. Today, of course, he is known by another name, which is why I'm reminded of a sobering fact. Every day, every hour, this very minute, dark forces attempt to penetrate this castle's walls. He paused. But in the end, their greatest weapon is you. Even in the darkest of all darkness, hope can be found. I want to guide you to that hope. I want to end the reign of darkness. The entire student body exploded in cheers. Hogwarts will serve as a sanctuary for all of us. Within her walls, no one will be harmed in any way. The favor is extended to children of prominent Death Eater families. Although it will be forbidden for them to contact their parents and they will remain here for the rest of their school days, due to reasons all of you must already know, they will not be limited in any other fashion. I fear Voldemort's influence will plague you, our new generation, our brightest hope, and for that reason alone, Hogwarts must stand. Through exhausted, half-open lids, Harry blurrily saw the wooden floor moving beneath him. Only partially conscious, his sluggish mind wondered if he was being carried. A door creaked open, or so he assumed, and moments later, he was dumped on something unexpectedly soft, a bed, while a disconcerting dark silhouette leaned over him. "Harry, open your eyes. Do not make me repeat myself," came a dangerously velvety voice that washed gently over him. "Now." The last word, hissed out wrathfully, evoked a sense of urgency in Harry, and he wearily cracked open one eyelid to reveal an emerald orb. "Will you care to explain to me, Harry, why you had chosen to disobey me after I had made myself so clear?" asked Tom. "I do not understand your logic." This was spoken in a tone that did not bode well for Harry. Lifting his head up, Harry licked his dried lips and rasped out, "The girl." He did not have enough energy to deal with Tom in full sentences. "That innocent, little girl turned out to be Daphne Greengrass in her full capacity, leading you directly into the palm of Lord Voldemort," Tom said. "And you, with your savior tendencies, rushed into the action without any regard for your own safety." Harry sneered weakly. "Careful, Tom, you are beginning to sound like you actually care about my well-being." In a split second, Harry's hand was pinned between Tom's slender fingers and crushed in a painful clasp. "Watch your tongue, Harry," he warned, his breath intimidatingly close to Harry's neck. "Or there will be consequences." "Sorry," Harry muttered grudgingly, wincing as the older Slytherin freed his hand. "I wasn't intentionally ignoring your wishes. She just happened to come along. How was I supposed to know I would end up in a dark alleyway with Voldemort?" "Perhaps," said Tom softly, "if you had complied with my instructions, you never would have seen Voldemort. Is it really so difficult to do as you were told?" "I didn't. I told you not to move from your spot, not to leave the store, not to duel any Death Eaters, and not to act the hero. You did all of them." "I didn't duel any Death Eaters," Harry protested feebly. "You are quite corrected," agreed Tom sarcastically, "you merely dueled Voldemort." Having spent the last of his remaining strength on arguing, Harry inhaled deeply and leaned heavily back on the pillow, closing his eyes tiredly. Not only was there an overwhelming physical fatigue, but he also felt a draining sensation that left him empty. "You need punishment," Tom said silkily, "both of us know it." "I did, after all, say you would regret it. However, for the time being, you need more rest than punishment. I assume the duel with the Dark Lord has depleted your magic so severely that it is currently on a dangerously low status." Harry paled. "What does that mean?" "It means," said Tom slickly, "that you have to use your magic sparingly for the time being if you do not wish to lose it completely. Sleep will be the best medicine. Why aren't you tired too?" An arrogant smirk laced Tom's handsome features. "Taking into account I will be as powerful as Lord Voldemort one day, I dare say my magical resources are greater than yours." He picked up his U-wand and waved it at Harry. "How long will I be here?" Harry breathed softly, his eyes struggling to flutter open as he was suddenly invaded by a bout of supernatural drowsiness. "How vague can one be, Harry?" Tom whispered, glancing at the figure he had forced into a magically induced sleep. "How long will you be on this bed?" "A few days. In this house. It depends. How long will you be by my side?" "A very, very long time." 5 years later, a dark figure, elegantly cloaked, moved lightly through the dangerous streets of Nocturne Alley like a gust of black smoke, stopped by no one and questioned by none. The hooded figure walked across the cobblestone path silently, paying no heed, or perhaps was completely oblivious, to a screaming child in the arms of an old, leering witch, to his dirty surroundings, and to a hunched werewolf trailing behind him. He did not pause to break his stride until he came to the store of Borgin and Burke's. He pushed the doors open and entered the gloomy room, sparing the ragged shop owner a swift nod of acknowledgement. "Ralph Ashwood, how may I help you?" Mr. Borgin asked, with a note of gladness in his voice. "You're the first customer I've had in days." "Oh." A voice emerged from beneath the black, concealing hood. "That's unfortunate. Indeed, Mr. Ashwood," he said. "With Dumbledore's uprising and all, his supporters have tried to shut down Nocturne Alley along with its dark artifacts. Now, is there anything lining my shelves that has caught your liking? Anything you want to recommend from your professional point of view?" Yes. Borgin grinned. "I'll retrieve them for you, shall I?" While he ducked into the storage, the visitor who had been called Ralph Ashwood took the chance to inspect the mysterious objects on the dusty shelves. "If you pardon me for my wretched curiosity, may I know what brings you here?" Borgin inquired, as he placed the items he collected in front of his visitor. A few moments slipped past before Ashwood saw fit to reply. "A birthday present to a good friend. Another bright young man such as yourself or someone else," Borgin said. The green eyes that burned out from under the hood turned cold. "His age is no concern of yours. I'll take the hand of glory, thank you very much. Seeing as you are a valued customer, I will cut the price down by half for you." 60 galleons, Mr. Borgin said cheerily, his voice sickly sweet. He stretched out an impatient hand. Ashwood eyed the jagged, filthy in disgust as he answered smoothly, "I'm afraid the price is too high, Mr. Borgin. 58 galleons. 50 galleons, and I'm not gonna go any lower," Borgin growled. "Business is low these days. I suggest you do not try to use me to recover the money your business lost," Ashwood warned. "Take the 20 galleons or I will find another store to shop in." "Fine," Borgin spat, "on the condition you take off your hood. In the 4 years you have shopped here, I have never seen your face and I dare say the identity you gave me is false." Ralph Ashwood stiffened. "Each of us has secrets to hide, and I won't pretend I don't, but I have found from experience that those who do have secrets usually do not divulge them." He tossed 20 galleons onto the counter, took the wrapped purchase, turned on his heels and swept out of the shop. The moment he exited, an animalistic form lunged at him, but his wand was already in his hand and he did not hesitate in digging it sharply into the man's exposed neck. "Tell me, werewolf, what do you want?" he said. "You were stalking me when I came. How did you know? The yellow tint in your irises and the fact the full moon is only nights away. Please, answer my question." The man snarled at him. "I was going to kill you and take your money. You looked like rich folk. I don't give a damn whether you kill me. My kin will go after you and avenge my death. Fenrir Greyback, heard of him? He serves the Dark Lord." Greyback never heard of the name, he replied jauntily. "I suppose I can easily kill you, only I am not as low as you." Stupefy. Then, Ralph Ashwood let go of the unconscious form and disapparated. He apparated to the edge of town, into a lonely street with only one house. Expectedly, the door to the house was wide open and light poured out generously. A young man stood in the doorway, glaring at him. "Sorry, just had to pop out for a while," he apologized as he brushed past the older boy and stepped into the inviting warmth of the house. "Without leaving a note. You are becoming more and more careless." "Okay, I'll make sure to tell you if Voldemort ever catches me, mother," he joked lightly, letting down his hood to reveal a head of raven hair. "Where did you go?" Tom demanded. "Nocturne Alley, nowhere dangerous," Harry said. "Borgin and Burke's. If I recall correctly, this is the 30th time you left without my permission." "Look, Tom, don't ruin things on your own special day," Harry groaned, pushing the bundle into the older boy's arms. "Happy 21st birthday." The look on Tom's face was priceless. "I did not ask for a present," he said slowly, and Harry snickered. Aloud. "Think of it as a gift of gratitude for protecting me against Voldemort," Harry said casually, flopping onto a couch, subtly observing the pink tinge that colored Tom's cheeks in amusement. It was not quite a blush but the closest the teenage Dark Lord came to. "Put it on the mantelpiece, Harry," Tom said. "What? Aren't you going to open it?" Harry asked, leaping up to block the way to the kitchen. "Don't tell me you don't know how to strip away paper. Get out of my way, Harry. I am going to provide you your dinner," came the dry reply. "Oh, you don't need to do that either." Harry smirked widely like a Cheshire cat. I spent the afternoon baking a cake. How thoughtful of you, Tom remarked sarcastically. I wonder where it is now. In the Muggle oven you never use. I thought I may as well put the rusting machine to good use. The cake's strawberry, your favorite, he said silkily. A sound that seemed suspiciously like choking came from Tom. You are mistaken, I do not have favorites in flavors, he said automatically. What about those strawberry tarts you eat? Harry pointed out. Besides, once Voldemort had actually told me he liked them. Penny. Instantly, a female house elf appeared at Harry's summon. Hath Master Harry summoned I? Yes, Penny, said Harry, smiling at the words. The endearing house elf had developed an obsession with Shakespeare and had taught herself a few words of Old English which she attempted to use at every possible chance. Harry thought it sounded rather sophisticated. Can you please bring us the champagne bottle and strawberry cake in the oven? Be careful not to burn yourself. I shalt. Penny chirped and disapparated into the kitchen. She sounds appalling, Tom sneered. Why must you encourage her? I've proven Voldemort wrong, Harry said. He insisted house elves were incapable of independent thought, that they wanted to be treated badly, that they dislike people who regard them as equals. Penny is living proof against all those claims. Years ago, Tom had brought the elf home as a servant, and she had instantly taken a shine to Harry, who enthusiastically returned the favor. Since then, Penny had been following them from house to house, as they regularly relocated to avoid capture by Voldemort. Harry swore her favorite phrase was, "Whither thou goest, I shalt go. Hither I cometh." Penny squeaked cheerfully as she set the cake and champagne in front of Harry and Tom. Swiftly, Harry uncorked the bottle and poured both he and Tom generous glasses. Raising his, he said, 21 candles for 21 years, and may you live through many more. Tom smirked. I think the correct terminology should be, eternity. He took a sip, nonetheless, and casually scanned Harry's face. What are you up to, nowadays, when I am out? I manage to create fun for myself, Harry replied lightly, carefully keeping his expression neutral. Nocturne Alley offers so much entertainment, if you can overlook the filth littering the streets. You know, Tom said slowly, they say never to underestimate the power of an associate's influence, they say you can adopt a part of a friend's personality over time. I must commend you, Harry, you've become a marvelous liar. Harry shrugged unconcernedly, looking calmly at the Slytherin sitting opposite him. You're not so bad yourself. I find it difficult to believe a vigorous young man such as yourself would find idle recreation fun, Tom murmured mockingly. In the last few weeks, I have heard talk of a determined, fiery teen, who launched an ambitious speech in Diagon Alley that passionately supported Dumbledore. According to some shoppers, it had been powerful and swaying. How nice. The young man had been described as having flaxen hair and stunning green eyes, Tom crooned. And then, he dove for the attack. Apparently his name was Ralph Ashwood. As you can see, Tom, I do not have owned hair, Harry said. But Ralph Ashwood is your alias, is it not? Tom said. Tempted by the rumors, I went there yesterday and listened to your entire speech. Instead of looking discomforted, Harry gave a clever smile and allowed his mask to crumble to pieces. Was I any good? Did you enjoy it? Your speech was powerful and you adopted a silver tongue in the midst of it. Impressive enough, but enjoy is not the word for me, said Tom. I would prefer it if you did not sing Dumbledore's praises for the whole wizarding world to hear. Harry rolled his eyes. I can support whoever I want, Tom. In the last 5 years, Dumbledore gained enormous ground against Voldemort. Death Eaters have been forcefully cleared from the ministry and other political standings, and the public has turned against Voldemort. In another few months, he may draw his followers into hiding. Isn't that what you said? Support the winning side. Dumbledore and Grindelwald have gathered more power than I previously imagined. Once they defeat Voldemort and begin their reign, they will be extremely hard to knock off their thrones, Tom said. When that time arrives, no one will be capable of stopping them. It must not happen. What were you hoping for when you released Dumbledore and Grindelwald? Harry said. To kill 2 birds with 1 stone and let Voldemort battle it out with Dumbledore until both sides are weakened enough for you to rise to power. You have hit the mark, more or less. Harry shook his head in exasperation. Your mind is unbelievably twisted, Tom. I, for one, am satisfied with the current progress Dumbledore's making. Dumbledore's progress, hissed Tom, is made from ordering Grindelwald to kill off individual Death Eaters, holding children of Death Eaters, like Draco, hostage, bargaining with the media for a sick portrayal of Voldemort and other political methods you would consider wicked. He is holding students like Draco at Hogwarts to keep them safe from Voldemort's corruption. His claims can be trusted no more than you can trust the Dark Lord, Tom said bitingly. Tragically, your brain doesn't seem to have the capacity to recognize the fact. Shock me, Harry, say something intelligent. Harry regarded at Tom levelly, with composure, an ability he had acquired through the years with the young Dark Lord. Being around you is like a cancer of the soul. Excuse me, Tom, I need to go out for a walk alone. Perhaps you will have opened your present when I come back. He got up and went for the door, aware of the freezing glare burning a hole in his back. I wouldn't recommend that, Harry, Tom drawled. The door locked itself. It is my birthday after all, and I will get what I want. Sit down. The words that would have sounded so childish had they come from anyone else sounded perfectly authoritative coming from Tom, but Harry couldn't care less. Say please, Harry said, a small, sardonic smile lacing his voice, like a polite little boy. Tom's eyes sparkled dangerously, but he purred mockingly, please, Harry. Since you asked so nicely, Harry paused, I suppose I should comply. It is your birthday. What do you want to do? Let's talk about you. Tom entwined his slender fingers together and coolly held Harry's gaze. Beyond belief, is it not? What 5 years can do to someone. Despite your preposterous sentiments, you have altered admirably. What do you mean? Harry spoke in genuine surprise. I haven't changed. Tom's lip curled upwards in entertainment. Have you not noticed? I no longer have a pathetic little sniveling boy on my hands. Instead, I have a resourceful ally whom I molded myself. He glanced at Harry with something akin to triumph. You have matured. Harry gave a light snort. The world has come to an end. The almighty Tom Riddle has paid me a compliment. Seeing as I am 16, nearly 17, the fact that I've matured, as you put it, really shouldn't come as a shocker. You are persuasive, charismatic even, when you wish to be. You are a powerful duelist, trained by myself in the dark arts. You have become a force to be reckoned with, Tom hissed. However, you plant your loyalty in the wrong place, with Dumbledore. Even with all his developed self-control, Harry felt a shiver creep up his spine at the sinister words. You overestimate me, and your own skills at molding. I am not your acclaimed dark ally, and neither do I want to be. I support Dumbledore. Your naivety has returned. Do you honestly believe that Dumbledore will welcome you if he learns you have dabbed in the dark arts for half of your life, that he will accept you as Voldemort's precious Horcrux? You forced me to study the dark arts, and I obliged for the sake of fighting the dark with the dark. Dumbledore himself works alongside Grindelwald, a dark wizard. Harry said. I have no intention of telling him I'm a Horcrux. Besides, even if he does find out, he'll know I'm nothing like Voldemort. I did help him in Nurmengard, after all. Then, Harry, why have you not attempted to approach Dumbledore in the last 5 years if you are so confident he will accept you? Tom scorned. You are afraid he will reject you. Overindulgence in your ridiculous fantasies will do you no good. You are consumed by your own idealized image of a white savior. I assure you, it is not the true Dumbledore. A look of uncertainty threatened to flit across Harry's face, but he schooled his expression resolutely into a blank mask. I am going to bed, it has been a tiring day. I'd appreciate it if you could pardon me. He sidestepped Tom and made a quick gesture at the elf. Penny, light up the fireplace in my bedroom for me, will you? Certainly, Master Harry. Penny scuttled merrily to her duty. Harry watched her go with a trapped sense of morose in his stomach, knowing Tom Riddle, the devil, was the cause. Good night, Tom, he said, bitterly. I do hope you're satisfied. It is your birthday. A lone figure, like a ghost, moved out from amongst the protective, cloaking shadows of the trees. Trailing him was a female, her head bent in a display of devoted submissiveness. You understand what you need to do, Bellatrix? Voldemort questioned, his breath forming a fog in the glacial night air. Naturally, my lord. The answer came in a highly confident tone. We are to abduct as many of the children of Dumbledore's supporters as possible once the wards have been taken down. This town consists solely of his devotees, meaning additional, excessively powerful wards have been set in place by Dumbledore himself, along with equipped spells that would alert him as soon as the wards are disturbed. All the necessary preparations are in place, my lord, Bellatrix said. My magic will effortlessly tear the old codger's wards down, but the alert spells are unstoppable, Voldemort said quietly. Fast movement is required. Capture as many as you can, wound the remaining, and destroy the houses. Leave no resistance behind. Await my order. He glided, unnoticed, through the fields and towards the concentrated, resilient bubble of defensive force that drew across the entire town. The Dark Lord prudently sent out a tentacle of magic grazing the surface of the defense, testing its strength. A wave of fervent retaliating magic shot back, but it mattered very little to Lord Voldemort. He had found the weakest point in Dumbledore's barrier, a dent in the shield. And he lashed at it with the full impact of his power. When the two potencies met, one immobile and the other hurtling, a thunderous crack sounded, and the ground trembled from the sheer ferocity of the blow. For a moment, it seemed the wards had withstood Lord Voldemort's attack, but a thin fracture slithered across the flawless surface, shadowed by numerous more. There was another tremendous splitting sound as the wards collapsed entirely, like a sand castle, breaking into fragments of dust that instantly vanished. Mosmordre, Voldemort whispered, the hiss behind his words lingering in the wind. A colossal skull burst from the tip of his wand, comprised of what looked like emerald stars, with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. It rose higher and higher, coiling and twisting like a mutated basilisk, blazing in a haze of hellish, green smoke, etched against the black sky like an eerie, new constellation. The Dark Mark. Following the breakthrough, cracks of apparition blew up the nightly silence, signaling the beginning of a Death Eater raid, a raid aimed to strike at the very heart of Dumbledore, in the name of Lord Voldemort. Whoops of triumph and savagery arose from the Death Eaters who were already within the petite town, shooting spells and setting rooftops aflame, seemingly intent on smoking the residents out. A sinister smile crossed Voldemort's face momentarily as Bellatrix darted forward to join the fray, cackling madly, with her black, torn dress fluttering after her. The once peaceful town was a mess, with ripped roofs, shattered windows, mothers screaming for their children. Voldemort observed all of it with an untouched air. None of them mattered, they all were pawns in the deadly game between him and Dumbledore. Woken up by the noise, and caught entirely off guard, the inhabitants barely enough time to grab their wands before flurries of curses flew in. Many had tried to apparate, in vain. A woman named Molly Weasley, along with her husband and son, had been amongst them. As the 50 Death Eaters spread across the town and enveloped it like a second Great Plague, they seized with them countless tearful children, varying in ages with some as young as 6 and others as old as 16. Come out, little girl, come out from your mummy's embrace and play, Bellatrix jeered, her black eyes pinning a distressed woman, who was desperately attempting to hide her daughter behind her, against the wall. Please, please, I beg you. The woman shrieked. Have mercy. Don't take her away, please, I swear I will be in your debt forever, no. Accio, Bellatrix said lazily, waving her wand at the girl. To the despair of the mother, Bellatrix, in an astonishing display of strength, hoisted the 8-year-old onto her shoulders and disappeared amidst the sea of Death Eaters. Meanwhile, Molly Weasley and Arthur Weasley had joined together to fend off anyone who endangered their son, much to the protest of the 16-year-old. I'm bloody old enough to kill a couple Death Eaters. I'm not a baby, he was saying, but his complaints ebbed away upon seeing the scorching glare of one of the masked figures. However, it was too late to fall silent, for the masked follower advanced menacingly towards them while Ron's parents huddled ever closer. Tall and lithe, the only thing unconcealed by the silver mask was a lock of owned hair. Ah, the Weasleys, what a pleasure meeting you here. You seem to have moved houses at the wrong place and wrong time, it appears. Malfoy. Mr. Weasley snarled, his face lighting up in recognition. You slinking worm of a Death Eater. Careful, Arthur, be very careful of what you say. There was a wicked smile in his voice. I may take out my offense on your son when we capture him. Who knows when Dumbledore save the children? Or if there will be anything to save of your dear little Ronald. Take that back, Ron yelled, his ears pink with rage. Don't you dare threaten my parents. Your son is very brave. Or very foolish. Either way, the Dark Lord would want to meet him, Lucius commented. Speaking of Ronald, where is your youngest daughter? Or did you have a couple more? Mrs. Weasley flushed. We won't let you take him. It is not a matter concerning only your son. All the children are being taken, Lucius said airily. Unless you want to personally face the Dark Lord's wrath, I suggest you hand him over. The Dark Lord is here, you know. The Weasleys blanched. He's lying, the slippery ferret, Mr. Weasley said roughly, to his wife. And then to Malfoy, you will keep your grimy paws off our son. Get a move on, Lucius, Bellatrix sneered, choosing that moment to appear. The wards have alerted Dumbledore and the Dark Lord is waiting. Mr. Weasley took a disbelieving look at the form on the female Death Eater's shoulder. You've really bent as low as to kidnap somebody's daughter. His voice tightened with rage and disgust. Dumbledore will never let you get away with it, you slimy monsters. What have you done to her? Knocked her out, Bellatrix said coldly. The whining hurt my ears. Hurry, Lucius, and get the weasel brat. Before anyone could do anything, there was a small bang. The end result was an old man standing before Bellatrix and Lucius, smiling unnervingly from a twisted mouth. I bring regards from Dumbledore, he said, his voice unnaturally jolly. And a present for his followers. The tree behind Bellatrix exploded, and she sprang out of the way of a plummeting, flaming branch, snarling like a beast. You dare! Another flaming branch whipped toughly at her in reply, catching her on the waist. A flash of pain sparked in her eyes, which swiftly darkened into fury. Crucio! Bellatrix barked, her lips curving crazily into a leer. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. She chanted, laughing wildly as she threw curse after curse like the skilled duelist she was. Beside her, Lucius was doing the same. Impressive dueling talents, remarked Grindelwald, more than I expected, but nothing to rival mine. He flicked his wand impatiently, and sent Bellatrix tearing through the air like a limp ragdoll. Lucius Malfoy was staring incredulously at the crumpled body, the Weasleys were fearfully crouching together behind Grindelwald, and then. That is enough, Voldemort said coolly. I expect you destroyed the anti-disapparition wards, and apparated here, Grindelwald, but it is ill-mannered to cripple one's lieutenant without one's permission. Enchanted to see you so well, after all the political harassment and public disgrace, my lord, Grindelwald said, mockingly. You don't look a day older. I can say specifically the same about you, Gellert, Voldemort murmured, evenly. You look decades younger than Dumbledore, although your birth certificate must have expired sometime in the last 5 years. Resorting to throwing petty insults around, Tom. Grindelwald chuckled, surprisingly pleasantly. It's only natural, of course, seeing as you have already resorted to abducting children. If you echo Dumbledore's words, he speaks hypocritically. Has he not chained children of my Death Eaters by his side, inside Hogwarts, under the excuse of protecting them, for 5 years? Every moment you linger here, my Death Eaters bring more children to my headquarters, Voldemort hissed softly. I have an inkling Dumbledore will not be particularly happy. For that matter, why has he sent you to do his dirty job? Albus is busy scheming another strike against you. This blow may topple your last line of defense. The Dark Lord glanced calmly at the wand between his fingers. You have irked me, you and Dumbledore, for too long a time and too often. Perhaps you will discover my magic to be overwhelming enough to rival yours. I have, after all, defeated Dumbledore, and he has once defeated you. The ensuing duel was a legendary one, an exhibition of both Dark Lords, might as they faced off. Explosions, eruptions, knives, daggers, cruciatous curses and spells with the potential to destroy were all a part of the inferno which belted from the palms of Lord Voldemort and Grindelwald. Out of control, indestructible and armed with the capacity to reduce a mortal to a pool of dust. The Weasleys clustered together uselessly, too awed and terrified by the scene to move away. Although there were no obvious signs of who possessed more power and endurance, there were subtle hints. For every curse released by Grindelwald, the Dark Lord would return the favor with double the coldness, ruthlessness, precision and speed. To an experienced observer, there was little doubt who would claim final triumph in the long run. However, neither wizard was unleashing their greatest power. The duel that had eventually led to Dumbledore's defeat had occupied 3 nights, and Voldemort had no intention of remaining that long. In the end, it had been an unexpected trick that had resulted in Voldemort's quick advantage. The Dark Lord had feigned obliviousness, and purposely let a deadly spell pass through his tight shields. It had dug into him, and feed on him hungrily, until he bore hindering wounds. When Grindelwald closed in for the kill, Voldemort had callously conjured a sword and plunged it into the wizard's chest. A trade of sorts had been made, his own injuries for his success. Apparently unimpeded by the pain, the Dark Lord had grabbed Ron Weasley and apparated, with Lucius supporting Bellatrix. 200 kilometers away, Harry Potter awoke, screaming, from a nightmare. Sweat broke over his forehead. He felt like he was being boiled alive, and yet frozen like an ice cube from the inside. His heart shriveled up and twisted agonizingly. He had no control over his body or mind, he was the Dark Lord. Never had he ever experienced so much magic, so much power, pulsating through his veins as he jeweled the legendary Grindelwald. Only two emotions had throbbed through him, wrath and triumph. He heard himself speaking in a chillingly high voice, carefully taunting Grindelwald while accepting the same taunts with nothing but a cold anger. He had deflected all dangerous curses but one, he had let one slip through his indestructible shields. There was a flash of intense pain, but he remained as emotionlessly focused as ever. Until triumph took over, until the sword had been plunged in Grindelwald's chest, until he had won. Finally, Harry's mouth opened wide, and he let out a terrible, tortured scream. Faintly, he registered his bedroom door being slammed open, and a dark form leaning over him and a sharp voice urging him to break free of the restraints. Harry, force the emotions out, force his emotions out. Wake up, you imbecile. An icy hand whipped ruthlessly across his cheek, and Harry found himself yanked viciously into the reality of the darkness in his room. Tom, he winced. I don't want to become him, not Voldemort. I was him. Not a word, Harry, Tom Riddle commanded. You are not Voldemort, you never will be. It was a nightmare, a vision, you saw through his mind. Harry shivered, his face troubled, but he said firmly, I can deal with it. Get out, Tom. Next time I scream, don't come in here. It seemed the young Dark Lord did not appreciate the comment particularly. You do not get to order me around, Harry, he said, his expression darkening. This is not the first time this happened, is it? You neglected to mention anything to me. Did I? Harry sneered. I do think it is well within my rights to keep a few trivial nightmares to myself, don't you? I reckon I deserve privacy too. Tom returned the sneer with triple the disdain. If ignorance truly equals bliss, you'd be the happiest little boy on earth. These, trivial, nightmares are visions of real events experienced by the Dark Lord. Whatever you have seen has actually taken place tonight. A gagging sound emerged from the back of Harry's throat, and he threw back the covers, thrust past Tom, bolted into the bathroom and lurched over the sink. With his fingers gripping the edges of the hand basin so tightly that his knuckles turned white, Harry retched horribly. Strands of black hair fell into his eyes as he endeavored to force his stomach to settle, struggling to squelch the ugly heaving. Tom Riddle quietly observed him, arms crossed, his tall frame leaning against the doorway. Let it out, he advised. After a couple of dry heaves, an acrid, pungent taste spread across his tongue. He choked on it. A gush of vomit, disgustingly bitter, surged into his mouth and nose, and automatically splashed in the sink. A short pause, and another flood of half-digested contents spilled out, sloshing on the sides. Shoulders shaking from the strain, Harry continued to hurl until his stomach was empty of all matters. Even when he had finished, a lingering nauseating aftertaste remained in his mouth. Without looking up or meeting Tom's face, Harry grabbed his toothbrush and smeared toothpaste over it hurriedly, desperate to rid the bile. Humiliated by the intensity of Tom's watch, Harry splattered water over his face and dried himself with a towel while determinedly paying no heed to the older boy. He brushed past Tom wordlessly and went back to his bedroom, suddenly feeling immensely sullen. I've always said you had a weak stomach, Tom remarked, tone aimed to provoke. Do you have to follow me everywhere? Harry snapped. The parade of open weakness had been a great blow to his pride. I suppose we can carry on the battle of wits, but I do not like to fight the unarmed, Tom replied, lightly. Calm yourself, you are hyperventilating. The sharp retort on Harry's lips died when he realized his breathing was more rapid than normal, Tom's doing, no doubt. It had been such a long time since he had last exploded in a fit of anger, having gained better control of his emotions as he aged, but the vision of Voldemort coupled with the vomiting was too much of a trigger for him to overcome. You have red spots around your eyes, made by broken capillaries, which will fade in a few days, Tom said. You have burst them through straining. Capillaries? Harry asked, aloofly. For once, the older Slytherin did not make a cutting comment on his vocabulary. Tiny blood vessels. Well, that was good news, Harry thought ironically, at least he hadn't broken big blood vessels in the process of puking his liver out. Given that you have successfully emptied out your intestines, said Tom sarcastically, you must have recognized the severity of the situation, and thus, you should be ready to tell me precisely how many visions you have mistaken for nightmares in the past 5 years. Overlooking the affront, Harry replied truthfully, I've forgotten. Tom narrowed his eyes chillingly at the unsatisfactory response. If that is intended to be impertinence, I suppose I ought to warn you my tolerance is running out. If it is a candid demonstration of your poor memory, you should try harder to recall. Harry sighed, and pressed his fingers to his temple. No more than 5 times, and all of them in this year, he said eventually. The connection is strengthening, said Tom. The Dark Lord may soon discover your mental link. In view of the fact that you are hopeless at occlumency, we will have to apply another defense against him. There was some truth behind Tom's words. He was dreadful at the mind art. After several aggravating sessions, with the last one finishing with Harry storming out, Tom had finally given up. What was your latest vision about? Tom said. Raising his eyebrows, Harry said slickly, I do not particularly want to share the information, if you don't mind. I mind very much. In case you misunderstood, it was not a question. Tom's voice had dropped to a freezing point. To elicit a physical reaction from you such as vomiting, the information has to be exceptionally important, not to mention stressful, hence, I wish to hear. Grindelwald is dead. Harry's curt answer echoed emptily across the room, astounding Tom Riddle, from the looks of his expression. I killed him, Voldemort did. It is impossible, Tom said, definitively. Dumbledore may be old but he is no fool. If there was the slightest chance of Grindelwald's death, he would not have risked it. Voldemort tricked Grindelwald at his own expense after intentionally injuring himself, Harry said. Grindelwald was stabbed with a sword in the chest. I felt everything. As much as I can appreciate the idea that Grindelwald died, I can guarantee you he did not, and Voldemort knows it, Tom mused thoughtfully. His death defies all logic. Why would Dumbledore sign away the life of his greatest ally? Why would Grindelwald voluntarily jeopardize his own life? And above all, why did Dumbledore not accompany Grindelwald and finish Voldemort off? The Dark Lord alighted on the marble floors of the manor hall with a swish of his tattered robes to be greeted by the deafening screams, cries and yells of children. He tossed Ron Weasley, who seemed too petrified in his presence to resist, carelessly aside, into the arms of another Death Eater. Despite bearing several deep slashes beneath the robes, the Dark Lord coldly maintained his composure, looking upon his chaotic environment with discernible disdain. Silence, he demanded, imperiously. Immediately, miraculously, order restored to the hall as the children fell quiet one by one, gazing fearfully at the figure that they had formerly only envisioned in their minds. How many are there? We've captured 38 children, my lord, McNair replied, twisting the arm of a teen viciously. 38 of Dumbledore's silly, spoilt, precious, little curs. He spat aggressively at the adolescents. Splendid. The corner of Voldemort's lip curled upwards in a cruel smile. We will see how quickly they break under torture. A child, perhaps no older than 7, unwisely chose that moment to launch into a fit of wailing, howling and thrashing. Pouting touchily, she let out a shriek of rage and shied away from her Death Eater captor's grip. I have no recollection of ever having thrown such juvenile tantrums, Voldemort remarked apathetically. I have no lenience for boorishness from toddlers, and thus, they must be curbed. Perhaps this will put an end to her charming performance, Scourgify. The girl's screeches abruptly halted. There was a small whimper and a pitiful choking sound as the soap bubbled swelled in her mouth and bubbled out. Damn it, she's just a kid. An angry outburst exploded from the tip of Ron Weasley's impulsive tongue. Everyone seemed to have stopped breathing, everything came to a standstill, the tension was so dense and suffocating that it almost became corporeal. Ron drew in a sharp breath as Voldemort's penetrating glance sluiced over him. Weasley, please continue, you have gained my attention, Voldemort said serenely, his eyes taunting. Ron appeared to have clammed up, pallid, edgy and sweating like a pig, giving the impression of an unintelligent, gawping goldfish that was entirely mystified about how he should answer the Dark Lord. Such a clever, young boy, Lord Voldemort expressed his amusement. He seems as if he appreciates the phrase, "It is better to let someone assume you were an idiot than to open your mouth and prove it." The jab was greeted with a round of harsh laughter from the Death Eaters. Ron flushed a beetroot red, unsure whether he was being paid a compliment or an insult. The laughter grew even louder as his expression settled for something in between incomprehension and panic. "If you wish to blame anyone for your current predicament, feel free to blame Dumbledore," Voldemort said clearly. "He committed high treason, rebelling against my regime. A regime that has died," Ron muttered softly, under his breath. The Dark Lord whirled around, his eyes blazing like twin ice shards, and sneered, "Defendo." Several cut wounds slashed along Ron's arm, revealing the unappetizing blend of white flesh and red blood. A girlish, piggy squeal tumbled out of his throat, and he glared, his freckled cheeks reddening with mortification. Voldemort chuckled deeply, and languidly gestured at Lucius Malfoy. "Take the brats to the dungeons, and give my guests your tender care. I wish to be alone." Ever so obedient, the Death Eaters eagerly herded the children out of the hall. When a hand grasped for Ron Weasley, Voldemort interrupted quietly, "Leave the boy." In a matter of seconds, the room was emptied and Ron was alone with the greatest dark wizard of all time. "So," Voldemort started adeptly, "Mr. Weasley, tell me about your parents." His tone left no room for resistance, but Ron seemed to want to resist the innocent question anyway. "I don't know anything," Ron said stiffly. The Dark Lord's pale fingers twitched, as if itching to hex the audacity out of him. "You cannot possibly be saying you know nothing of your parents' occupations, religions, political stance, family friends, financial problems." An angry tint of pink colored Ron's ears at "financial problems," motivating him to spit out. "We may not be what you would call rich, but at least we can call ourselves human." An ominous glint passed fleetingly across Voldemort's eyes before he smiled indulgently at the red-haired child. "You have quite the courage, boy, but know that there is a very fine line between bravery and stupidity." The cautioning hint was too subtle for Ron's relatively blunt attitude, and he did not relent. "Anything similarities between you and a human is purely coincidental," he said, plowing on like a blind bull. "You can torture me or whatever, but you'll never get any useful information out of me." "I beg to differ." Voldemort's voice had lowered dangerously to a hiss. "Regardless of the strength in your body, a little pain in the right places will have you begging to spill all your secrets." The wand perched in his hand flashed meaningfully. Ron Weasley instinctively reared back, his freckles turning immediately from red to white. His jaws clamped shut. "Everyone is entitled to act idiotically once in a while, but you abuse the privilege," Voldemort said smoothly. "I have come across rotting carcasses that are less offensive than you, and offending me is not the cleverest idea." There was a distinctive quiver in the adolescent's movements when Voldemort drew the comparison with rotting carcasses. He looked like he was caught amidst resentment and fear. "It is a defining characteristic of the Weasley family, is it not, to be weak and mouthy?" Voldemort asked. "You make a fine son for your father, you will effortlessly carry the family trait into the next generation." Ringing silence greeted the words. The Dark Lord coldly observed Ron Weasley's body language through narrowed eyes. The clenched fists, the muscle in the neck, the stupid expression. "I once had an apprentice, a young boy. He ought to be approximately your age now," Voldemort said. "He too was mouthy, inconceivably impertinent, at times I could barely refrain from punishing him." Ron seemed to suppress a disbelieving snort at the final words. "He was punished in the end, severely, but he deserved it," said Voldemort. "I bestowed lenience, power, attention, glory upon him. He benefited from both my personal tutelage and the title as my ward. He was naive, obstinate, and insolent, but he possessed buried intelligence and promise. He was selected, hand-picked, chosen by me from the other worthy candidates for a position as my protégé." Ron's eyes bulged in awe, his face twisted into a picture of unconcealed abhorrence. "What drew me to him was what betrayed him in the end, his ignorance. His ignorance and lack of experience contradicted his raw power and made him stand out," said Voldemort. "He fought against 3 students his age and students 3 years older, and won. My ward was, to put it politely, an unpolished diamond." A bitter, arctic smile wafted across the Dark Lord's exterior. With an intense dislike of the dark arts, he was too wild to tame, to polish. His final misconduct was impossible to excuse and I was obliged to discipline him through extreme means. He was reprimanded, until he was reduced to nothing more than a weak kitten, until he was an inch away from death, but he managed to escape death's clutches. Voldemort briefly closed his eyes. The chastisement did not befit the crime. Ron flinched involuntarily as the Dark Lord elegantly leaned forward and held the U-wand lightly to his collar. He could feel the coldness, radiating through the thin cloth. The name of my apprentice was Harry Potter, Voldemort paused frostily. Harry was stubborn, always fighting me with tooth and nail and retorts. As unsatisfactory as he turned out, there is little chance you, or any other typically fatuous, whinging, inept child, can compare. Be very vigilant of your steps, Mr. Weasley. If I can condemn him to death, I will not hesitate to tear you apart slowly, limb by limb. Ron Weasley remained mute, looking shakily up at the potent dark wizard. Lucius, Voldemort ordered. Following the summon, the blonde aristocrat stalked in through the doors and knelt in front of the Dark Lord. Bellatrix is settled. Yes, my lord, he reassured. She is resting. He nodded approvingly, and motioned towards Ron Weasley. Take the dimwit away. His brain is uncommonly limited. Naturally, my lord, said Lucius. He gripped Ron Weasley's arms in an unbreakable hold and dragged him out of the room, leaving the Dark Lord entirely alone in the gloom of the room. Lord Voldemort stood there, an arctic expression on his face as he contemplated. For the first time in 5 whole years, conflicting emotions pirouetted through his dark, ingenious mind. He felt nothing but a deep black hatred for Harry Potter, the wretched, ignorant boy, who had unconsciously drawn a fatal wound through his conquest. He deserved a fate worse than death. And yet Voldemort was entertaining ideas of keeping Harry alive if the wayward boy was captured. Harry Potter, now 16 years of age, was a rare find. Ronald Weasley, a typical example of the average young wizard, did not hold candle to Harry's abilities. The regular wizard teens were pathetically mediocre, lacking in both mental and magical capacity. It would not be a sparing act of mercy, no, it would be a prolonging of pain, a removal of freedom and free will. Harry could serve his part well as a South Avenue, a prisoner, or even a shamed apprentice. It would fit Voldemort's purposes. No, it would not do. He would not grant the aggravating child an ounce of compassion or forgiveness. Potter was no longer his apprentice. He'd been stripped of the title by the Dark Lord himself, after having freed Dumbledore. Voldemort himself was an artful conspirator, deceiving and betraying where it suited his benefits. However, this was very first time he had been double-crossed without prior notice, the very first time the Dark Lord had been stabbed in the back where it hurt most. And by Harry, by his own ward, to whom he had offered eternal power, fame, and tutelage. A remote, uncaring logic blasted away the disturbing clouds in Lord Voldemort's mind, leaving him in no doubt. Potter deserved no mercy. Gellert, Dumbledore wheezed softly, supporting the injured dark wizard into a flowered armchair in his office. Are you quite all right? Yes, Grindelwald replied, in a low voice. Everything went according to plan. Even this, he gestured at the deep, bloodied wound in his chest. Voldemort deliberately aimed for the right side, rather than the left. He had to, Dumbledore said, with a faint smile, he had to. With his old, gnarled hand, he pressed a sterilized towel to Grindelwald's chest. When he drew back, the towel was soaked thoroughly with blood. More than half of the children were taken, said Grindelwald, leaning back. He wished to repay you for your contribution towards the children of his followers. Of course he did. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled. Tom had always been horrendously vindictive, even when he was head boy under my watch. Reminds me of us when we were young, Grindelwald remarked. Voldemort will be pleased to know the Slytherins are incurable, even if I do admire their characteristics. Young Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Zabini, Mr. Khan, Mr. Crabbe are nothing except trouble. One would think that, with your brainwashing talents, they would be gushing out your praises after 5 years, Albus. You overestimate me, Gellert, Dumbledore commented, as he handed his old friend a potion. I am not as nearly persuasive as I'd like to be. Even Minerva is beginning to doubt my judgment. That is expected. She has tolerated me for half a decade long. They have their misgivings about my trust and alliance with you, Gellert, said Dumbledore. They believe you to be cruel, cold and every bit as dangerous as Lord Voldemort. In turn, they distrust my confidence in you. I am cruel, Albus, and I can easily match Voldemort's heartlessness. I have no qualms regarding sacrificing innocence for my own profit. Professor Dumbledore did not even bat an eyelid. You are what you are, Gellert, but we will show the public precisely how harshly they misjudged you. By next week, it will be up on all the headlines. By next week, the world will realize you risked your life in an attempt to protect the children. Grindelwald gave a throaty chuckle. Albus, you old fox, my life was never in danger. Voldemort would never have killed me, because you would have apparated directly to confront him. At the price of his own public image, he was forced to injure me. Dumbledore looked fondly up at his partner. Voldemort had to injure you, or risk you injuring him. On the other hand, if he had tried murdered you, I would have apparated there in less than a second. Let's celebrate the triumph we have sustained tonight. Draco Malfoy arrogantly strutted through the halls of Hogwarts. With his pale nose sticking upwards and a sneer fixated permanently, he looked without a care in the world. But, in reality, he had many concerns on his mind. For one, he had not seen either of his parents in 5 years, thanks to the prestigious headmaster. Naturally, he had launched many escape attempts in the past, but none of them had worked or he would not have still been stuck in the hellhole of a school. His only comfort was that there were many Slytherins in the same predicament as he, glued to the confines of Hogwarts like flies fastened to jam. Blaise Zabini had been particularly pleasant company, hatching plans with him in the darkness of the dormitory while his 2 goons, Crabbe and Goyle, snored like hogs in their respective beds. Draco knew that all of them, children of Death Eaters, suffered emotionally from Dumbledore's restraints. Everybody needed parents. It was cruelty beyond cruelty to separate them from their maternal securities. First, it had been anger, frustration and disbelief. Then, the disbelief faded to be replaced by depression, a grim acceptance, a thirst for revenge and an urge to rip Dumbledore's ancient head apart. The ironic thing was, Draco thought, that Dumbledore had never laid a hand on them. Being Slytherins, he and the other victims logically caused as much havoc in the school as imaginable. Somehow, they always ended up behind Dumbledore's mahogany desk being offered a lemo drop while they glared into his infuriatingly twinkly blue orbs. Oh, they were given measly detentions, yes, but never any real punishments as Draco had seen Bellatrix and Caro dole out to students during the Dark Lord's reign. It set his teeth on edge. It wasn't that he was a masochist on any account, it was just that he was fed up with the caring way the old codger acted. Once, Draco could remember, a long time ago when he had cared about his grades, whether he received exceeds expectations or below. But that seemed like a century ago. Now, his academic scores had dipped until they couldn't sink any lower, only his defense against the dark arts had persisted. In the years, Draco had also become skilled at tolerating a darker presence in the castle, that of Grindelwald's. Despite his prior admiration of the wizard's accomplishments, he quickly learned to loathe the man, after seeing for himself exactly how much on the same page Grindelwald appeared to be with Dumbledore. It was so appalling that it wasn't even funny. Every week, Dumbledore would stand in front of the hall and announce the progress they had made out in the wizarding world. At times, the man's eyes would flit to the Slytherin students searchingly, as if seeking something. Draco suspected he was applying a certain type of slow mental torture on them, to let them realize the failures of the Dark Lord while having no power to act out anything. They were caged birds. They were born to be free. Draco had developed a bitter awe for the elegant style with which Dumbledore handled things, never leaving loopholes, always with that smiling facade. He had to be nearly ingenious as Lord Voldemort himself. Draco hated him, but that didn't mean everybody did. It was sickening to watch the entire school hang onto every word that passed the old wizard's lips. Utterly revolting. They idolized him. It seemed as if Dumbledore had a certain attraction, a magnetism that drew people to him. Perhaps, out of all the professors, McGonagall was the most clear-headed. Draco could often sense a hostility shrouding her, an icy glaze over her eyes that he did not recall being there before and an occasional flare of the nostrils when she spoke to the apathetic Grindelwald. She treated Dumbledore with the former respect, but almost always with a guarded tone. Nowadays. Once, a few months ago, Draco had seen McGonagall confront Dumbledore in a deserted corridor about his unnecessary measures and growing blindness. It seemed to pain the witch to make such a statement, but Dumbledore had easily laughed it off, gently reminding her of their successes. Ever since Dumbledore's declaration regarding their restraints as children of Death Eaters, McGonagall had developed a certain understanding for them, often giving them leniency where it should not have been deserved. One thing was for sure, she had never been kinder with the Slytherins as she now was, Draco had to grudgingly admit. More than on one occasion had the Gryffindor head cornered him in an empty classroom and questioned him on his well-being. She had even invited him to tea in her office a few times. Although Draco had refused every time. Perhaps one day, as impossible as it seemed, he would accept the invitation that nobody else extended to him. Come hell or high waters, Draco would find a way to free himself and the others. He would. Tom, Harry called loudly at the tightly closed bedroom door, breakfast's ready in the kitchen. He straightened his collar. I'm going out and will be back in a couple of hours when you are in a better mood, he added pointedly. Seemingly, the young Dark Lord had been less than thrilled to be woken up at dawn break, and Harry had received little warning before he was blasted unceremoniously out of Tom's room with a flick of the hand. Harry briskly inspected his reflection in the mirror and reined his disheveled robes under control. With his raven hair smoothed back, dazzlingly vivid green eyes, and a charming smile readily springing to his lips, there were few who could find sensible faults with his appearance. He looked a different person altogether from the child he had been. Without the awkward glasses, untamable mane and unpolished manner, Harry did appear to be an entire different wizard. With his poise, no one could possibly guess the ordeal he had endured the night before. He seized his cloak from the coat hanger and carefully tucked his wand into his sleeve, better safe than sorry, and stepped out of the house into the bracingly crisp winter air. Locking the door firmly behind him, he twirled on the spot and apparated directly to Diagon Alley. When he reappeared amongst the crowd of early risers, Harry had gained himself blonde hair in replacement of black. He was Ralph Ashwood. Although it was in the early hours of the morning, there were plenty of witches and wizards out and roaming the shopping streets. It was the perfect opportunity. Harry drew his wand from under his sleeve and fired a spell into the sky. The deafening gunshot that followed ensued. He now had the attention of all the shoppers of Diagon Alley. As startled heads turned in his direction, Harry stood his ground, steadily ignoring the blatant glares he obtained. "Good morning," he said lightly. "To those whose morning I rudely disrupted, I apologize." There were a few disgruntled mutters in the crowd, and Harry waited patiently for them to settle before proceeding again. "I'd like to deliver a quick speech, for those of you who have the time to spare, regarding our most foremost political event. What does a child know about politics?" A wizard sneered at Harry, encouraged by snickers from those surrounding him. Harry was unperturbed. "I have lived with an outstanding politician for half a decade. Pardon me if my snippets of knowledge do not stand the test against yours." He gave a polite smile. "At present, I'm sure you'll agree, we are all troubled at the manner Dumbledore's consular battle with Lord Voldemort has developed into Death Eater raids. Those of you who choose not to mingle in politics cannot simply disregard this. Voldemort's acts of violence very much concern all of you. Imagine coming home from work only to discover a dark mark hovering above your house. Imagine finding your husbands, or wives, and children dead. Tell me." Harry's voice, captivating with a charismatic lilt, carried itself over the disconcerted heads. "Tell me what you will do. Will you take your own life on the spot from grief, stricken you did not protect your family? Will you hug the lifeless body of your child? Will you swear to take revenge on Voldemort? Nothing can bring them back. There are no set rules you can live by. You cannot say to yourself, if I follow these rules I will be safe. It is only a matter of time, a matter of coincidence, whether you die." The chill of the words pummeled into the atmosphere. Lord Voldemort is not an angel of mercy, he spares no one. Whether it is a child, a woman, a politician, a Death Eater, or even his own apprentice, if they make one mistake that displeases him, the common penalty is torture followed by death. Harry smiled bitterly. The intelligent action to take perhaps is to remain neutral, taking no sides and drawing no attention to yourselves. That way, you will last longer in this twisted society. He paused. However, remember your life is insecure when your silent neighbors, who have taken the same neutral stance as you, are killed. If you are content with leaving the safety of your family to fate, then by all means, do so. I am a premature wizard, but I will not take the diplomatic approach. I will openly fight Voldemort, knowing he may send his followers after me, but then I will also know that I have made a difference. Thank you for your time. Harry left his position and slipped through the gathered group, knowing the abrupt ending had astonished a great number of people. He also knew there was a wizard following him. Once he had escaped the mass, Harry twisted around, his hand plunging into his robes, and pointed his wand in line to the man's throat. And thus, got the shock of his life. Ralph Ashwood, young man, that was a most splendid speech, Dumbledore said, blue eyes twinkling warmly at him. You have a marvelous talent. Would you lift your disguise for an old man? For the first time, Harry found his tongue knotted and himself rendered speechless. Professor Dumbledore, certainly. I'm so sorry, you caught me off guard. He quickly withdrew his wand from the headmaster's neck, and cautiously allowed his blonde hair to darken. Dumbledore peeked at him in fascination. Young man, I believe I have seen you somewhere before. In Diagon Alley, perhaps. In Nurmengard, Harry answered, finally regaining his composure. He was elated. Dumbledore remembered him. I'm Harry Potter. Dumbledore's eyes lit up in recognition. Ah, the excellent lad. Lord Voldemort's young apprentice, am I right? He extended his hand, and Harry grasped it, grimacing at the title. Not anymore, Harry responded quietly. I wouldn't dare to mouth off the Dark Lord if I was still under his control. Thankfully, I am not. He gave a wry grin. I apologize, Harry, for my inconsideration, Dumbledore said. I didn't realize you managed to escape, but it is, indeed, wonderful news. I suppose Lord Voldemort did not find out you freed us, dear boy. Harry blinked, debating over whether to inform Dumbledore of the truth. He did. Dumbledore's chest heaved, and suddenly he was looking down at Harry with such sadness. The Dark Lord is sick, twisted, beyond mortal belief. Forgive me, Harry, I should have taken you with me. I owe you so much. Why don't I treat us to breakfast at the Three Broomsticks while you tell me all about your experiences? That would be wonderful, Harry smiled. He followed Dumbledore through the streets as if they were old friends. He could hardly believe his good fortune, meeting the old headmaster and now breakfasting with him. Dumbledore ordered generously when they arrived, acting courteously towards Harry, refilling his glass each time it started to become empty. Was Voldemort harsh on you, Harry, when he found out? Whenever is he not? Harry joked. He does have a reputation to keep up, after all. Yes, I suppose he does. What happened after you left, Professor? Harry asked. Voldemort was pursuing you. He was tracking us, Dumbledore affirmed, but we had a few hours head start. When it seemed like he was closing in, we split up. Eventually, we threw him off and traveled to Hogwarts. Sounds like quite the adventure. Quite, said the old wizard. Nowhere as rousing as yours must have been. How did you escape? If he did not know better, Harry would have thought the man was fond of asking difficult questions. He couldn't possibly reveal Tom Riddle's contribution to his existence. I do not know, Professor, Harry said innocently. It's all very hazy. Albus Dumbledore's eyes seemed to narrow for the slightest of moments before they blinked compassionately and a heartfelt smile spread across his rosy cheeks. Understandable, Harry, you must have been traumatized. Harry returned the smile amiably and deftly switched subjects. Congratulations on your progress, Professor. At this pace, you will defeat Voldemort in no time. I am grateful for your faith, Harry, Dumbledore said modestly. I wish I can predict the precise time, but Lord Voldemort remains to be one of the most unpredictable wizards I have ever personally encountered. It is magnificent, the number of supporters you have. Harry paused momentarily. Sir, how is Hogwarts? Brilliant, as are her students, Dumbledore replied. They are a talented batch, extremely bright, they will do the new generation credit. Harry noted with amusement the headmaster's selection of collective nouns. Batch hinted severely at cookies. Is Professor McGonagall fine? Her health is superb. And is Hermione all right if you know her? Miss Granger. Dumbledore beamed. She is an exceptional witch, extraordinarily gifted too. She is all the rage in Ravenclaw, a prefect and widely respected for her academics. That was all he needed to know. It's good they are all doing well, he said. Thank you, Professor. I can offer you a place at Hogwarts, if you like, as your schooling is still unfinished. Hogwarts gives scholarships to those who excel. I wager you can win yourself one, seeing as you have once been tutored by Voldemort himself. Harry suppressed his displeasure at the final part of the sentence, and thought longing about the invitation. Thinking of Tom's furious face when he broke the news to him, Harry relented and graciously declined. It will be an honor, Professor, but I don't believe I'll be able to go. Dumbledore furrowed his eyebrows. Why ever not, Harry? Without doubt, your current lifestyle must be far from perfection if you lack money unless you are living with someone capable. Reluctantly, Harry inclined his head. He is an old student of yours, and is admirably proficient. I'd love to meet him. If I may intrude, what is his name? If it had been anybody else but for Dumbledore sitting opposite him, Harry would have raised a cold eyebrow and effortlessly told a flawless lie. Bradley Jeffrey, Kevin Abbott, Stephen White. False names instinctively soared into his mind, but Harry could not bring himself tell the falsehood, perhaps due to his unhealthy dose of deification for Dumbledore. Sorry, sir, but I suspect my friend will blame me if I betray his name to even my most respected teachers, Harry answered apologetically, but firmly. He watched the stiffening of Dumbledore's lips, the faintest sign of disapproval. He tensed when the electric blue eyes searchingly met his own. It reminded him chillingly of Voldemort. I understand, Dumbledore said, finally. I felt the same way when I was younger, when I was roving free with Gellert. Harry wondered whether the comparison to Dumbledore's friendship with Grindelwald held a special significance. You display such fierce loyalty to your friends and loved ones, the headmaster commented gently. It is a virtue, Harry, which you possess. I prize love and loyalty beyond all else. You're too kind, sir. What I value most, Dumbledore continued, is pure, powerful, undiluted love. It is the sort of love that drives darkness to the edge of our society. It is what propels us to make the noblest sacrifices for our loved ones. I agree, Professor. Would you die to protect those you love? Would you give up your life for a good cause, Harry, for the world, for a dangerous monster to vanish? Yes, Harry replied, feeling ill at ease. He had no inkling what the professor was attempting to get at. I would. Very good, Harry, I like that. Dumbledore reached across the table for his hands, a curving smile etched on his face. You are the core to our success, the crux, the dominating factor. You are Voldemort's Horcrux. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. It was as if the entire world had halted right before Harry's very eyes. All was silent with the exception of the ticking of the grandfather clock in the store. Coldness swept through his veins, freezing his blood. Harry paled. He jerked back, tearing his hands out of Dumbledore's grasp. I do not know what you are talking about, Professor, Harry said, softly. I think you do, Harry. I'd ask how you obtained such a personal piece of information. Harry's voice resembled the iciness of the Arctic wind, but I think I have the answer. I used legilimency, Dumbledore said. I know. Harry's fingers danced to his temple. I judged you incorrectly, Dumbledore, I never thought you could be so low. Now, Harry, I am not what you ought to call low. I serve the greater good, and I urge you to do the same. As you know, the effect of Horcruxes is to maintain immortality. The Dark Lord can only be defeated when and if his Horcruxes are destroyed. Oh, I understand completely, Harry said. You are asking me to destroy myself. He hoped, futilely, he knew, that Dumbledore would correct him, telling him that he had misunderstood Dumbledore's intention. Harry, Dumbledore said sadly, you misunderstand my intention. There is absolutely no need for you to destroy yourself. You are an innocent, a clever young boy who will be greatly missed if lost, but you need not take your own life. All you have to do is give me permission. Harry stared. A great shudder ripped its way down his spinal cord. Tom had been more than correct, however, it was not the ideal way for him to realize. I understand this has come as a shock, but earlier, you answered you will give up your right to live if only it could protect those you love. I would as a last resort and upon the guarantee that they actually will be protected, Harry sneered. I refuse to die as a worthless pawn, discarded in a game of chess. Dumbledore's face softened. I promise you, Harry, that they will be protected. Voldemort will be defeated. You do not need me to defeat him, you need me to kill him. Don't you understand, Harry? You mustn't allow him to threaten the lives of innocents. This is for the greater good. Harry's face became blank, his eyes emotionless. I understand, he said slowly, that I need to die. Good boy, Dumbledore sighed sorrowfully. He was genuine. I truly regret this, Harry, I do. I very much wish to take your place. I promise, it will be entirely painless. If you have any last requests, I'll help you carry them. Harry had sprung out of his seat unexpectedly and flashed his wand. All the glassware in the store instantly shattered, rows and rows of wineglasses. The beautiful, vast chandelier that hung elegantly at the center of the plummeted to the ground, the crystals catching the sunlight a second before they were smashed. Harry ducked under it, his robes billowing, as he charged outside with Dumbledore rushing after him. Harry felt Dumbledore closing in, felt a hand groping for his robes, and then he apparated. "Don't you understand, Harry? You mustn't allow him to threaten the lives of innocents. This is for the greater good." Harry's face became blank, his eyes emotionless. "I understand," he said slowly, "that I need to die." "Good boy," Dumbledore sighed sorrowfully. He was genuine. "I truly regret this, Harry, I do. I very much wish to take your place. I promise, it will be entirely painless. If you have any last requests, I'll help you carry them." Harry had sprung out of his seat unexpectedly and flashed his wand. All the glassware in the store instantly shattered, rows and rows of wineglasses. The beautiful, vast chandelier that hung elegantly at the center of the plummeted to the ground, the crystals catching the sunlight a second before they were smashed. Harry ducked under it, his robes billowing, as he charged outside with Dumbledore rushing after him. Harry felt Dumbledore closing in, felt a hand groping for his robes, and then he apparated. He tumbled onto the cobblestone street sideways, skidded, and landed on his knees. It had been close, too close for his comfort. He could almost still feel the slight shift of air pressure as Dumbledore groped for him and, thankfully, missed. Harry could feel the adrenaline pumping through his blood burning red. His mind could barely overcome, let alone accept, what had transpired. He was stunned, traumatized. Dumbledore had asked him to sign his own death warrant like a little sacrificial lamb, and for what? To kill Voldemort. No, to destroy the Dark Wizard completely, every sliver of his soul, starting with Harry. His mind was a haze of confusion, and he was in a state of mental agony. Dumbledore, the one he had respected from the very start, had proposed an end for him in the name of the greater good. Rubbish. A bitter sneer wrung its way onto his face. He had been a fool, a guilelessly trusting imbecile. In reality, he had only met Dumbledore once, and yet he felt as if he had known the man for years. Harry's fist connected with the cobblestones out of sheer anger. He should have believed Tom. Damn Dumbledore to the fiery depth of hell. Harry felt like he was 11 again, irresponsible and thick as a stick, a rash boy drooling after his favorite hero. Fury swept like a hurricane through him, striking at his very heart. His fist lashed out at the cobblestones again. How enjoyable it would be if he was truly pummeling the old man. Harry was almost in awe of the quick transformation of adoration to a twisted hatred. He loathed Dumbledore. Did the time-worn fraud expect him to just simply give up his life? Did Dumbledore think he had no sense of self-preservation whatsoever? Harry snarled. He could hardly imagine what might have happened if he had reacted a few seconds later. A dead fox, lifeless and benumbed, vulnerable. Logically, Dumbledore would already be attempting to track him down. If Harry had to guess, it would not take the old man long to arrive on their doorstep, politely asking for a boy by the name of Harry Potter. That left him only one option: he had to inform Tom. Harry slowly lifted himself off the ground and carefully approached the house he shared with the older Slytherin. Tom would not be pleased. Holding his breath unconsciously, Harry knocked. Expectedly, Tom flung the door open the next very instant, his face twisted into an expression of fury. "You went again, without telling me," he snarled. "Is it really so difficult to leave a message?" Harry listened mutely, not bothering to correct his housemate in that he had told him before he left the house. If Tom was raging now, he would be on the warpath later. "Diagon Alley, am I right?" Tom said, sarcastically. "To deliver another one of your charming speeches." "I'm sorry," came the quiet reply. "Perhaps you overlooked the numerous less desirable possibilities in order to relish your chance of fame." Tom raised one eyebrow challengingly. "Suppose you let slip a shard of information that isn't public knowledge. Suppose Voldemort captures you on the spot for treachery and realizes you are his beloved, long-lost apprentice." "I already said I was sorry," Harry repeated evenly. "Oh, I apologize, I did not quite catch that," Riddle mocked. "I have a suggestion for you. Allow Voldemort to torture you half to death and then write me a letter of apology for all those years I was forced to babysit you. I was cautious, Harry said, grimacing at the lie even as he spoke. Voldemort would not have been able to. So you think. I do think. Then, Tom hissed menacingly, do not say I did not warn you. Did you see the breakfast laid out on the table? Harry said. He was unsure of the reason he asked, he simply knew the moment the words left his mouth that it had not been the perfect timing. Harry saw the eyes of the teenage Dark Lord harden, and in an effort to divert his anger, Harry amended, I hope you've eaten, because there is something I need to tell you. Tom Riddle was undoubtedly a sight which Harry suspected he was the only person in existence who saw him in. Riddle's normally refined hair was lying in untidy, tangled curls, his prim white shirt was untucked, and he had not appeared to have straightened his collar. It was that very moment that Harry realized Tom had been worried. You have disobeyed me time and time again, said Tom. Give me one reason why I should listen to you. Please, Tom, Harry said, be reasonable. I guarantee it is information you will want to know. You can prove me otherwise after you listen, if you want. I hope it can wait, was the cold reply, because I need to attend a political meeting in the ministry. I will be back at midnight. I do encourage you to entertain yourself before then. It isn't that I wish to be melodramatic, Harry spoke sharply, but would the fact that I will be gone and most likely dead by tomorrow be reason enough for you to stay? It was as if something clicked. Tom glanced at Harry probingly as though truly seeing him for the first time that morning. What happened to your hand? Harry followed Tom's gaze and saw the blood dripping freely from his hand onto the carpet. I hit the cobblestones. Tom cursed unabashedly. You mean to say you hit the cobblestone street? Yes. I need. A pisky, Tom interrupted abruptly. Holding up his fixed hand in a silencing gesture, Harry said, thanks, but I had it sorted. I need to talk to you about Dumbledore. The older Slytherin's lips set in a twisted sneer. What about the old codger? You were right about him. Tom's penetrating eyes burned into his own in a glare, as he demanded, tell me just what occurred in Diagon Alley and leave out no details, or I will make you regret it. By the time Harry was finished with his explanation, Tom looked like he was about to breathe fire. You are a fool, Tom spat, an irredeemable fool. Not only did you let slip your real identity but you also allowed him to flip through your mind like the pages of a book, unnoticed. I do not know occlumency. Harry dauntingly met Tom's eyes. You were the one who gave up on teaching me, if you recall. You remained entirely ignorant until he voluntarily showed you his true colors, snarled Tom. You idolized him as your white savior up until he literally told you to sacrifice yourself. I wonder how pathetic one can get. It was a mistake, a childish misconception, one that I should never have made, Harry said. Dumbledore, the manipulating gaffer look, I know my own slip-up. The Dark Lord would be ashamed to discover the boy who unintentionally thwarted him died at the hands of Albus Dumbledore through momentary blindness, the young Dark Lord continued toughly. I say you would have deserved to die. Harry stared at Tom in livid shock, and would have put in a few decorative words of his own, ones that would have given McGonagall a heart attack had she heard them, if it wasn't for the sentence that followed. If you had not managed to evade capture, Tom finished. Imagine if I had not been here to correct you. The appalled curl of the lip was sufficient to send Harry mental pictures. You would have turned out a bloody Gryffindor through and through. Maybe this isn't the time. I am pleasantly surprised you did not agree to Dumbledore's request and kill yourself on the spot, Tom scorned, merciless in his taunts. I would have thought you'd leap at any of his proposals, perhaps even one of marriage. If I wanted your opinion I would ask for it. You are proof that evolution can go in reverse, useless as a screen door on a submarine, snapped Riddle. Thanks to you, we are unsure of how much Dumbledore knows. He may already be aware of the fact that I too am a Horcrux. Are you planning on doing anything about that? Harry asked, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. Tom Riddle, I am tempted to flay you alive and hang your skin up in the sun to dry. However, I predict we only have from now to nightfall to find ourselves a place to stay, said Tom satirically. As a result, the flaying must be postponed. Tom's ironic sense of humor sprung up at the oddest of times. Pack your trunks, Harry. We are leaving in 1 hour. And leave they did. This time, Tom was determined to leave Penny behind. Despite Harry's protests, and above Penny's wails of despair, Tom freed the house elf and sent her on her way. After that, Tom literally wrenched Harry's packed trunk out of his hands and transfigured it into the size of a chess piece before folding it into his robe pocket. Harry watched, stunned, as Riddle swept like an incensed hurricane through the house, chanting various spells as clusters of items flew off the walls and from the bedrooms into a neat, leather suitcase he held. "Spend it considerately," Tom Riddle sneered, as he dropped a money sack into Harry's hand. 40 galleons, I do not trust you with any more. Regard it as pocket money. Suddenly, Harry was tempted to hex the infuriating Slytherin when his back was turned. By the time of their departure, the walls of the residence were eerily bare, a television stood in the living room, a radio perched by Harry's bedside, and a toaster was positioned neatly on the kitchen table. Tom had disguised all hints of existing wizards by transforming the lonely estate into one that smelled strongly of muggles. Tom briskly ordered him to change into a muggle business suit. It was then and there that Harry wondered whether they were ever returning. He glanced at the hanging clock. 11 in the morning. However, it appeared there was no extra time for contemplating when Riddle forcefully yanked him outside by his sleeve. "Dawdle, Harry, if you wish for Dumbledore to capture you," Tom said coldly. "It will certainly be fitting." Harry laughed bitterly. "I agree. While I try my hardest to hide you from the two mightiest forces in existence, you waltz in front of them. Perhaps you truly have a death wish." "I assure you I do not," Harry said. "If you think otherwise we can always go our separate ways." He shrugged, in an elegant imitation of Tom. Tom raised an imperious eyebrow. "Come," he commanded. Harry joined him. Together, unaware of the picture they made, the two wizards walked into the noon horizon, shoulder to shoulder. If anyone had seen them, they would have suspected they were brothers in blood. It was the same confident pace, same pristine black suits, same intelligent glint in the eyes. The only true difference was in height. It looked almost like the two were molded from each other. Amid silence and sultry heat, Harry trudged onwards at a painfully sluggish speed behind Tom. Late afternoon shadows stretched long and thin while the afternoon sky was painted by brushstrokes of orange, gold, red, blue and a tinge of violet. A soft breeze whistled through the apple trees, easing the humid, sizzling air. For a while, raising a hand to sweep the sweat-curdled bangs out of his eyes, Harry heaved a deep sigh. Despite all his snide remarks, Tom fared no better. Being a master of magic, Tom was, by no means, unfit, but he was a long distance from looking his best. Tie done loosely and sleeves unbuttoned, Harry noted with amusement. It appeared the Slytherin was more bothered by the tortuous walk under the high temperature than he let on. But then again, Harry was the same. Aside from the occasional water breaks, Tom had not allowed either of them the time to relieve themselves. Instead, he had chosen to rush ahead like a madman on a mission of life and death which Harry supposed was true. He knew he could have arrived at the destination, a 5-star Muggle hotel, hours ago if it hadn't been for Tom's disastrous plan. Tom had been troubled about Dumbledore tracking their magic and had proposed a non-magical way of transportation, by foot. If they had lived elsewhere, a place less rural, perhaps they could have caught a bus, but as it was, they were resorted to hiking all day to reach a bus stop. Harry closed his eyes in palpable luxury as he boarded the bus with Tom, savoring in the refreshing air conditioning. They were one of the few passengers. Along the lengthy journey, Harry found himself drawn to the driver. Indeed, the man was rather noticeable, although not in a particularly attractive way. The man's bronzed, harshly lined, weathered face did not prepare Harry for the diversely colored eyes. One was an earthly brown color and the other was an unnatural hue of violet. Through the rear-view mirror, the man seemed to have noticed Harry's relentless staring and a crooked smile emerged. "Come here, boy," he called gruffly, making a sharp gesture at the empty seat behind him. "Come keep me company. I'm sure your little friend won't mind." After sending a pointed look at Tom, who ignored him coolly, Harry obeyed the driver. As soon as he sat, the man turned his unnerving eyes on him. "Caught you staring at me eyes. Thought you were a curious thing." He moved one eye to focus on the road ahead while the other stripped Harry down. "Well, the purple eye is quite lovely," Harry said. "I wouldn't mind having one myself." His light, conversational tone immediately seized the driver's attention again. "It's not biological. It's fake," the man replied. Curtly. "Not so easy to tell, is it? I lost my eye in an incident and had it replaced. Must say my new one serves its use better." "I didn't realize," Harry said. "I'm sorry." Don't be. The man gave another twisted smile. I'm not. And besides, it's my eye. He chuckled quietly. I suppose you were right. Harry accompanied his nonchalant shrug with a disarming smile. Who's your friend over there? The man tilted his head. He doesn't seem like the happiest little boy in town. Surely he isn't that angry I claimed his friend. No. I think he's angry at me for ruining his day. 4 hours later, heavy into the twilight, the transport came to a rumbling stop in front of one of the most glamorous hotels in Staffordshire Moorlands, a government district of England. The sign, Duke's River Hotel, loomed like a dazzling mountain over Harry's head. Of all the discreet cottages in the area, you pick one of the most sophisticated, elegant, and not to mention massively expensive, hotels. Harry hissed. Do you want to draw attention to ourselves? Money exists to serve us, Tom said, stepping through the colossal glass doors. Harry did his best not to stare at the crystal chandeliers and the marble statues. At the front desk, Tom authoritatively motioned at the receptionist. I will book the elite suites for 4 nights, and a private dinner room armed with an exclusive kitchen. Can your manager spare any chefs? Harry took pity on the uncomfortable man who looked older than Tom by a hair's breadth. But we can do without. I think we can spare one. Our head chef, Clark. Will he be good enough? Is he any good? Tom asked, with a mocking hint. Yes, the receptionist said. May I help you in any other way? Is there any entertainment on tonight? Tom said. A performance. A dance troupe, perhaps. There is a ballet team dancing Swan Lake, and there's also a superb magic show. The receptionist's voice abruptly shifted. And then the Black Sabbath is also active. What is the Black Sabbath? Harry inquired. The receptionist made a disbelieving sound at the back of his throat. Black Sabbath, he repeated, tone becoming shriller with barely contained excitement. Where have you been in the last decade? Nowhere, Tom answered coldly. He coughed. Excuse me, I got carried away. Harry watched as the man struggled to regain his professionalism. Black Sabbath is a rock band. Heavy metal. Extremely gifted. Surely you've heard their songs, Children of the Grave, Iron Man, Heaven and Hell. We'll book in for that, Harry said. It's your recommendation. The man beamed brilliantly as his fingers flew all over the keyboard. It'll only take a minute. The tickets can be bought directly through the computer. I'm afraid we will not be booking in for the rock concert, Tom interrupted taciturny. There was a certain distaste that spoke volumes in his tone. Rock music does not sit well with me. We shall have to settle for the magic show. Nothing Harry said after that could make Tom change his mind. Tragic as it was, Harry supposed rock music did not sit well with any Dark Lord. Reclining on the refreshingly cold leather-winged chair, Harry fingered a delicate glass of tantalizing German wine. Opposite him rested Tom Riddle, his skin pale and flawless, with his legs thrown over the armrest and his chilling blue eyes half closed in a rare display of ease. Harry could not tear his gaze from the older boy. For a split second, he struggled to find visible differences between a relaxed young man with his guard down and the lounging young Slytherin heir who would one day grow into Lord Voldemort. It seemed out of the question that Tom would ever, in front of anyone, allow his guard to slip. If Harry hadn't lived alongside the male, he would have regarded the very concept as preposterous. Are you asleep? Harry asked quietly, taking a careful sip of his translucent liquor. The Slytherin nonchalantly switched to a sitting position. I do not think so, no. He stood, and walked around the seats, so that the back of Harry's head was facing him. Especially not with you in the room. I do not trust you not to burn it to ashes. Where in Merlin's beard did you get so much money? Harry said. You were bathing, no, swimming in it. There is no need for me to pursue money, prosperity seeks me. Greatness and power attracts wealth systematically like magnet draws nickel. Those who hold power and influence in the society also hold wealth. Your self-flattery is sickening, Harry scoffed. And not at all subtle. That may be, Tom said smugly. But it is the truth, pure and whole. Harry's eyes narrowed. He was all too familiar with Tom's clever methods of sidestepping questions and diverting a particular subject. Where did you get so much money? Surely not from politics. He stared at the older Slytherin intensely. You said you indirectly worked in the Department of International Magical Cooperation in the Ministry as an advisor to a Dutch representative. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled as the subtle scent of Tom's peppermint breath wafted towards him. You have quite the accurate memory. In fact, I still work for the blabbering Dutchman, Tom purred, his enticing voice merely millimeters from Harry's ear. His icy blue eyes met the emerald darkly. Unless you work in the Department of Law Enforcement, which caters to Dumbledore's every need, you cannot receive a yearly wage that high, Harry said. As an advisor to a foreign representative, you earn even less. He set down his wine glass with a clang on the table. Either you lied to me about your work or you found the money elsewhere. As Harry watched, Tom's eyes took on a foreboding shade at the outright challenge. Oh my, since when did you become an expert on salaries? I will not pretend I am an expert, but I do know enough to conclude you are not telling me the full truth. And nor is it my responsibility to tell you the full truth, Tom said silkily. Be glad I am not telling you a full lie. As dusk was painstakingly swallowed by nightfall, the head chef maneuvered a trolley into their bedroom. Harry grimaced at the empty, high-pitched squeak of the wheels as they rolled against the sparkling wooden floor. Perched imperiously beside him, Tom was exhibiting his infamous impassive countenance. Dinner is ready, misters, the chef announced brightly, his voice bouncing like a light bulb off Tom's cold frontage and instantly shattering as the young Dark Lord replied in a clipped tone, "Thank you. Now, please do me a favor and get out. Do not forget to close the door behind you." Harry's jaws dropped. It was rude, even for Tom. It seemed that the ability to speak was knocked out of the stunned chef, whose scandalized expression did all the talking for him. He did not mean that, Harry hurriedly amended. My friend has an odd temperament. Actually, Tom said callously, I mean exactly what I say. No, the truth is, he does not, Harry interrupted speedily, halting a furious Tom in the middle of his sentence. He looked apologetically at the chef and spread his hands out in an emphasis of exasperation. He's had a bad day, I am sorry, and he is exceedingly volatile at the moment like a bomb that is about to go off. He gave a rueful grin and rattled off again before Tom could get a word in. My friend is mentally unstable. You see, the problem is a psychological disorder. He suffers from a severe case of psychopathy. The chef looked rather disconcerted and affronted. It may be true I am a psychopath, but I would personally love to highlight precisely how clear-headed I am, Tom mocked the poor kitchen staff. Do you happen to sell any muggles for entertainment purposes? I feel inclined on using one to ease my temper. The chef looked horrified. You are accusing our hotel of selling drugs. Tom sneered. And despite himself, Harry could not help but conceal a smirk. Tom was toying with the bewildered man the same way a cat would a rat. Tom's witticism had a particularly cutting nature, seeing as the two were speaking about two wholly different things, drugs and non-magical beings. I'd recommend medical assistance if you truly are a drug addict. We are a 5-star hotel, and no, we do not have cannabis stores in our kitchen. Then, purely from a professional point of view, would you suggest I find cannabis on the black market? Tom said. Harry glared disapprovingly at the older Slytherin. All he received was a wink of acknowledgement from the infuriating wizard. As he watched the continued exchange, against his better judgment, he found himself with a troubling urge to laugh. The more time he spent with Tom, the more of his warped sense of humor rubbed off on him. Finally, when Tom had apparently gotten bored of his plaything, he politely requested the chef to remove his unwelcome presence from the room. It was then, and only then, that Harry expressed his amusement through a raised eyebrow. Was that necessary? It was, for both our entertainment, Tom answered smoothly. I suppose you do not have a better idea of passing the time. Actually, Harry said pointedly, if you want to be on time for the magic show, you should get ready. Ah, the irony, it is tremendous. Tom tutted. Two powerful wizards viewing a magic show designed for children. Firstly, it is not designed for children, and secondly, please remember who booked this show before you rush ahead to criticize it, Harry remarked dryly. I, for one, cannot agree more that it was a poor decision on your part. Tom paid his words no heed. We should have gone to the music concert. Harry was adamant. While you may find the idea of sweating in a congested room and being deafened by mindless muggles screaming like a band of baboons, I do not. On the other hand, I do relish the chance of seeing a muggle magician making a fool of himself. Lolling on one of the black seats in the spectators, Harry could almost sense the scornful sneer weaving its way across Tom's features. Despite looking ever the part of a keen audience with his watchful eyes on the magician's every move, Harry had already concluded, with full conviction, that the show was pathetic. He supposed it justified Riddle's disdain if not the fact that Riddle had been the one to book the show in the first place. Certainly, the theater room with its draping crimson curtains and its exceptional lights was impressive, and Harry also had to give credit to the costume, the sweeping cape and the dazzling top hat, but they only succeeded in making the magician seem like an artificial peacock. Harry clapped politely with the rest of the audience as the magician pulled a series of magical tricks, starting with pulling a rabbit out of a hat, and progressing onto vanishing a beloved assistant. All completely original, of course. Tom, contrariwise, seemed to lack even the simple courtesy to applaud. Hidden in the darkness of the room, he was at free liberty to whisper endless disparagements of the show into Harry's ear. As the performance developed, the magician evolved into an arrogant, strutting bighead who seemed, from his speeches, to consider himself an arbiter of culture, refinement and wit more than anything else. Subsequently, Tom's temper seemed to grow shorter and shorter at the prospect of wasting an entire night's time and money. Finally, later into the night, only when the magician sent out a request for a volunteer did Tom's tight lips curve maliciously into a smirk for the first time. "Proceed at your own danger. Are there any brave souls in this very hall who would risk missing bones in parts of your body? Would it not be amusing," Tom murmured musingly, "if the volunteer happened to actually have lost their bones, by mistake of course, a slip of our dear magician's hand? I consider it killing two birds with one stone. His career would be ruined, and there is also the additional bonus of a spectacle." "Don't you dare," Harry growled, gathering the gist of Tom's words. "Or, you may choose to volunteer," Tom said wickedly. "I guarantee you that his so-called magic is not parallel to yours. Why not demonstrate your skills and show him how to do things the proper way?" "You want me to wreck his show," Harry started to say. Too late. Tom had thrust him powerfully from his seat. Disastrously, it gave the impression of an eager boy leaping forward at the honor. And what was worse was that the magician's gaze latched onto Harry like a man dying of thirst. The way he drank Harry up sent chills down his spine. "Ooh, such a daring little man," the Muggle proclaimed, his lips puckering disgustingly to underline the first word. "Do you volunteer?" Harry glowered at the useless question and at Tom. Clearly, he bit. "Very well, come closer, up the stage, come on." The man gave the crowd a dazzling sideways smile. "Now," he added to the audience, "those of you who are wallowing in disappointment at missing out on playing volunteer, I have a special treat for you." He lowered his tone theatrically. "At the end of the show, there will be signed autographs for every one of you." He finished with a glamorous wink. Harry contemplated choking on his own vomit. As Harry cautiously climbed up the stairs to the stage, he deliberately kept himself at a somewhat safe distance, out of range of the magician's arms. To his annoyance, the man, who was not deterred, took a massive step towards him and pulled him into a dramatic embrace so that his cloak fell like a smothering wet towel into Harry's face. So much for personal space. When the man finally drew back, Harry was hit with an irrational urge to brush invisible dust specks off himself, if only to embarrass the bothersome fool. "Little man," the overconfident man addressed him solemnly, "would you mind telling us your name?" Little man, as if he was 5 years of age. "Sir," Harry countered coldly, "I do hope you won't mind telling us yours." "Ah, I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, pleased to make your acquaintance," Lockhart beamed, flashing his shiny, white, tombstone-colored teeth around. He preened his handsome blonde hair back exaggeratedly. "Ralph," Harry said. Moving past the introductions, perhaps we ought to get on. "Now Ralph, little man, please make yourself comfortable." Whirling a magician's polished stick farcically, Lockhart conjured a flamboyant chair in a wide assortment of colors. Harry sat. "My victims tend to find themselves in a great amount of shock," Gilderoy whispered in Harry's left ear. "If you are unable to continue, do try to break off your screams long enough to tell me to stop. We'll work from the hand up, shall we?" With a flourish, Lockhart pressed his magician's wand tenderly to Harry's wrist. "Let's do your left," he muttered. In a louder voice, he shouted out, "Brachia memento." Curiously, a faint bluish-white glow emerged from Lockhart's wand and hovered above Harry's extended wrist. Alarm bells went off in Harry's head a second too late. He was struck by a wave of giddiness followed by a loss of sensation in his left hand. He glanced down at his immobile body part. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he made an attempt to move his fingers. Nothing happened. It was as though the digits were no more than a section of a snug, skin-colored glove. A realization dawned upon Harry. Gilderoy Lockhart, the contemptible fraud, was no more of a muggle than he was. As pathetic as Lockhart's endeavors at specific spells were, he was undeniably a wizard. Ta-da! Ladies and gentlemen, here is our universal phenomenon, our boneless boy. Lockhart shouted cheerily, snatching hold of Harry's left, limp hand and waving it feverishly at the audience as if Harry was a waxwork dummy. Lockhart completely missed the withering look Harry sent in his direction. As a word of warning, Lockhart, no action is without consequence. Unfortunately for you, that consequence can be increased or decreased depending on who you have offended. Harry's hissed onslaught was disrupted when a figure creeping through the seated onlookers caught his attention, and the main reason was because the figure was heading straight for Tom. The weak light threw the figure into relief as he bent down to speak in Tom Riddle's ear. Harry could tell he was a member of the hotel's staff, dressed in the indicative ultramarine blue uniform identical to the rest of the employees. Whatever he said, it had an effect on Tom, whose facial features were sharpening ominously as each millisecond ticked past. Reflexively, Harry leaned forward in a futile effort to hear Tom's inaudible reply to the hotel attendant. As Harry watched, Tom waited until the attendant had retreated from the theater before hoisting himself from the seat and bluntly making his way to the stage, ignoring the gasps and murmurs of disapproval in the audience about some rude interruption. Harry instantly stood after glimpsing the ugly expression on Tom's face. He elbowed a flabbergasted Lockhart, who was frantically trying to restrain him, aside. Wordlessly, Tom reached forward and seized his arm. Time seemed to slow. 1 minute everything was peaceful, and the next Harry felt himself being got into a familiar abyss. There was a period of whirling madness. And then all was peaceful again. Harry, as soon as he regained possession of whatever was left of his composure, turned angrily on Tom. "Do you have any idea of what you just did?" he hissed, taking care to keep his volume checked. "Disapparating from a public area with hundreds of watching muggles. It's crazy, even for you. They think it is a magic trick, previously arranged by the great Gilderoy Lockhart," the young Dark Lord replied briskly, sweeping the subject aside as if it was no great matter. He strode off into the darkness. Harry followed him in quick steps. "Where the heck did you apparate us to?" he called out. They were literally in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by old, crumbling factory buildings. There were no street lights, no livable houses, or any sign of human inhabitant in sight. The dusty path ran on ahead for as long as Harry's eyes could follow. This was a lonely ghost town, possibly abandoned after some natural disaster or factory failure. "You will do well to speak the minimum amount," Tom said taciturnly. "Hasten your pace. What did the hotel attendant say to you?" Harry questioned. When he received no reply, he knew the older Slytherin was deliberately snubbing him in the rudest way possible. "What did the hotel attendant tell you?" Harry repeated unrelentingly. He was determined on getting an answer. Eventually, slowly, Tom Riddle twisted around to face him. His eyes flashed in icy anger. His pale lips unlocked and he murmured just one word. "Dumbledore." Harry reeled back in alarm, the color draining from his face. "Unless you want to sacrifice yourself, and me in the process, you will stop asking questions until we get to somewhere comparatively safe," Tom said. "They can track us." Wordless at last, Harry numbly went along with Tom's demands with a sense of lingering dread. Dumbledore, the name did not bear good news. Not anymore. Harry glanced at the regal, punishing, high-cheeked young Slytherin whose brusque pace was punctuated with a fierce determination. Harry couldn't help but wonder what Tom was so determined about. Avoiding Dumbledore. The bitter wind tore at them like a crazed banshee, even as they walked past the dead trees that stretched like eerie skeletons upwards into eternity. The cold rushed at them, seeping into Harry's bones. He could hardly believe it. Tom had gone ahead and apparated them into the creepy old town without even claiming their luggage. They had left everything at the hotel, everything but their wands. With no communication between the two of them, they walked on and on, and on. 30 minutes slipped by unnoticed, and then an hour, and then 2 hours. Finally, Harry dug his heels in the ground. "Where are you heading?" he asked. "We've been wandering for hours." Tom halted too. "Quit complaining," he snapped, tone clipped. "You brought this upon yourself. If you hadn't idolized Dumbledore as if," he abruptly broke off, and Harry took the chance to add a few words of his own. I'd appreciate it greatly if you can just tell me. Be quiet, Tom hissed suddenly, interjecting Harry in mid-speech. Harry stiffened in pique. Why should I do as you say? I said be quiet. The words, spoken harshly in such urgency, were enough to make Harry fall silent. Slowly, he began to hear the thuds of faraway footsteps. Straining his ears, he thought he could make out human speech. Whatever was hiding ahead, it was coming closer. Tom Riddle, who had somehow heard the approaching individuals long before Harry had, sprung gracefully, with the elegance of a ruthless, cold-blooded killer, into action. Harry stifled a yelp of pain as Tom's fingernails dug hard into his arm, as if the intention was to draw blood, and was dragged brusquely into the rippling shadow of an old standing tree. His heart vigorously pumped heavy spurts of blood into his veins. Thump, 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 it went. He could feel Tom tensing beside him as the rise and fall of feet grew ever louder. Finally, the approaching figures came within hearing distance. Harry swore the gruff voice sounded familiar. You think the devil's spawn came this way with the Potter boy? The gruff voice said. You know who's double, he's a calculating piece of work. Constant vigilance, I say, we may be walking into a trap. Our tracing spell is not particularly reliable, but it's the only one that can make it past our young Tom, an overtly memorable voice replied cheerily. Of course, it would have been of no use if you had not seen them, Alistair. Harry's blood froze. Dumbledore. He had tracked them. The tracing spell is moving quite wildly. I wonder what it means, Dumbledore mused, lightly. Our sleepless night may not have been in vain after all. It was that moment, that very vital moment, which a pair of unblinking, kindly blue eyes popped into view. Overcoming his shock at the discovery, Harry acted quickly in response. His hands flew to seize his wand from his sleeve. But Tom was already prepared. Harry watched as the young Dark Lord slammed his fist into Dumbledore's chest with a resounding crack. Harry's blood froze. Dumbledore. He had tracked them. The tracing spell is moving quite wildly. I wonder what it means, Dumbledore mused, lightly. Our sleepless night may not have been in vain after all. It was that moment, that very vital moment, which a pair of unblinking, kindly blue eyes popped into view. Overcoming his shock at the discovery, Harry acted quickly in response. His hands flew to seize his wand from his sleeve. But Tom was already prepared. Harry watched as the young Dark Lord slammed his fist into Dumbledore's chest with a resounding crack. Like a frail old man, Dumbledore staggered backwards, an expression of shock printed clearly on his time-worn face. Harry froze against the first instinct to rush to the headmaster's side. Tom was unrelenting, raising his wand sinisterly with a look completely devoid of emotion in his eyes, and drew the weapon down in a graceful, deadly arc. A force, fizzling with dark energy, whirled towards Dumbledore, but was intercepted. As were the other spells Riddle threw at the legendary wizard. Dumbledore was way out of their league. Harry knew it. He just knew it. It was like this with Voldemort. They would only last a certain amount of time. Dumbledore had to be thrown off their trail before then. You, boy, surrender your wand, a gravelly voice rasped, or you will be made to. Harry spun around, to be greeted by the sight of the bus driver he had seen earlier. What in Merlin's beard? The driver's purple eye had been replaced by a gruesome-looking, ugly spiraling thing that stared at him in a hostile manner. Make me, Harry sneered. In a shower of sparks, a battle quickly commenced as they came to blows. The ominous, undiluted dark arts pitched against the purest of light magic. A young boy struggling to survive in a harsh generation against an experienced wizard who wanted him captured for Dumbledore. All notions of not harming the weird-eyed wizard vanished in an instant, torn off, as Harry twirled his wand with expertise and launched fatal curse after fatal curse at the man. They wanted his life. The least he could do was repay the favor. These were not innocents, they knew exactly what they were doing and they wanted his life. It warranted absolute mercilessness. The other wizards' curses also got extremely dangerous. Avada Kedavra, Harry said, watching as the man was resorted to diving for the ground. You, boy, we thought you had good in you, the wizard said, in between pauses. Seems like we were wrong. A barrage of the darkest magic in response from Harry forced him to fall silent again, but there was no stopping the driver from completely what he started. Avada Kedavra curses already, You must have a talent for it. You know who has done a mighty good job of educating you. Harry scoffed. That is rather hypocritical of you if you consider it. After all, you are the ones who want me dead, and what for? To kill Voldemort. As the words left his mouth, a curse spiraled from his wand and knocked the hypocritical wizard 3 feet into the air. Amazing. Power pulsated through his veins. Never before had he lashed out so freely, so deliberating with dark magic. It felt liberating. Like a serpent, it dove in and weaved through his blood, ringing with profound excitement. The wizard with the fake eye lay a small distance from him, unmoving. For one reason or another, probably because he had been trying to take Harry's life, Harry felt no regret. He looked towards where Tom was still sparring with Dumbledore. Abruptly, Harry knew how they could escape. Harry grabbed the unconscious man and fixed his wand threateningly against his temple. "Dumbledore," he called out. "Great." It captured the old codger's attention. "Look at me," Harry pronounced, slowly and plainly. "Now." His voice rang with authority. The legendary wizard turned, in horror. "Lower your anti-apparition wards," Harry ordered. "Or I'll kill him." "You won't, my boy," Dumbledore said, his voice soothingly washing over Harry. "Deep down, you are good. You are not Voldemort. You have not killed. Surrender now and you will remain honorable." He took a step closer to him. Tom raised his own wand unpromisingly, ready to curse Dumbledore if he got too close to Harry. "Do you want to risk it?" Harry asked quietly. "I can do it, if you want, right here." Dumbledore tensed. "My boy, there is another way. Drop your wand. Please, my boy, listen to me. Do you not trust me?" "I don't trust you," Harry snarled. "If you remember, you betrayed my trust last time." "Forgive me, I did not mean it in such a way," Dumbledore explained, spreading his hands out peacefully. "You do not understand, my boy." "What didn't I understand?" "There is another way we can kill Voldemort, without killing you, but we need your help." "Don't you want to protect Great Britain's citizens?" the headmaster asked, his eyes twinkling kindly. "Trust me, Harry, just this once." His tone drew to an end in a plead. "I'd like to trust you," Harry said with sincerity. "But truly, I cannot. Dumbledore, I must tell you, your manipulations are convincing as ever, but I've changed." He removed his wand from the unconscious wizard's temple and laid it against his throat. "Look at the night sky, beautiful, marvelously clear without a single cloud," Dumbledore said. "Do you want to choose tonight to commit murder?" "No," Harry said firmly, rigidly. "But I will if you do not take down the wards." "My spies are everywhere," the headmaster said. "Surely you do not expect to escape me entirely, even if you do break away from me tonight. I will track you down, it is inevitable. You may as well give yourself up." "What's his name?" Harry asked suddenly, bluntly. "Pardon me, my boy." Dumbledore looked surprised at the unexpected change of topic. He shook the man in his arms roughly. "What is his name?" "The driver you sent to spy on us." "Alistair Moody," Dumbledore said. "Mad-Eye Moody, famous Auror. If you do not want Alistair Moody to die, you will lower the wards." Harry raised his voice. It sliced through the night like an assassin's knife. "My boy." "Crucio," Harry murmured. The body in his arms jerked wildly for a moment, in soundless agony, and then grew limp as Harry lifted the curse. "That was a warning, Dumbledore," he said, calmly. "The next time, it will be real action." Dumbledore's eyes flashed angrily, but he obeyed the command. In a split second, the wards were lifted. Tom and Harry wasted no time on apparating away. A spell, radiating with fury, hit the spot they had stood a moment ago. As Tom Riddle stepped out from the shadows of the looming trees, the vague moon peered cautiously out at him from behind a gray cloud drifting in the middle of the twilight sky. There was a bitter chill hanging in the atmosphere. Robed sinisterly, he seemed unaware of the cold. A gust of night wind rippled his hair gently, tickling his skin. A cruel light was carved permanently into his face. Tom's lips were pale as death itself, pursing together to form a mocking leer. He peered down from the high-up hilltop at the rolling fields and hummocks shrouded in a veil of darkness. It was a beautiful, inspiring night, perfect for people of many passions. The fragrance of sweet and peppery-smelling wildflowers lingered in the air. The grass was very high, wind coaxed the green strands to swing in time with its soft murmurs. The silence enveloped the night, only being broken by the occasional chirps of hidden crickets. It seemed so normal, so ordinary, that it could easily be mistaken for a quiet area in a small town, or perhaps, a particular place in the countryside instead of the foreign territory of wilderness it was. After a while, even the chirping of the crickets stopped. The night was no longer so young, and the crescent moon shone vibrantly like a lantern from above. Tom Riddle, future Dark Lord, stood unmoving in the shadows, blending in so well that one could ever possibly have noticed him. To put it in the simplest of words, Tom Riddle was troubled. Harry Potter, tens of meters away, lay serenely asleep for the time being. They had been hunted like wild animals by Dumbledore ever since the night Harry had threatened him with Moody's life. Ever since the night the old codger had believed that Harry had turned rotten to the very inner core. He could not help it. He was proud of the fact he had taken a stubborn, naive boy who hated the very mention of the dark arts and molded him into the perfect Dark Prince. It was ironic. It was pleasing. It was how one of Tom's Horcruxes should behave. Certainly, the Horcruxes were Voldemort's, but Tom liked to think of Harry as his. After all, wasn't it he who had managed to slash through the boy's obstinacy? However, one thing that was not so pleasing was the problem Dumbledore proved himself to be. He literally had eyes everywhere. Tom Riddle sighed inwardly. He had underestimated Dumbledore when he freed him. And now, it had come back to bite him. Not only had they been forced to reside in the barren wilds in an attempt to avoid Dumbledore's spies, but they could not move into a human-inhabited area without risking the old codger discovering them. He had not told Harry because he saw no reason to, but he knew that eventually, sooner or later, Dumbledore would be on their trail again with his order dogs. And perhaps, this time, they would sniff them out. Tom cursed Dumbledore. If he had the chance, he would rip the eccentric oddball apart, wretched limb by wretched limb, and then he would move on to Grindelwald. But the chance was gone, once and for all. Dumbledore, someone he had planned to be a chess piece of his, had broken away and grown too strong for his liking. And now, his chess piece was turning on him, hunting him. He glared at a swaying tree in the distance, and back at Harry. Something had to be done about it. Something had to be done. Before Dumbledore was impossible to rein in. They could simply sit and wait like sitting ducks, which he suspected was what Harry would want, or they could think of another plan. And for the moment, Tom could only think of one thing Harry would hate very much. Certainly, it was not the perfect scheme, but they had no other option. It was a dead end ahead. If they did not start back, Dumbledore would have them cornered. With his idea in mind, Tom began planning out the exact detailed stages he would go through. At a little past midnight, Tom Riddle was ready to carry out his plan, no matter Harry liked it or not. Tom Riddle kept resolutely to the shadows. Every offending obstacle was out of his way, including Harry. The sleeping spell he had cast would ensure the troublesome adolescents would not wake until morning. That gave him plenty of time to act. And for him, success was definite. There was no chance of failure. Ahead, like a deadly volcano, loomed the manor in which he intended to spend the night bargaining for his success. Powerful wards surrounded it, he could tell. It was impossible to invade. Fortunately, invading it was not his goal tonight. After all, it would send a rude message to his host. Not that his host was expecting him, of all people, but Tom would make sure the servants took him to the person he wished to see. Tom halted, at the iron gates that prevented him from taking another step, and launched a spell at it. Unsurprisingly, the gate creaked open. The first line of defense was always the weakest, but it served its purpose well. The alarm inside the manor was triggered, and if Tom was right, the master of the house would be sending his Death Eaters out to investigate the very moment. He was correct, as usual. The Death Eaters piled out like ants, faces dark and menacing, with Bellatrix at the lead. He stood his ground. He displayed no fear. Where was the need to fear when the very group they formed was designed by himself? Clearly, Bellatrix did not seem to know this. "Boy," she snarled, "what are you doing on our master's property?" Stiffening in slight annoyance at the insolence she directed him, he did not reply. There was no need for him to waste energy on Voldemort's petty followers. Snatching out a wand, Bellatrix asked again, in that tedious tone of her, "Answer me, boy. What businesses have you here?" "Store your wands away," Tom replied, his cool voice contrasting against her furious one. "I want to see your handler, canine." It did it for Bellatrix. She aimed her wand at his forehead and shrieked, "Crucio." The curse bounced off Tom's shield, harmless as a daisy. "My, the Dark Lord's devotees are not as obedient as I thought," Tom said, bestowing a charismatic smile upon Bellatrix. "Something has to be done about that." Perhaps I will talk to him about it. The Dark Lord does not entertain worthless guests with his supreme presence, Bellatrix barked. His orders are to take you captive and feed you to his serpent. It would be interesting if Nagini recognized me, Tom mused. However, he did not have the time to play. Every minute you keep me from my task, I promise you will regret, Bella, Tom said silkily, savoring the look of shock on her face at her name. You know it as well as I do, Bella, the Dark Lord does not tolerate defiance of his wishes. And I would be defying his orders if I take your nonsense. Bellatrix sneered. Take him down, she to those behind her with an impatient gesture. Even the added efforts of the pathetic fools were nothing against him. Tragically, without the consent of one of the Death Eaters, the wards would not allow Tom even one step into the manor. Thankfully, there was no need for their consent. The noise Tom created drew Voldemort outside. What is this ruckus? The Dark Lord snapped. Bella, have I not told you to? A mocking smile plastered on his face, Tom turned to Lord Voldemort. Good evening, my lord. At first, there was an astonished silence, and even the Dark Lord seemed taken aback, but he started to chuckle. Tom, so ready to sign away your freedom? He asked. I thought you enjoyed it. I do. Then, please, tell me the reason behind this unexpected visit, Voldemort said. Surely you do not expect me to allow you to just leave. Tom let out a short, humorless laugh. No, my lord, I have no intention of leaving. Well, I do intend to make one last journey, but it will be a journey you will allow if you realize my meaning. You do not yet have him. Voldemort's expression enlightened with comprehension. I would appreciate it, my lord, if we can talk inside, more privately, Tom suggested delicately, glancing towards Bellatrix, who was looking extremely bewildered. Naturally, the Dark Lord said. You must tell me all about him. Does he miss me? A small smile intertwined with his features, a smile which Tom returned, as if it was a shared joke. If he misses you, Tom replied, he doesn't show it. When the two made their way to the front door of the manor, Tom Riddle smirked into the night. As Lord Voldemort entered, he looked coldly back at the younger man. I have you in my power, Riddle, he said. I know. A mocking smile plastered on his face, Tom turned to Lord Voldemort. Good evening, my lord. At first, there was an astonished silence, and even the Dark Lord seemed taken aback, but he started to chuckle. Tom, so ready to sign away your freedom? He asked. I thought you enjoyed it. I do. Then, please, tell me the reason behind this unexpected visit, Voldemort said. Surely you do not expect me to allow you to just leave. Tom let out a short, humorless laugh. No, my lord, I have no intention of leaving. Well, I do intend to make one last journey, but it will be a journey you will allow if you realize my meaning. You do not yet have him. Voldemort's expression enlightened with comprehension. I would appreciate it, my lord, if we can talk inside, more privately, Tom suggested delicately, glancing towards Bellatrix, who was looking extremely bewildered. Naturally, the Dark Lord said. You must tell me all about him. Does he miss me? A small smile intertwined with his features, a smile which Tom returned, as if it was a shared joke. If he misses you, Tom replied, he doesn't show it. When the two made their way to the front door of the manor, Tom Riddle smirked into the night. As Lord Voldemort entered, he looked coldly back at the younger man. I have you in my power, Riddle, he said. I know. A light sigh, almost inaudible, escaped Tom's lips. Voldemort turned, with a partially entertained expression. Already regretting your decision to disrupt my evening? Of course not, my lord, Tom said evenly. I am simply admiring my old home. Dark green curtains, black polished floors. It really is rather remarkable, you know, how similar your tastes are to mine. A look of surprise momentarily flitted across Voldemort's eyes. I have forgotten how good you were at playing the fool. You still like to pretend you are your own individual, do you not? And not a replica of myself. According to Harry, Tom noted lightly, I am my own individual. Oh, he certainly treats me as such, Tom said. He loathes the very mention of you, whereas for me. They had reached Voldemort's personal office. The door swung open to reveal a young lady with the palest platinum blonde hair Tom had ever seen, rivaling Lucius Malfoy's. Her cold amber eyes met his, lapping up his every essence. My lord, she hailed the Dark Lord, lowering her head in a well-practiced movement of courtesy. You are back. Yes, I am back. Voldemort gestured Tom into his spacious office with a wave of his hand. "Make me a pot of tea, Daphne." "So it is Daphne, your second apprentice?" Tom asked, unconcernedly planting himself in the grandest seat in the room, the station that was evidently meant for the Dark Lord. "I'd quite forgotten her name." "I am sure you had," Voldemort commented dryly. "You still have her at your side after so many years," Tom remarked candidly. "She must be as loyal as a female dog." The Dark Lord let out an appreciative laugh, not seeming at all bothered his apprentice was being insulted. "She is dedicated to my cause." It was the very second that Daphne opened the door. From her proud stance and the elated sparkle in her eyes, Tom could tell she had only heard her master's last sentence and nothing before that. "Tea is ready, my lord." "Serve our guest first," Voldemort said. "He has done me a great favor by coming here tonight." Daphne obeyed. When she handed Tom the cup, she peered curiously at him. It didn't slip past Tom's ever-watchful gaze. He took the cup curtly without a single motion of gratitude. "My lord," Riddle said pointedly. "Get out, Daphne," the Dark Lord immediately ordered, understanding. "I wish to be alone with my guest." Daphne went, ever the obedient servant. So unlike Harry. When the door clicked shut, Voldemort faced Tom. He instantly knew that the Dark Lord meant business. The entire expanse of the Dark Lord's face was a depiction of ice and frost, leaving no space for any nonchalance. "We have wasted quite enough time, Tom. Let us cut to the chase. What are you here for?" Tom remained imperturbable, his voice unemotional when he answered ingenuously, "To strike a bargain with you." Lord Voldemort's snake-like pupils narrowed into slits. "What sort of bargain?" "I'll answer that particular question later," Tom said. "For now, don't you want to hear about Harry's progress?" "I know he is 16, nearly an adult," Voldemort said darkly. "The boy, I believe, is still incurable as always." "Not exactly," Tom said. "He has been cured years ago, of his dislike for the dark magic and his hot-headedness." A flicker of interest shone in the Dark Lord's eyes. "Just the other day, he was threatening to kill Alistair Moody, if you know the Auror." "That sounds nothing like the Harry I knew." "Ah, but he isn't the Harry you knew," Tom said, letting the slightest hint of smugness into his voice. "Only I know him well." "Has he?" Tom stared levelly at Voldemort, willing the inquiry to come out. As soon as the question started, his success would be half ensued. He could see indefinite clues of Voldemort's lingering fascination for Harry. Tom would remember to praise Harry later for his talent of being memorable. It helped his mission a great deal. "Has he mingled deeper with the dark arts?" Tom gave a short laugh. "More than that, far more. I dare say he can crush some of your better Death Eaters you know, my lord. I've carved him into the perfect Dark Prince." "Have you, Tom?" Hidden somewhere in the sentence was mockery. "What else can you expect, my lord, from a psychopath such as myself?" It was said lightly, like a joke, but under the surface was a layer of unspoken victory. "I have succeeded where you have failed. Harry trusts me. If I had to draw a conclusion, I'd say you care for the boy," Voldemort suggested casually. "Though it cannot possibly be true after all, you have a heart as hard as rock." "If I seem like I care for Harry, then so must you, my lord," Tom retorted gently. "Your attentiveness to Harry's new life cannot be pretense." "I care only about what happens to him," the Dark Lord corrected coldly. "He deserves death and that is what I hope to give him." "I'm sure it is. Where does his interest lie?" Voldemort said. "I am sure he does not go around cursing muggles purely to savor their pain. It will take another decade to make Harry revel in pain. For now, he merely does what needs to be done, what with the high price on his head and all," Tom said. "If I had to guess, Harry has gained himself the quality of self-preservation." "I agree," the younger man said. "I must congratulate you, Tom," the Dark Lord stated. "It seems almost surreal that you managed the impossible." "Technically, we manage the impossible," Tom said, "since, as you said, we are one. Sometimes all it takes is a different approach. It seems like it. You need to approach all matters inversely, and if you cannot bring about change yourself, you should acquire an alliance with a force worth joining," Tom said. How is your war proceeding?" "Why the sudden change of topic?" Voldemort said. "Dumbledore appears to be growing in strength," Tom said. "Soon, very soon, he will be unstoppable." The Dark Lord stiffened. "I am grateful for your opinion, Tom. However, in the future, I will thank you to keep your unwanted opinions to yourself. You may just find yourself talked into trouble. Is that a threat? The younger man asked, taciturnly. No, just a warning. All I mean, my lord, is that perhaps it is time to try a new approach, as I did with Harry. A new approach for a war strategy, as you suggest, is a risk. Generally, it has 50% chance of success and 50% chance of failure. In this case, unfortunately, it has 10% of success and 90% of failure. Not so, my lord. Tom smiled delicately, showing his tombstone-colored teeth, white as it is sharp. Not if you acquire an alliance with a force worth joining, as I said before. There is no alliance worth joining. The Dark Lord sneered slightly, as if scorning the absurdity of the idea. Really, my lord? Tom prompted. Is there really not a single one? Lord Voldemort's pale hand came slamming down on a mahogany desk, creating a sharp sound. We have spent an adequate amount of time bantering over battle affairs. If you need a reminder, Tom, I will give you one so that you keep focused on why we are here. We are here because I have come to propose a bargain, Tom said steelily. I do not require a reminder. Good things come to those who wait. I have always tried to be a patient man. Now, even my patience runs short, Voldemort said. You know, my lord, how you said before that you wanted Harry to die. An eyebrow went up towards Tom's direction, unmistakably demanding how this was relevant. I am beginning to suspect you can simply sit and wait and soon enough, you will see his death. And why is that? Voldemort drawled silkily. Does he not have you as a protector? Harry has many enemies, even if we cut you from the list, Tom said. My abilities are not sufficient to defend him from all his enemies. Who can possibly be more powerful than me? Inquired the Dark Lord. If that is what you are hinting at. Not necessarily more powerful, Tom said slowly, deliberately, to make sure he got his point across. But for now, he has the upper hand. Voldemort's eyes narrowed again. 3 guesses, Tom murmured. Dumbledore, came the sibilant hiss. Tom's smirk confirmed everything. How did he make an enemy out of Dumbledore? Voldemort said. I have an inkling he was not singing my praises to the old codger. Tom noted with faint pleasure the title they shared for Dumbledore, the old codger. Actually, he was singing Dumbledore's praises, but it does not matter. We have a common enemy, Lord Voldemort, he said firmly, using the Dark Lord's unutterable label for the first time that night. The quickest way to execute him would be to join forces. I believe you can hardly say I am not a worthy power when we are one. Tom found his own chilling blue eyes, or rather, Voldemort's, staring at him. And then, the Dark Lord laughed. It was, without question, unsettling. It cast a shadow over Tom's mood and sent an involuntary shiver running down his spine. He wasn't scared, no, but the last thing he had expected from his older self was laughter. And so, he sat composedly and waited. Waited for the Dark Lord to face him again. When he finally did, the Dark Lord spoke with such scorn that Tom felt a swish of cold fury slither through him. Tell me, Tom, why should I join forces with you now to save your little pet? Because, believe it or not, Tom said frigidly, with contempt, you cannot win this war with Dumbledore by yourself. I find your rudeness taxing, Voldemort said. It is improper to insult one's host. That was not an insult. It is the undeniable truth, Tom hissed harshly. The truth, the Dark Lord snapped, is that your life will become suddenly very miserable if you do not watch your tongue. The young Dark Lord stood, his black robes billowing around him. His eyes were wild with checked rage. It matched Voldemort's beautifully. Almost ironically, at that moment, Daphne knocked. It interrupted the intensity of the second. And Tom reined in his temper, and sat down again, just in time for Daphne to open the door and walk in. Midnight savories, my lord? She asked, angelically. Do you feel like eating anything? She directed the second question at Tom. Tom could have snickered at the ridiculousness of the current situation. Although he felt, to some extent, thankful about the disruption. It would not have done him any good if the 2 Dark Lords had began trading spells in the middle of Voldemort's manor. Leave it here, Voldemort said brusquely, his tone impatient but obviously with his irritability now under control. And go. Yes, my lord. As soon as Daphne stepped out of the room, Voldemort glared icily at Tom. I will not tolerate your insolence in my house. Then, my lord, perhaps you should reconsider my offer, Tom said. It will serve both of us well. I cannot see why. Voldemort drew his lips back into a twisted smile. You, like Harry, have caused me great difficulties. Why should I not torture you on the spot and send you back to your portrait? Because, Tom Riddle answered smoothly, you do not yet have Harry. And why is he so valuable to me that I need to capture him? Voldemort sneered. You said so yourself, Dumbledore will kill him for me. Ah, but it is for that very precise reason that you need him, and you need him before he is damaged by Dumbledore. Only I know his location and somehow I do not believe that you can find him before Dumbledore does if you do not have my assistance. Why would I want to rescue him from Dumbledore in the first place? Because, Tom replied with a mysterious smile, he is your Horcrux. The Dark Lord drew back with a serpentine hiss of astonishment. It was almost comical to watch the expressionless Dark Lord's emotions surfacing disbelief, shock and finally realization. You are lying, Voldemort said coldly. There is no possible way. The Dark Lord is in denial, Tom remarked wryly, in amusement. But you know I am right, as improbable as it seems. Harry being your dear Horcrux is the only logical thing. No sounds came from Voldemort. He seemed to have, for the first time in his life, been rendered wordless. Unless you want to sit back and observe as Dumbledore tears your beloved Horcrux apart, you will side with me. Very well, Voldemort finally snarled. You may go and get Harry. Tom raised a slowing hand. Not yet, he said. There is no telling what you will do once Harry gets here. You will be at free liberty to torture him and me even if you cannot kill us. For all I know, you may wish to imprison us. The Dark Lord raised an eyebrow. I demand an unbreakable vow. That is not possible, he said cruelly. We need a third person, a binder. Then call in your darling Daphne, Tom countered swiftly. And erase her memories when we are finished. Voldemort looked daggers at him. I will extract my revenge from you. I look forward to it. Poor Daphne was looking abnormally pale, Tom thought maliciously. That is just too bad. Do you, Lord Voldemort, agree to join forces with Harry and me in light of these recent events? Tom asked. I do. A circle of golden light weaved around their extended wrists, while Daphne stood by the side, looking at them in faint horror. Do you swear not to betray us? There was a hesitant pause this time. I do. Do you swear you will use our full powers instead of imprisoning us? Tom said, his voice rich with triumph. I do. Do you promise to disregard the past deeds, excuse the punishments you wish to heap upon Harry and me, and start anew? Ringing silence. The Dark Lord did not seem keen on an answer. My lord. Tom pushed toughly. I do. It was an angry, almost inhuman hiss that erupted from Voldemort's lips. Another golden thread entwined their wrists. Tom nodded at Daphne to end the unbreakable vow. He was triumphant. Not yet, the Dark Lord snapped, whirling to face Tom. Do you swear, in return, that you and Harry will not betray me a second time? I do. And the binding was complete. With a whisk of his wand, Tom knocked all of the memories in the past few minutes out of Daphne's mind. If you do not mind, my lord, I will go and fetch Harry now. Do you, Lord Voldemort, agree to join forces with Harry and me in light of these recent events? Tom asked. I do. A circle of golden light weaved around their extended wrists, while Daphne stood by the side, looking at them in faint horror. Do you swear not to betray us? There was a hesitant pause this time. I do. Do you swear you will use our full powers instead of imprisoning us? Tom said, his voice rich with triumph. I do. Do you promise to disregard the past deeds, excuse the punishments you wish to heap upon Harry and me, and start anew? Ringing silence. The Dark Lord did not seem keen on an answer. My lord. Tom pushed toughly. I do. It was an angry, almost inhuman hiss that erupted from Voldemort's lips. Another golden thread entwined their wrists. Tom nodded at Daphne to end the unbreakable vow. He was triumphant. Not yet, the Dark Lord snapped, whirling to face Tom. Do you swear, in return, that you and Harry will not betray me a second time? I do. And the binding was complete. With a whisk of his wand, Tom knocked all of the memories in the past few minutes out of Daphne's mind. If you do not mind, my lord, I will go and fetch Harry now. As he pushed his way through the lush meadows of copious gorgeous wildflowers, Tom Riddle's sharp, merciless features relaxed into a genuinely satisfied smile. His mission could not have gone better. He had executed it perfectly, with the exact right amount of pressure and charm. On the other hand, being Tom Riddle, he expected nothing less from himself. He knew he had done Harry a great favor, although the boy did not deserve it. Even Voldemort thought he was becoming too soft. Tom gave a derisive snort. He also knew that once Harry heard of the news, the very last thing he would show was gratitude. Sometimes, he wondered why he even bothered. He, Tom Marvolo Riddle, despite not being an optimist, was far from being pessimistic. He was a realist, and he was ready to bet on his life that Harry's reaction would be ugly. He was not an overtly imaginative Dark Lord, he had to admit, but he could predict it all. The outraged look of betrayal, the shouting, the threats and accusations, and maybe Harry would even try to curse him. Not that he was uncertain about who would end up cradling the worst wounds, but he was keen to avoid that turn of events if possible. Tom reached down and toughly snapped a primrose from the middle of its stem. He really was becoming a saint, he decided in disgust. Not only had he arranged for Voldemort to be merciful on Harry, had arranged countless cruciatous curses to be taken off his punishment list, but he had handed himself as well to the Dark Lord purely out of the protection Lord Voldemort could provide for Harry from Dumbledore. Harry owed his life to Tom. Goodness knows how dangerous it was to bargain with the devil, or in this case, Voldemort, but Tom had gone ahead and done exactly that. And for what? He himself could not find an answer within him. Perhaps he simply reveled in creating dark princes for the sake of saving them from their fates. Tom's fist tightened punitively and the primrose in his hand crumpled into crushed golden petals. The color of self-sacrifice looked unflattering on his intelligent stature. He would make sure Harry paid him back for the favors he had done him in double the price. "Tom," Harry called, "where on earth were you?" He bounded up from the position on a patch of grass. "Nowhere that would interest you," Tom replied smoothly. "I've been looking for you since the crack of dawn," Harry said, with a small grin. "Thought you got tired of running away and went to commit a suicide. Do I look at all suicidal to you? If there is a single person who values life more than anyone else on this planet, it ought to be me." Tom raised a mocking eyebrow. "Trust you to wake up at the first rays of sunlight. What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing you should worry about." Harry frowned. Tom was acting bizarrely, even for himself. He had always been a mysterious wizard, but this morning it seemed all young Dark Lord wanted from Harry was to mind his own business. "I want to know, Tom," Harry stated, in a voice of steely determination. "Where did you go? You should learn to respect other people's privacy, Harry," Tom said coolly. "Especially the privacy of a future Dark Lord. I will thank you to keep your wretched curiosity to yourself. What a shame the prospect of receiving your gratitude is not extremely tempting to me," Harry countered, giving a sharp, glistening smile. "My intuition tells me wherever you went concerns me, and my intuition is rarely wrong. It seems like your intuition has just made a mistake a few seconds ago." "It hasn't," Harry bit down in confirmation. "I am sure of it." "Very well, if you must know," Tom gave a fake, breezy sigh. "I have discovered our next destination. As soon as you get there, you will be in no danger from Dumbledore." "You are lying, right?" Harry asked, with a brisk laugh in his voice. "This is a joke." "It isn't." "Ha, ha, really funny, Tom," he said lightly. "You cannot escape from Dumbledore if he is resolute on finding you." "I have my own methods," Tom said remotely. "They just may save your life." "And what methods may they be?" Harry asked, teasingly. "You will find out when the time comes. You'll only have to wait a few hours, we will head there when night falls again." Night did fall, silently, like ink spilling from an inkwell. It rolled like curtains over the heavens, causing the limitless blue sky to suddenly plunge into darkness. Harry bowed his head against the raging wind that swooped down like a banshee as it claimed the leaves that abandoned their branches to become prisoners of the wind. It truly felt like he had stepped from the mortal world through one of the gateways to hell. Or rather, Tom had apparated him directly to hell. He looked back, at where the horizon should have been. The sun had long faded, as had its warmth. Where the underside of the sun should have dipped into vivid, crystal-clear waters of a lake, there was eternally stretching darkness. Where there should have been green fields, blossoming flora, bees humming, birds singing and crickets chirping was only Tom Riddle striding emotionlessly ahead. Where kind sunbeams should have reached down and gingerly tickled the soft blades of the grass, before In the sky, was a crow cawing overhead on a bare tree with crooked branches that were outstretched like ashen fingers of the deceased. Harry felt exposed. Dreadfully exposed, for reasons he knew not. "It is close," Tom said evenly. "Very close." Sure enough, within a few minutes, they had arrived. Harry stopped dead beside Tom and gaped in disbelief at their perfect safe haven. There should have been a mansion, with divine, copper-red bricks and transparent windows that glistened like chipped diamonds under the sun's glare. Perhaps one of the windows could have revealed a grand piano through velvet curtains. He had expected a scene taken directly from paradise, and instead was greeted by a chilling nightmare. There was a shadowy mansion, materializing from behind clouds, and yet still half hidden by menacing iron gates. It was like a lithe predator, crouching discreetly and ready to spring at any moment. The countless windows that overlooked the manor grounds had dark green draperies covering them. Somewhere beyond the iron gates, Harry knew, was an enriched flower garden with a statue of Hades, god of the underworld. He was all too familiar with it. Even the sight of his old home brought back painfully searing memories. Every fragment of his previous life held one individual who had controlled him like a puppet and tormented him. Looking up from beneath his dark lashes, Harry knew that the evil man dwelled inside the manor and that Tom Riddle, a former trusted ally, had manipulated that trust and led him straight into the snake's pit. Without warning, Harry jerked backwards and twisted around wordlessly. He ran down the narrow path he had walked up with Tom Bloody Riddle. He tore down the pathway, brushing past low-hanging branches, and pictured Hogsmeade in his mind. He made an attempt at apparition. It felt like slamming headfirst into a solid concrete wall. Oh, just brilliant. Somebody had put wards up. He was well and truly trapped. Trapped in a snake pit with the most fearsome serpent of all, Lord Voldemort. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Tom Riddle approaching him, and following Tom were numerous Death Eaters that flew at him from the now opened iron gates like black wasps. Harry yanked out his wand from his sleeve and leveled it at one of the Death Eaters and took aim. It was all that required to knock the idiot out cold. He was no longer a young boy, a weak fledgling, but it made little difference when he was facing not only two versions of the Dark Lord but also the entire army of Voldemort's merciless minions. He was helpless. He would be helpless no matter what his decision. And so he chose not to fight. Glancing out at the sea of black robes, he quickly decided with conviction that struggling was a waste of effort. He pinpointed Bellatrix, with her streaming curls and cruel laughter. Even if he killed himself trying to escape, he still would not be able to make it past 20 meters. "I believed you," was all he coldly said, when Tom came within hearing range. "I believed you when you said you were taking me to a safe haven. You know, they say naivety can kill. I think I know what it means, now." "Not all safe havens are like Noah's Ark," Tom replied shortly. "Isn't that similar to what the Nazis told the Jews?" Harry said stonily. "That they were going to be taking a shower and then gas them." "It must be." Tom was interrupted by Bellatrix's frantic shrieks. "The boy, the traitor. Can you not see, you blind fools?" she screeched loudly. "Bind him for our Lord." A pair of burly Death Eaters with bulging arm muscles stepped forward meaningfully with their wands outstretched. They looked as if they were going to obey the Dark Lord's top lieutenant. Harry stiffened. He would curse their hands off if they dared to touch him, and he was about to say so. But it turned out he didn't even need to. "Order your imbeciles to keep their filthy paws to themselves, Bella," Tom commanded icily. "Harry is the Dark Lord's prize. And please, if I may know, who placed you in charge?" Bellatrix sneered. "Who placed you, the newcomer, who does not even know the ropes, in charge?" "Lord Voldemort placed me in charge," Tom snapped. "Be mindful of how you speak." Bellatrix inhaled sharply, in a mixture of shock and fury. "You dare taint his name with your common tongue." "Be quiet, Bella," Tom hissed softly, "while I deliver our guest to the Dark Lord." Perhaps there was something foreboding in his tone. Harry was not sure, but whatever it was, it made Bellatrix effectively fall silent. "Tell me, Tom," Harry said slowly, "am I a gift to Voldemort in order for you to return to his good books? Or am I a sacrifice that has to be made?" "Neither." "Then," Harry gave a bitter smile. "What am I? You will find out when you see him." Tom's eyes glinted teasingly at him, as if it was nothing but a light joke. A series of hysterical laughter threatened to bubble from Harry's lips. This was what he got for being too trusting. Really, it is an immense pleasure to see you, Harry, the Dark Lord purred, as he glided across the unoccupied hall. Beg your pardon, my lord, but I hope you will not take offense when I say the exact opposite. Harry stood rigidly in the middle of the room, unmoving. Watching the show from a dim corner, Tom let out a small chuckle that drew both the stares of Harry and the Dark Lord. Surprised much, my lord? Tom asked smoothly. I even corrected his informal language. Every existing nerve in Harry's body was screaming at him to turn tail and flee, and he was resolutely ignoring the impulse, but he was not going to fight the monster either. He would not give Voldemort the indulgence. Amazing, the Dark Lord commented. He is certainly. A delicate pause while Voldemort looked him up and down. A work of art. Which one? Tom asked, in jest. The Mona Lisa or the Birth of Venus? Last time I checked, Harry was not a muggle girl with invisible eyebrows, Voldemort said. But perhaps I passed over something. Tom made a soft sound of appreciation. So, Voldemort returned his attention to him. How are we feeling, Harry? He bit into his lips until he drew blood. He was not going to grace Voldemort with his words. Voldemort walked silently around Harry so that he advanced from behind him. Harry, need I remind you how wearisome you have become for me? He hissed gently. Harry suddenly felt the horrid, glacial sensation of the Dark Lord's wand trailing his neck. He gasped noiselessly as memories he would rather forget shot back at him with the force of a cannonball. The Dark Lord turned towards Harry again, with a face the color of thunder. Harry Potter, do you now see the full extent of trouble your actions caused me? He clicked his fingers, and Harry landed embarrassingly on the floor. Do you now see the mess you created? Crucio. Nothing could have prepared Harry for this pain. It dug into him with claws and rolled onto him in exploding waves. It tossed him off his feet and proceeded to burn him alive from the inside. It was too much. Get your wand off me. Harry snarled, brandishing his own wand with the quickness of a viper. Stay away. A look of surprise flitted across the Dark Lord's expression for the fleetest of moments. You dare raise a hand to me, Harry? Another memory attacked him. He could never forget it. The agonizing pain Voldemort put him through would stay with him forever. Miraculously, it struck Voldemort, who had been caught completely off guard, directly on the chest. In Harry's weak state, it did little more than cause Voldemort a few mild cuts. On the other hand, it served very well to arouse the Dark Wizard's fury. Harry was hurled 13 feet into the air and slammed ferociously against one of the walls. The sudden pain blinded him. You dare attack me, Harry? Voldemort asked. The force pinning him against the wall was lifted and he came hurtling down. The collision with the ground probably broke one of his ribs. Everything was hazy, and something wet was flowing from his forehead. No, Harry gasped, wholly incapable of moving from his position. Yes, my lord, Harry calmly replied, still clenching his wand. I dare. Voldemort chuckled, his laughter rich against the blank walls it bounced off. I see, Harry, you have become. He did not seem to bother to finish his sentence. Better tuck your wand away, my boy. This will be a long night. The wand remained defiantly in Harry's tensed hand, as he glared balefully in the direction of Voldemort. The Dark Lord flung both his hands upwards in an expression of exasperation and amusement. With an arched brow, he inquired, why so hostile, Harry? It appeared his teasing was going to bother Harry throughout the long night. Harry did not see the necessity to credit the maddening question with an answer, and so, he pointedly pursed his lips. Lord Voldemort, smiling cruelly, took a step towards Harry and drew both his arms around the teenage boy in a mocking imitation of a warm hug. Welcome home, he whispered softly, in Harry's ear. He saw the challenge in Lord Voldemort's eyes. It was there, shining like a beacon in the coldness of the pupils. It dared him to endure the discomfort. It scorned his bravery. You fear me, it was almost saying, you fear my touch. Harry was abruptly struck by the strongest impulse to pull away. Every nerve in his mind was screeching at him to keep his distance from the dangerous wizard. The muscles in his legs stiffened, ready to take him away in one powerful backward leap. But he allowed himself to stay on the spot, his own arms hanging deliberately by his side as he watched, with a sick feeling, as the pale, serpentine limbs pressed into him. The Dark Lord did not let go. Instead, he constricted, like a large, monstrous snake, tightening around Harry in an open power play of supremacy. You are ill at ease, Voldemort hissed, with a provoking smirk on his face that made Harry long to strike it. I can sense your distress. It was a taunt. Are you nervous, Harry, that I can cause you pain? Harry's heart, traitorously, sped up at the half-threat. Anyone would be distressed, Harry retorted, if a mentally retarded man got his face in theirs. It was a weak bluff, and even he knew it. He was afraid of the Dark Lord. Ever since their last encounter in this very hall. The way he had cringed at the end of Voldemort's wand, flinching at the promise of further torture, Harry would never shake the memory off. He hated it, his weakness. The truth, which he could not hide from himself, was that he was terrified of the power Lord Voldemort wielded, the power that could crack down on him whenever the Dark Wizard so wished. He had only been 12 years old when he had to face the horrors. How long can you bear this? Voldemort said, silkily. How long can you stand being in such close proximity to me? Perhaps, it was a reminder. A reminder that sooner or later, he would be disciplined for the trouble he had caused the Dark Lord. That the Dark Lord would finally get his revenge. Harry suppressed a shudder. A part of him could not believe Tom could simply hand him over to the merciless wizard. He felt sick to the stomach, betrayed. If it was not for the fact he was unwilling to show feebleness in front of Voldemort, perhaps he would be retching. Harry closed his eyes in an attempt to calm himself, aware that the Dark Lord was observing him in entertainment. The contact was really bugging him now. He could feel goosebumps popping up along his arm. Some power play. Nasty Voldemort. Fortunately, Tom spoke at that moment. My lord, if I may interfere, the Slytherin said smoothly, maybe we should save the welcomes for later, when Harry fully understands the circumstances. His tone was light, but the subtle intention was there. If Harry did not know better, he would assume Tom was helping him. He inwardly relaxed as Voldemort let go of him. I never realized, my lord, that it was a common custom among dark wizards to be so clingy, Harry said, as soon as he recovered his composure. He felt a stab of triumph when Voldemort narrowed his eyes warningly. Your tongue knows no boundaries, he commented. I take it that Tom had never thought to control it. I never saw any need to. Tom smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. It is a good source of amusement, especially when he insults someone other than me. In any other situations, Harry would have cracked a grin. Tom's derisive humor, at its best, had the ability to make him laugh. Now, however, Harry was in no mood to listen to jokes. Not when Voldemort was glancing at him with such intensity that led him to suspect that when the Dark Lord finally chastised him, it was going to hurt. He stared steelily at Tom, unspeaking. At times, silence was the most effective form of waywardness when dealing with the older Slytherin. As he predicted, Tom broke the silence first, in his dry tone, you honestly should be more grateful, Harry. Voldemort inclined his head in agreement. Tom paid me a visit last night, and begged me all but on his knees to take in a special stray animal. I felt obligated. That is an exaggeration of the truth, Tom stated nonchalantly. I feel compelled to point that out. Harry looked fiercely at both versions of the Dark Lord, first Voldemort, then Tom, then back again. As much as he loathed being compared to a stray animal, he hated the actions of Tom even more. I suppose no one asked the stray whether he wanted to be here, he said bitterly. Suddenly, he found himself pinned down by two pairs of wintry blue eyes. One pair belonged to Voldemort and the other to Tom. It was that split moment that he truly registered how alike the two sorcerers were. They had the same cruel, high cheekbones, the proud stance, the pale complexion, and the pitiless flash in the eyes. I did not lie to you, Harry, Tom said steadily. For you, this is the perfect safe haven. Harry found himself overwhelmed by the temptation to pitch something heavy, anything, at the young man's flawless, arrogant face. Safe and Voldemort do not fit well in the same sentence, if you think about it. I do not see why not. His fist scrunched involuntarily, as he dug his nails into the soft flesh of his palms in an attempt to control the intense sensation of frustration and vulnerability that arose within him. After helping him evade the Dark Lord for half a decade, he could scarcely accept that Tom had simply turned him over to the vindictive monster. It was his gullibility playing up again, he supposed. I extend my home to you out of generosity, and this is how you treat me, Voldemort cut in, brusquely. Not very gracious of you, Harry. I take it you have already forgotten how you graciously treated me, Harry grounded out, with a gracious dose of the cruciatus. A series of deep chuckles emerged from Voldemort's throat. "Are we still sore about that, Harry?" he inquired. "I thought we'd be at least even in your mind, after my plights." He paused. "Although, on a personal note, I believed you warranted further punishment." Harry thought he detected an edge of anger in the Dark Lord's tone. It was perhaps just him hallucinating. "Do not alarm the poor child, my lord," cautioned Tom, with an infuriating smile. "He is shaking." And so he was, Harry realized. He was shaking not in fright but in speechless fury. Harry had never assumed he would ever be emotionally marred by the ruthless nature of Tom, never thought his emotion dependency for the older Slytherin ran so deep, given that one could not possibly be psychologically wounded by somebody one mistrusted. Once again, he now understood, he had underestimated the young Dark Lord's expertise in the area of manipulation. Harry had heaved himself straight into the delicate cocoon Tom had woven, and had gotten caught in the web of lies. He had grown to develop a stable faith for the man, and when Dumbledore had revealed his true colors, he had depended utterly and only on Tom. In short, he had made himself defenseless. The taste of betrayal in his mouth was acrid, and embittered with poison. It made Harry feel oddly lightheaded. Redness danced in front of him. It was as if something within him, a delicate thread that had been straining throughout the evening, suddenly snapped. He grimly stepped in long strides towards Tom, who flashed a blasé smile at him. Harry's teeth clamped together. All thoughts of holding himself back vanished from his mind. He would not be wronged in this fashion. Ever. "You arrogant excuse for a lowlife," Harry had wanted to say. However, instead of speaking, he drew his fist back and, with lightning-fast movements, dealt Tom a sharp blow to the nose. Harry saw Tom's eyes widen in shock as the fist connected, too amazed to react. There was a gruesome crunch, a sound towards which Harry felt a sense of satisfaction. Judging by the impact he had felt, he would have thought the older Slytherin would have doubled over with a small yell, at the very least. In spite of this, Tom did not make an effort to move. His spinal cord remained straight as he maintained the maddening cool posture. His lips did not even twitch, let alone allow any noises to escape. If it was not for his anger, perhaps Harry would have been impressed. Blood was pouring like a streaming river from Tom's broken nose, and yet he did not use his wand to halt the flow. Only Tom's blue eyes, narrowed to slits, betrayed a hint of the physical pain. Otherwise, he simply stood there, gazing at Harry as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. From the corner of Harry's eyes, he saw Voldemort looking on with an expression akin to mirth. "Temper, temper," the Dark Lord chuckled quietly, but he made no move to assist his younger counterpart. In fact, he looked strangely pleased. Unaffected by Lord Voldemort's comment, Harry did not feel his temper curbed in the least. He took another swing at Tom's face. This time, the Slytherin responded like a striking snake. His hand shot out and seized Harry's wrist in a vice-like grip. Although, to Harry's surprise, his wrist was not crushed excruciatingly in repayment, but it was still too close for his comfort. He snatched his hand from Tom's grasp, disgusted at the blood on them. It was Tom Riddle's blood. He had never felt less sorry in his life. The sod deserved it for toying with him. "I never realized you bled like a normal human being," Harry said sarcastically, his voice enriched with a particularly tough bite. Tom, seemingly unperturbed, returned equably, "You punch like a little girl. And yet you are bleeding like a stuck pig," Harry snarled. "Pity you do not squeal like one. Maybe we should try again." "Excellent suggestion, Harry," Tom agreed lightly. "Would you like to play the pig, this time?" "You wish. In my humble opinion," Tom said, "you should try attacking with spells. So much more effective. Not to mention you do not give the impression of an uncivilized muggle. Physically hurting you loses so much gratification, that way," Harry said. "Keep working, Harry, and soon we will make a sadist out of you," came the teasing jest. Harry could not help but wonder how the Slytherin managed to stay so casual while the pool of blood collected on the black marble was increasing in volume by the second, let alone the distractive ache of a broken nose. "If you are so fond of magic, why not heal yourself?" Harry finally asked. "Why, you sound almost concerned," Tom observed, the infuriating smile back on his face again. "How sweet. If you bother to deflate your head a little, you will learn to see things in a different light. Perhaps I wish to keep this," Tom gestured at his injury as if Harry had not spoken, "as a memento." Keep working, and soon we will make a masochist out of you, Harry retorted, mirroring the Slytherin's previous words. At this, Voldemort finally laughed. He wrung his spidery fingers together, and fixed Harry with a level look of curiosity. You have an active imagination, boy. Although, I can guarantee you, no version of me is masochistic. Harry steadfastly ignored him. At any rate, I am glad you stand in front of me, unharmed and untouched, the Dark Lord said, much to Harry's suspicion. Heavens know the damage dear Professor Dumbledore could have done if he had gotten his old claws on you. If events had not spiraled so crazily out of control in the last or so months, Harry was almost sure he would be vehemently defending Dumbledore. Now, however, things felt so dreamlike that he did not know what to do. Let me guess, Harry said sharply, his voice laced with venom. Tom told you. He gave me a detailed recount, Voldemort replied, of everything significant that happened to you in the last 5 years, and of how you changed. That is an overstatement, Tom interrupted brusquely. Harry glared at the Slytherin accusingly, wishing he could shred the git into pieces with his eyes. Unfortunately, Voldemort picked up again, with definite pleasure in his voice, I was reluctant to allow you back into my home. He had to persuade me by divulging a little secret. He felt as if someone had slipped several ice cubes down his collar. His lips thinned and his brows knitted together. My precious, 7th Horcrux, Lord Voldemort whispered, in distinct Parseltongue. The sibilant hiss lingered sinisterly in the air. You belong to me. You are my property. Disobedient little Horcrux. His heart clouded heavily against his chest like the thrashing wings of an enormous, caged bird. A sudden bloom of heat spread across his body, followed by coldness. Hairs prickled on the back of his neck as he drew in a quickened breath in trepidation. You know, Harry, I have never met anyone quite like you, Voldemort said. I have never seen anyone throwing punches at a Dark Lord without suffering retaliation, yet I can assure you if I attempt to punish you for your appalling behavior, Tom will step in. Taken aback by the statement, Harry glanced sideways at Tom. The young man was also listening to Voldemort, with an impassive expression. In fact, Lord Voldemort continued, last night, Tom held me under the unbreakable vow not to punish you for your past deeds. In return, he made an oath on your behalf. To cut a long story short, the moment you betray me again or escape without my permission, he will die an extraordinarily agonizing death. Is that supposed to make me stay? Harry asked. What do I care about his death? Would you truly kill someone who has your best interests in mind? Voldemort smiled wickedly. You are a horrible liar, Harry. Of course you care. Harry glanced at Tom again, hesitantly. Do I? He challenged the Dark Lord. I'd hope you do, Tom said quietly. He felt all the anger, all the energy rush out of him. He deflated. It left him feeling drained, close to exhaustion. What a nightmare. Take Harry to his old room, Voldemort said to Tom. It is late. It was as if he could read his mind. He grudgingly followed Tom out of the hall, knowing that he, for the night at least, would have to remain in the manor. Ghosts of his past surrounded him, grazing against him, raising goosebumps on his skin as Harry followed Tom through the curving corridors and up the slithering stairs. He could feel the coldness of the wooden banisters beneath his palm, seeping into his fingers. The portraits hanging along the bleak walls stared gravely down at him, and Harry was hit by a sense of intense familiarity. His past life affected him much more than he cared to admit. It was within this manor that he developed his first true affiliation with dark magic. Now, he was back, with the dark arts blossoming between his fingertips, entirely at his beck and call, his to maneuver. Without Voldemort, none of this would have happened. If Snape had not forced him into that blasted dueling competition, he would never have attracted the Dark Lord's attention in the first place. He would never have met the portrait version of Tom Traitor Riddle, he would never have freed Dumbledore, and he would never have reached his highest magical potential. Perhaps, just perhaps, he would still be an invisible student at Hogwarts, studying under Carrow's iron clutch. Fate had a certain ironic edge. It was as if it took pleasure in manipulating him, toying with him. Harry was not sure he would be the person he was, Horcrux or not, without undergoing the experiences he had undergone. As Tom rounded a new corridor, he halted outside a locked door, unbolted it, and threw it open, accompanied to a creak. Harry's breath caught in his chest. His old bedroom. Nothing had been changed. Literally, not one single detail. Not the splendor of the shining lattice windows that had once taken his breath away, or the bare white walls. Or the luxurious bed smoothed down with the finest eiderdown money could afford. Or the black satin drapes that once shrouded him in darkness and provided the best of privacy. Not even the lone portrait had been removed. The only difference was that it was now empty, while its past inhabitant stood next to Harry in flesh and bones. Tom moved aside to allow Harry into the room. Impressed? Tom asked, his voice lilting. Your very own, for tonight, and all the nights in the foreseeable future. Harry chose to be the bigger man and let the last part of the sentence slide. His gaze landed on a chess set that sat on one of the broad shelves, collecting dust. To think he had once commenced in a chess game with Voldemort. It seemed ridiculous now, so he shut off the entire room. Harry muttered absently, to himself. Always acquaint yourself with the obvious. It is the surest way to make sure you are never wrong, Tom said. He could feel his irritation bubbling vigorously. In case you haven't noticed, Harry retorted, I was not speaking to you. You know, Tom smiled airily, striding through the room as if he owned it. They say talking to yourself is the first sign of madness, which is then followed by. Look, I really don't care, Harry started. So, if you don't mind shutting up. I do mind. Harry glared ominously at the young Slytherin, soothing himself with the promise that one day, when Riddle's nose had been fully healed, he would break it again. And after that, if his wrath could not be sated, maybe he would treat himself to breaking the young Dark Lord's arm. Sit down, Harry, Tom continued, in a softer, more serious tone. Pardon. He was stunned by the unexpected change of topic. Tom tended to have that effect on him. He changed subject matter so quickly that Harry did not stand a chance of catching up. Do you understand the meaning of, sit, or do I need to spell it out for you? On your bed, on the chair, whatever. We need to talk. A sneer appeared on Harry's face. Oh no, I don't think so, darling. I seem so easy to push around, right? Press a few buttons here, and you get a positive response. Pull a few strings there and you get to manipulate the marionette. Well, this is the end of it. No more. You don't get to take advantage of me anymore. I never tried to take advantage of you, Tom replied automatically. If I truly saw you as one of my puppets you'd be prostrate and broken. A derisive snort escaped Harry's throat, and Riddle snapped around to pierce him with narrowed eyes. I thought you would have known by now. As much as I hate to be associated with anything linked to Gryffindor, I can be compared to a cat in the way I toy with my prey. If they can hold my interest for long enough, I play with them, but like all new toys, they break. When my toys break, I tend to dispose of them. Riddle's voice was low and chilling. Harry had no doubts that he was telling the truth about playing with people. Are you disposing of me now? Harry asked. Like one of your broken toys. Except I am still in one piece. Is Voldemort going to take over and finish the job for you? Tom was silent, his deadpan facade unreadable. However, all the time he had spent around the Slytherin paid off, and he could deduce a certain discomfort from the way Tom's elegant fingers pulled frequently at the curtains, in a flippantly casual manner. And yet, Harry knew, Tom rarely engaged in repetitive actions. Conclusion. Tom was uncomfortable for some unknown reason. Are you so bored with me that you cannot wait to get rid of me? He pressed. And Riddle's expression darkened like a thundercloud. How dare you suggest that when you have punched me and I have done nothing? He started dangerously. Do you, even with a small mind like yours, realize the millions of ways I could have taken revenge? Harry opened his mouth for a sharp retort, but Tom bet him to it. If you had been one of my marionettes, as you cleverly put it, do you understand how I would have dealt with you? Tom fixed him with an intent look, and all but purred, do you truly, naively, believe I allow everyone to get away with it? All a part of the manipulation, Harry answered firmly. Tom scoffed and arched a brow. Voldemort was right when he said he had never seen anyone throwing punches at a Dark Lord without suffering retaliation. Then somebody really needs to stand up to the pair of you, Harry said. You do realize, Harry, that I have your best interests at heart? Tom asked, with a mocking smile. I do what is best for you. Harry dismissed that comment too. It is rather hard to believe, especially when you are a heartless monster. You don't even have a heart, let alone care for anyone. Ouch, that really stung, Tom said, with a theatrically wounded expression. How can you ever say a thing like that? I hate you. I hate you too, dear. Whatever feeling you have towards me is mutual. And if I say I love you, Harry gritted out, then I love you too. Harry let out a soft, pained sigh. Tom was the most annoying creature alive, he'd give him that. Voldemort sent me to bed, in case you didn't hear him properly. To obey his command, I have to sleep, and with you here, I cannot sleep. I'd appreciate it if you can go away. Oh, and close the door behind you. The last time I checked, Tom said, you did not care for Voldemort's orders. Well, I do now, especially when they actually benefit me. I know you are stomaching anger, resentment, hurt, hatred and whatever other emotion you're feeling right now, Tom said. It is never good to go to sleep without unwinding that knot. Since you have pinpointed my emotions with such accuracy, Harry said sarcastically, you do realize. They are either resulted from your actions or are directed at you. All the same, I am here if you want to talk. My, Harry said sardonically, don't you sound like a protective mother hen. I never saw you as the comforting type, or the talking type. Besides, I do not want to talk. What I do want is for you to get out of my bedroom. You misunderstand me, Harry, Tom said silkily. I was not asking for your permission. I am not going until I get the results I want. Then you will be here for the whole night. And you will not be sleeping for the whole night, the Slytherin countered. I trust you will not be feeling too well in the morning. I, on the other hand, do not require much sleep. Harry sighed again. There was some truth in his words. He would not leave until Harry gave him what he wanted. What do you want? For you to talk. I am talking. About your emotions. What do you want me to say? I hate you with a vengeance because you betrayed me and handed me over to Voldemort, the beast who wants to skin me alive. Well, Tom said wryly, that is better than nothing. At least now I know you are sulking because you think I have no care for your well-being. You truly are fastidious, have I ever told you that? I am not sulking, thank you very much. No, you're not sulking, you are just naturally grouchy, Tom said. The truth is, I really do not want you damaged. What fun would it be if I accidentally damaged my toy? Harry snapped his narrowed eyes onto the elder Slytherin instantly. Just teasing, Tom reassured. I arranged everything with the Dark Lord beforehand. I made sure he did not imprison us the moment he got his hands on us. I know you did. Harry hissed viciously through his teeth. It does not pardon your actions though. My unpardonable actions were so that you did not get captured and killed by the old codger who you thought was the essence of goodness. I risked myself in bargaining with Voldemort so that he would take you in. For all we knew, he could have ignored my offers, however tempting they were, and done something else. Harry opened his mouth but found he did not have anything to say against that. He closed it again. Why do you think Voldemort has not yet extracted his revenge? Why do you think you are not writhing under the Cruciatus curse this very moment? Tom said. I made him promise, under the unbreakable vow, that he would excuse all of your past crimes. That is very saintly of you, Tom, Harry said, with a hint of dryness. But what about new crimes? Riddle had the grace, feigned or not, to look awkward. He would never have agreed if I took that right from him. It is not a right. Harry interrupted. Fine, power, Tom amended, from him. However, I truly doubt he would punish you for no reason. He would not want to break his own Horcrux. Just watch your steps, and tongue, and I'm sure you will be in good health. That isn't very assuring. Forgive me, Tom said, in an irritated tone, but it is the best I can do. Besides, I am not immune to any punishment he decides to give me either, you know. He would never punish you, Harry said. You are literally him. Tom hesitated. Harry did have a point. I'm not him. I'm his Horcrux. Technically, I am him as much as you are him. I just happen to share his appearance and personality. I am sure you already know it, but I loathe Voldemort. I will be getting out of his rotten home at the first chance I get, Harry said. You're not stopping me. That means I will die, Tom deadpanned. Do you want that? Harry was reluctant on answering his question. Somehow, morally, it did not feel right to let the young Dark Lord die after. Why the hell did you have to make an unbreakable vow on my behalf? He demanded, instead. It was a part of the bargain. Harry groaned. So you will be staying with Voldemort in the foreseeable future, Tom said lightly. Harry wished Tom would stop repeating, the foreseeable future. It made it sound as though he would remain here until he was so old that his birth certificate expired. And for all he was concerned, he did not plan on hanging around. He would find a loophole to the vow, a way that would get him out of this hellhole without killing Tom Blasted Riddle. "I'll stay for tonight," he said quietly. "You can go now." Satisfied now that he had gotten what he wanted, Tom left the room with a smug expression on his face. After make sure that Riddle actually was gone, Harry undressed and buried himself underneath the covers of the bed. It enclosed around him like a soft cocoon, soothing against his skin. He dug his fingers into the pillow and muffled his face with the cover. Hopefully, he would not have nightmares. God, he dreaded the next morning. He wished dawn would never come. Sadly, dawn did come. What was even more unfortunate was that Harry woke up, involuntarily, at the crack of dawn. When he sat up, the room was dim. For a moment he did not realize where he was. It took a while for the awareness to sink in. Oh, brilliant. Now that he was awake, he could not get back to sleep again. He wrenched the drapes aside and climbed out of bed. Dear Merlin, he hoped that Voldemort was not an early riser. He dressed quickly and smartly. Soon he was ready and out the door, free to roam in the dark corridors before anyone else stirred. The manor was grand, on the inside just as much as it looked splendid on the outside. Voldemort certainly knew where to make his home, Harry would give him that. But the dreary colors decorating the wallpapers and the old-fashioned portraits were starting to give him a headache. He personally would have preferred a brighter setting. The first rays of sunlight had probably already made their way across the plains, but very few actually hit the manor. It was just that gloomy, Harry supposed. A dark creature like Voldemort would not be able to thrive anywhere else. Truthfully, the manor was not just gloomy in the early morning. It was also sinisterly quiet. No bird calls could be heard from outside, and honestly, Harry didn't know whether birds even flew in the patch of sky above the manor. It seemed as if the entire world was silent, or the manor was simply holding its breath. Even the tiny creaks of the floorboards sounded loud to Harry's ears. It was as though he was the only person alive. If only, he thought. He wanted to take a small walk to stretch his legs. Before he did that, however, he made sure to check whether his wand was tucked securely up his sleeve. In a house like this, there were sure to be many sleeping Death Eaters. Perhaps Bellatrix would leap out at him from a corner, as unlikely as it seemed, and he would be ready. Harry strolled up and down many different flights of stairs to ease the boredom growing on him. He was about to turn around and saunter back when a flicker of light caught his attention. Concentrating on it, he tracked it back to its source. It was a light leaking from under a door. Seemingly, he wasn't the only soul who was awake. Whoever occupied the room had to be conscious too. In the next moment, he comprehended with dawning alarm that the room belonged to Voldemort. After half a decade his memory was getting a bit rusty, but how could he forget where the Dark Lord's office was located? As he listened carefully, he heard voices coming from the room. Voices. Not just Voldemort's, there were two. If he strained his ears hard, he could just make out a few of the words. "My lord, here is the parchment you requested," came a female voice. Harry thought it sounded rather young, and not at all like Bellatrix's. There was no reply or any words of gratitude, but Harry could hear the rustling of paper as someone, possibly Voldemort himself, accepted the parchment. Then, silence fell again. The female voice was the first to interrupt it. "My lord, you seem so preoccupied lately." A few seconds went by, and there was nothing. And then, "Do I?" Ringing silence again. It wasn't the tense type of silence Harry could remember experiencing while he was still Lord Voldemort's apprentice. Rather, it was an absent-minded sort of silence. As if Voldemort was focusing on something else and speaking very inattentively to whomever the female was. "Yes, my lord, begging your pardon." Again, the Dark Lord sounded distracted. "If you don't mind me inquiring, my lord, what is keeping you so engaged these days?" The female said lightly. "Nothing that worries you." How strange, Harry thought. Voldemort was answering in such short sentences. It was so unlike the banters he used to hold with the Dark Lord. How people change. "Yes, my lord," the female said dutifully. From what Harry had heard, the female sounded so eager to please her lord. He could practically hear the cogs of her mind whirling while she tried to think of a conversation that would divert the Dark Lord from whatever he was doing. However, before she managed to get a word in, Voldemort had ordered, "Go tell the elves to start preparing breakfast. We have a guest." "But my lord, the elves know when to start." "Go." Harry slipped back into the shadows when Voldemort said this. And not a moment too soon. The door had opened and the female stepped out, her figure vague in the darkness. Harry's own mind was spinning. Voldemort had become so curt and businesslike. Not at all like the wizard who had played with his mind so many years ago. And yet Voldemort had not been any different from himself the night before. Things were definitely very weird. He stepped from the shadows and was about to head back when a hand grabbed his shoulder none too gently from behind. He reacted automatically, as one should when in such a dangerous place, and his reflexes kicked in all on their own. His arm snapped out and seized the wrist on his shoulder and pinned it back in such a way that it caused the owner of the wrist light pain. "Let go of me, you filthy lowlife. I'll curse you." Her voice, up close, was eerily familiar. Harry let go of her wrist and twisted round so that he was facing her. Pale, platinum owned hair, freezing amber eyes, petal lips, and a cold, haughty composure. Ah, he knew who it was. Daphne Greengrass. He was not at all surprised to see her. It seemed she did not quite have the same response as him. Her features, which had been practiced to disguise shock, betrayed her emotions entirely as her delicate mouth fell agape in a mixture of astonishment and fury. She made an odd noise at the back of her throat that made Harry wonder if she was choking on her own words. Finally, she snarled at him, "Harry Potter." Her hostility did not catch him off guard. He could remember the drama between them all too well, and he had no fond memories of the Slytherin Ice Queen. Daphne, who had done all in her power to cause him trouble, had once stolen his memories, informed Voldemort of his misconducts, tricked him in the body of a little girl and done so much more. If it was possible, he detested her even more than he hated Tom. "Congratulations." Harry laughed openly, cruelly. "You know my name. Harry Potter," she said again, pressing all her abhorrence for him into the two words. Her voice dripped with venom. "What are you doing here?" Voldemort invited me back. On second thoughts, he added for effect, with open arms. "The Dark Lord," Daphne demanded, shrilly. "Of course the Dark Lord. Your master. Don't you know him?" He could hear the loud clench of Daphne's teeth as she forced them against each other. He was surprised none of them fell out at the hard impact. "You insolent little," Daphne looked so furious that Harry could not help but stifle a chuckle. "Not very successfully. I'll see you at breakfast." He waved amiably at her and strolled away, to the pleasant stunned silence. It was even better than victory music to his ears. 1 point to Harry. 0 points to Greengrass. If he was going to stay here for a long time he promised himself that he would get that girl back. The flower garden, if it could be called by such name, was paradise on earth. It was gigantic, stretching to meet the estate of the manor. The last time Harry had been here, it had been overflowing with elegant blossoms and trees, all equally pleasing to the eye, with a palpable taste of orderliness. Now, as he stood in the heart of it again, it seemed like the flora had only grown ever more beautiful during his leave. Near the very center was a marble fountain, characterized by a lifelike statue of Hades wielding a staff from which crystalline water spilt. To its right leaned a cherry blossom tree, its delicate trunk slanting towards the fountain. Although it had been 5 years ago since he last saw it, the memory was imprinted perfectly in his mind. The outer rim of the garden were guarded by the traditional favorite of cultured gardens, the Bleeding Heart, with its refined, almost fairy-like flowers dangling. The entire expanse of the garden was masked securely by a range of different trees from the sun, creating a dappled or shadowy shade in which a seeker could seek privacy. Perhaps that was the reason Harry was here now. It was ironic, really, how his very first visit to the garden had also been spurred by the promise of privacy. If he recalled accurately, last time it had been the Dursleys, deaths that had troubled him, shaken him to the very core. The deaths of his uncle, aunt and cousin had long drifted from his mind. It did not distress him anymore. He had never been particularly fond of them, they hadn't been the most generous type of muggles. Oh well, people said time healed all wounds, and their deaths had been over half a decade ago. Still he could not help but wonder, did time really heal all wounds? Unquestionably, the torture marks from Voldemort had long faded, but why could he not control his fear of the Dark Lord? He actually cringed from his touch. It was pathetic. He remembered that even at the young age of 11 he had only felt unease around Voldemort. How did unease, especially as Harry continued aging, evolve to fear? Perhaps the wounds remain. Perhaps in time, the mind, protecting its sanity, covered them with scar tissue and the pain went to sleep. Tragically, the pain had been reawakened now. Harry could not bear being in the same manner as the Dark Lord, being under his power, let alone being in the same room as him. The night before, when Voldemort had hugged him in power play, his first impulse had been to scratch the wizard in the face and flee. How could Tom expect him to stay forever? Truthfully, he had no intention of killing Tom. In fact, the older Slytherin was the only thing that gave him any reason to remain, at all. Voldemort had won once again. He had managed to chain Harry to a tight prison with no visible bounds and restrictions, but Tom was his restriction. Dear Merlin, Harry hated Tom. Suddenly, he tensed. Oh brilliant, to speak of the devil's spawn. Why Tom had to sneak up on him at the most inappropriate of times, he didn't. No. Harry, Harry, Tom chided softly from behind him, what are you doing out here all alone? If there was a voice that bugged him most in the world at that very second, it had to be Tom's. Harry turned slowly until his eyes rested smoothly on top of the future Dark Lords, and he stared piercingly at him. Usually the word, alone, has two respective definitions. One suggests that someone is lonely, has no friends and is forced to be by oneself, and the other means that someone is being bothered by too many irksome companions and voluntarily chooses to be alone, Harry said matter-of-factly. I like to think that I am the latter. Tom's blue eyes sparkled charismatically at him from under thick eyelashes. Surely you are not hinting that I am unwanted company. Do you have any idea what people would give for my presence? I have no idea. I can see that. Tom smirked infuriatingly. Tell me, Harry, what is disturbing you now? Harry heaved a heavy sigh and rolled his eyes at the young man. By staying, I am sacrificing everything for you, duh. But of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Instead, he said simply, your presence. Tom sniggered. My presence is intoxicating. Ask any female. Your arrogance knows no boundaries, he said. I'll take that as a compliment, Tom purred, sweetly. Although you, my dear, have incredibly low self-esteem. A groan emerged from between his teeth. No, I'm average, Harry shot back. I'm just surrounded by people who have heads twice the sizes of their bodies. Oh, that's strange, Tom commented, flippantly. I have not seen anyone like that lately. Maybe you need your glasses checked if you're starting to imagine things. I'll name a few, Harry said. Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Daphne Greengrass. Greengrass. Tom's eyes glistened in comprehension. Voldemort's pet dog. His voice was laced with amusement. She is one of the politest servants around here. Never questions any of the Dark Lord's decisions. If she isn't careful, she'll become a second Bellatrix one day. Oh, I dare say she will, Harry remarked dryly. I bumped into her this morning. Tom arched an eyebrow and waited for Harry to continue. Harry didn't. Anyhow, breakfast is ready and the Dark Lord expects you to join us. So you're running his errands now. Do not be ridiculous, Tom said mordantly. I volunteered. Do I have to come? Harry challenged. The Slytherin heir faked consideration. Feel free to ignore his requests, but I wouldn't be surprised if I were you when Voldemort throws a hissy fit and comes out himself to drag you to the dining room. Harry glared. Through the gaping door, Harry could see the long dining table set for four. At the head of the table was Voldemort, in his cold glory. Harry pinpointed a female sitting on the Dark Lord's left-hand side. A small snarl wrung instinctively across his face. Daphne Greengrass. She was speaking softly to her master, whose eyes flickered from corner to corner of the room. Voldemort had a disturbingly uninterested expression on his fine features. It was a look that Harry had rarely witnessed before, and it took him off guard. As soon as Tom, who had always had a dramatic flair, left Harry's side and stepped elegantly into the room, Voldemort's head snapped up. It was almost alarming, the lightning way the Dark Lord had responded to his younger version. Where is Harry? Voldemort's tone darkened ominously when Tom did not reply. The wayward brat, he refuses my hospitality again. There was the sound of a chair being thrust backwards, and the Dark Lord stood up, forebodingly. I will get him myself. My lord, Daphne said gently from her seat, there is no need for you to waste so much effort on Potter. If you allow me, I will retrieve and bring him back for you. And I dare say I can teach him a memorable lesson if you wish." The jaws of Voldemort tightened distinctly. Tom, armed with a charming smile, turned to the furious Dark Lord. "Please don't fret, my lord, Harry is here." I managed to persuade him. Voldemort smoothed his temper, and sat down. "Clever boy, Tom. Get him in here." Harry guessed that it was the cue for him to come in. In spite of himself, he was relieved he had listened to Tom. The thought of Voldemort hauling him to breakfast, it was too embarrassing. "Good morning, Harry," Lord Voldemort greeted lightly, his voice holding none of the threat that had been there before. The change was chilling. "You slept well, I hope." "I did. Good, good. Good to hear." He smiled, and gestured at the empty seats. "Come here, Tom, sit next to me. And you, Harry, next to Daphne." Daphne sent him a glare of extreme dislike, and folded her hands primly on the table. Harry had his own objections about the seating plan, but at least he was not sitting next to Voldemort, therefore, he wasn't about to complain. He sat, quickly, before the Dark Lord could change his mind. The first time Harry was here, it had been dinner. He could remember Bellatrix, with her excessively curly hair tied in an intricate chignon, Snape with a glowering expression, Daphne Greengrass looking nonchalant, and Lucius Malfoy. Suddenly, Harry wondered whether Lucius was inside this manor, somewhere. "My, is this not a rather interesting position we find ourselves in?" Voldemort said. "5 years ago, I would not have thought this possible, but alas, it is. Let us refresh our memories with introductions. Daphne, you do remember Harry." Daphne stirred from beside him, seemingly thrilled that her lord was finally directing a question at her, and yet, Harry could feel the anger rolling off her in waves at the fact that the question concerned him. "Who can forget Harry, my lord?" Daphne replied. "He had quite the influence on us." Harry felt inward coils of faint annoyance at the way Daphne sought to bring him down, even now. Her words were clearly suggestive, reminding Voldemort that he had been a traitor, had influenced the Dark Lord's success into downfall. Who in Merlin's beard did Daphne believe she was? Harry gritted his teeth. He would make sure she was brought down a few rungs. Yes, Voldemort agreed evenly, without any menace, he did. "And you must be Mr. Riddle," Daphne said gracefully, extending her hand towards Tom across the table. Tom betrayed no sign of surprise, but Harry could tell that he was, by the extra blinks of his eyes. Ever the gentleman, Tom stretched forward and keyed it neatly in the traditional pureblood acknowledgement. A soft pink glow spread across Daphne's cheeks, and it took a few minutes for Harry to realize that the girl was blushing. He felt like gagging, even if it had been pureblood custom. "Miss Greengrass, I did not realize we had already been properly introduced to one another," Tom said. "The night before yesterday was exceedingly rushed and the Dark Lord had business to attend to with me." Harry saw Voldemort observing the two carefully from his seat, with amusement constantly flitting in those cold blue orbs. "We haven't been introduced, not formally at least, but I managed to catch your name. The Dark Lord seems very fond of you." Daphne glanced sideways at her lord, and received an entertained look. She seemed to take it as encouragement. "Please, Tom, call me Daphne." "Naturally, as you wish." Tom smiled again, alluringly. Voldemort raised his fork. "Let us get to breakfast or it may go cold." The conversation was awkward, it was difficult to find an appropriate topic, and Harry determined himself to talking as little as possible to the Dark Lord. Sadly, the Dark Lord did not seem to have the same intention in mind. In fact, judging by the number of questions directed at Harry, he seemed to have the opposite intention. "So, Harry, where were you this morning?" Voldemort asked. Harry froze at the query. "In the garden, you know, the one with Hades in it." He never got to finish his sentence. "Really?" asked Daphne, with feigned interest. "When I saw you, you were outside the Dark Lord's office." His blood boiled. Damn Greengrass and her need for vengeance. He had an irrational urge to tear her tongue out from her mouth, but even that was too late. Voldemort was already scrutinizing him hungrily. "Ah, you must be an early riser, Harry," Voldemort commented. "I am fascinated by where you went this morning. And what were you doing?" "Outside my office." Daphne looked abnormally pleased. Harry was ready to bet that she hoped that Voldemort would jump to the conclusion that he was eavesdropping on their conversation. "Taking a walk." Harry blinked innocently up at the Dark Lord. "A little morning walk. Call it a coincidence that I happened to walk right past your office. And what were you doing in the garden? Voldemort was talking casually as one would about the weather, but to Harry's ears it sounded like an interrogation. Perhaps he was simply being paranoid, but he would rather be accused of paranoia than carelessness when Voldemort was involved. Admiring your flowers. Harry forced a grin. They look nice, especially in the morning. He deliberately took a piece of toast, buttered it and took a bite, as to avoid Voldemort's probing eye contact. Can you please pass the butter, Harry? Daphne asked, at that moment. The butter was directly in front of him, and if Daphne could be bothered to reach all across the table for a key from Tom, he did not see why she could not get the butter herself. All the same, he handed it to her. Thank you. Harry turned away to speak to Tom. A few moments later, he was distracted by another one of Daphne's requests. Sorry, can you please pass me the bacon and salt? Sure. Harry pushed it in her direction. You see, my lord, Tom was saying to Voldemort, I do pride myself on educating him well. Harry stifled a sigh. Tom was boasting about him as if he was some shiny object again. It got tiresome from time to time, but Tom had never managed to throw off the habit. I am sure you do, Voldemort said. So, Tom, being the busy person that you are, do you have any plans for today? I cannot say I have many, not today, but I was hoping to take Harry around the manor to meet some of your followers, Bellatrix, Lucius, and Severus, in particular. Harry's ears perked up. Professor Snape is here, he asked, incredulously. The Dark Lord chuckled. It seems our Harry very is fond of my best potions master. Of course Severus is here. He has his own laboratory, his own storage and own equipment. Why would he want to leave? Harry, can you please pass the pepper? Daphne's voice was beginning to grate on his nerves. He had lost count of how many times she had asked him to pass something. To his deep displeasure, the pepper that Daphne asked him to pass was all the way over on the bare space between the Dark Lord and Tom. He would have asked Tom to pass it to Daphne if it was not for the fact that Voldemort was engaged in a heavy conversation with his younger counterpart. Harry gave Daphne an artificially syrupy smile and reached for the pepper. Unfortunately, Voldemort had noticed his struggles and broke away from the discussion. Oh, Harry, you could have simply asked. Harry reddened in mortification. The Dark Lord placed it tenderly in his palm, as if he was some damned little kid, and patted him on the arm. He fought the urge to draw his arm back too quickly. And when Lord Voldemort carried on his chat with Tom, Harry shoved the pepper in Daphne's direction. She truly was the most vexatious hag he had ever encountered, and yet he could not say anything without breaking the civility, and it would reflect badly on him. The rest of the meal passed casually with relaxed exchanges. And Harry realized that Voldemort's attempts to inquire for his personal fine points was not nearly as aggravating as Daphne's continuous requirements. Will you please pass me the jam, Harry? Will you please give me the tarts, Harry? Will you hand me the sugar jar? And the cheese, sorry, can you pass it? Oh, excuse me, but can you get that plate for me? Sorry to interrupt, Harry. I was just wondering if you can reach the spoon. Would you mind passing it to me? Harry could feel his patience running out. It was stretching, elongating like a delicate little elastic. Daphne would suffer if she pushed him past his limits. Anger was chewing at him with each request. Finally, Daphne pleasantly asked him to pass yet another item in that sickening voice of hers. Harry, can you please get me the teapot? Watch out, it's a bit hot. That was it. His patience snapped like the piece of elastic. Of course, he answered sweetly, and reached for the teapot. Ah, excellent, it was still very hot. He took it by the handle and leaned over to Daphne. I'll just pour it for you, he grasped her petite cup with a kind smile. And then, he poured the hot tea, the entire potful, all over Daphne Greengrass' lap. She leapt up with a most unladylike snarl and flung the empty teapot without concern for the table's other occupants, across the floor. Harry dearly hoped it was painful, but the expression on Daphne's haughty face was priceless and he barely managed to avoid doubling over with laughter. When Daphne realized the scene she had caused, it was too late, and the Dark Lord had his disbelieving gaze fixed on her. Harry bit down on his lip hard enough to draw blood. The moment would have been ruined if he had giggled out loud. The hag deserved it. Will you please pass me the jam, Harry? Will you please give me the tarts, Harry? Will you hand me the sugar jar? And the cheese, sorry, can you pass it? Oh, excuse me, but can you get that plate for me? Sorry to interrupt, Harry. I was just wondering if you can reach the spoon. Would you mind passing it to me? Harry could feel his patience running out. It was stretching, elongating like a delicate little elastic. Daphne would suffer if she pushed him past his limits. Anger was chewing at him with each request. Finally, Daphne pleasantly asked him to pass yet another item in that sickening voice of hers. Harry, can you please get me the teapot? Watch out, it's a bit hot. That was it. His patience snapped like the piece of elastic. Of course, he answered sweetly, and reached for the teapot. Ah, excellent, it was still very hot. He took it by the handle and leaned over to Daphne. I'll just pour it for you, he grasped her petite cup with a kind smile. And then, he poured the hot tea, the entire potful, all over Daphne Greengrass' lap. She leapt up with a most unladylike snarl and flung the empty teapot without concern for the table's other occupants, across the floor. Harry dearly hoped it was painful, but the expression on Daphne's haughty face was priceless and he barely managed to avoid doubling over with laughter. When Daphne realized the scene she had caused, it was too late, and the Dark Lord had his disbelieving gaze fixed on her. Harry bit down on his lip hard enough to draw blood. The moment would have been ruined if he had giggled out loud. The hag deserved it. Daphne Greengrass, a witch in all senses of the word, including every negative definition, had earned it, well and truly warranted the tribute. Harry genuinely regretted that he did not pour the boiling tea into her own tresses, but even he could not pull it off as an accident. Still, the image of the burned, humiliated and seething female was going to last a magnificently long time in Harry's mind. Naturally, he would have preferred seeing Daphne as a charred, blackened vegetable, singed from head to toe, but one shouldn't expect too much. Though, perhaps he would light her on fire next time. Setting her on fire was a brilliant idea. The gears in his brains were already whirling speedily like an engine, marveling at different methods of degrading Greengrass. Oh well, he would have plenty of time to come up with something fantastic. If Tom was right, and he normally was, then Harry could well be staying as Voldemort's guest for a month or more. Evening the score between him and Daphne with some justified retaliation seemed like a wonderful way to kill time while he was here. No doubt Daphne would try to strike at him, but if he could not deal with a conceited vixen, he could rightly be a pathetic fool. Being bested by the nasty excuse of a woman was vivid in his memories, but now, he had returned. The tables were about to be turned and he just hoped Daphne would be crushed underneath when they did. Harry had only just mastered his bubbling mirth, which had threatened to spill out of his mouth, when the incensed look on Daphne's face nearly set him off again. Her ladyship was bursting at the seams, appearing as if she was ready to storm onto a warpath. Her cool, calm and collected composure had all but vanished into thin air. Harry would not have been surprised if she started frothing at the mouth. Suddenly, the room fell silent. As the empty teapot slowly rolled on the ground, Daphne attempted to regain whatever was left of her poor dignity and ask for the forgiveness of the Dark Lord. "I beg your pardon, my lord," she said quietly. Lord Voldemort arched his disbelieving eyebrows, thrown aback by the turn of events, or at least as surprised as he could be. He glanced away from his apprentice and fastened his scrutiny to the delicate teapot, on which was a splitting crack. "I do beg your pardon," Daphne repeated. Harry's hand accidentally slipped, and the tea spilled. "It was improper, I should not have acted so dramatically. It will not happen again." Inwardly, Harry rolled his eyes. It was to be expected that Daphne would pin anything she could to him. At least she had not outright accused him of assaulting her, though her wording was almost as good as a real accusation. Still, even if she did outright accuse him, nothing could be traced back to him. Daphne would simply have shamed herself by what seemed like a failure to accept responsibility. Nevertheless, her accusation might have evoked a suspicion in the Dark Lord. Voldemort had always distrusted him. Voldemort's fingers grazed his wand which had been placed beside him, and a soft sigh escaped his colorless lips. Harry was not sure whether Voldemort intended to pick up the wand to curse his female apprentice or to fix the teapot. But whatever the Dark Lord's purpose had been, he drew his hand back, away from the wand. "Clean up the mess," Voldemort ordered, straightening the tablecloth in front of him. Daphne had pulled out her wand obediently and was about to vanish the teapot when Voldemort said again, "Take that to the kitchen and let the elves throw it away." For a flitting second, Harry thought he saw bitterness dart quickly across Daphne's face before disappearing equally fast. She gave a tight nod in her master's direction and reached down to pick up the pot, cupping the broken shards between her bare hands. "I'll be back, my lord." Daphne kept her head low and her dainty neck bowed as she departed, meekness in her body language. Harry wondered whether an ordinary person ought to have felt sympathy towards her. He did not think he was a cruel person, but he had never felt any less sorry. Greengrass might have been humble while facing the Dark Lord, but then so was Bellatrix. And Harry was aware of the black heart beating fervently in Bellatrix's chest. She would have no qualms about killing a child. "Take your time," Voldemort said, aloofly. It sounded almost kind. However, coming from the Dark Wizard, Harry knew it was anything but. When Daphne had gone, Voldemort twisted to face Harry. "Breakfast did not go as smoothly as I had hoped. I cannot say I expected to see flying teapots. Nonetheless, I do hope you have enjoyed your meal." "It was exceedingly agreeable, my lord," Tom said. "I'd appreciate it if you can help me express my gratitude to the house elves." "Nice to hear," Voldemort answered back. Eerily, he never once took his eyes off Harry while replying. A sensation of discomfort was beginning to creep up Harry's spine. He realized the Dark Lord expected a form of response from him. He was reluctant to give it, but he felt compelled by the intense stare. "Thank you," he said stiffly. "I like the strawberry tarts best." From behind Voldemort, Tom bequeathed Harry with a wide smirk. "You charmer," he silently mouthed. Harry glared darkly. With a lifted eyebrow, Voldemort recaptured his attention. "Daphne has this ridiculous habit of laying blame on others. I personally thought it rude of her to directly say your hand slipped." Whereas the Dark Lord's tone was disapproving, blunt and explicitly honest, reprimanding the behavior of his apprentice, every detail in this situation signaled Harry to speak with caution. Firstly, although Voldemort had phrased his comment deceptively in a simple statement and not a question, Harry had paid careful attention to it. They all knew that Daphne had implied Harry's slip of hand as being purposeful. She had laid heavy emphasis on the keyword. Harry's hand accidentally slipped, and the tea spilled. So naturally Voldemort had his own suspicions about who was responsible and whether Harry had been deliberate. To remain silent and ignore Voldemort's comment would be excusable, but Harry seriously doubted it would do him any good. On the other hand, he could admit he had purposely poured tea over the girl as a joke. Fat chance that was going to happen. He might as well put his head on the chopping block before confessing. Harry had a sneaking idea that this was a test, one of Voldemort's bloody tests, designed to test his cleverness of talking his way out of bad positions, and that Voldemort did not truly care very much about who spilled the tea. "My lord," Harry begun, measuring his words prudently, "I've always been tactlessly clumsy. It must run in my blood." He paused long enough to see the looks of amusement on both Dark Lords' faces at the bloodline comment. Having fun at the expense of the Potter bloodline was unfortunate, but well worth the entertainment. "It was unintentional, but I do apologize for the mess I caused Daphne," Harry continued. "The teapot was hot and my hand did slip, on accident, of course. I'd be thankful if you can pass my regret along to Daphne." The Dark Lord looked strangely satisfied, and Harry wondered whether he had actually, unbelievably, managed to excel the test that Voldemort had laid out for him. But he was never meant to know, for at that moment, the door swung open and Daphne came in. We were just finishing breakfast," Voldemort said. "Daphne," Harry said graciously, with remorse that would have made any actor proud. He widened his eyes in a display of innocence. "I'm so sorry I spilled tea over you. I hope it did not hurt." He hoped it did. Daphne returned with a false smile. To Harry it simply seemed like a baring of whitish teeth. "Do not worry," she said generously, "accidents happen. Who knows? Maybe next time I will be the one apologizing to you." Harry secretly sneered. He could tell her fury swelling beneath those words with double meanings. She wanted to shred him to pieces. Oh, let her try. He would simply counter her effort with double the ruthlessness. If she thought he was an easily defeated moron, he would prove her wrong. "Thank you, Daphne," he said, misleadingly sincere. "I knew you'd understand. Bring it on." Their eyes met across the room. An invisible light flashed between them. Daphne tilted her head at him and simpered. "Of course, what sort of person do you take me for? You are always so sweet to me. I treat others the way they treat me." Harry nodded at her. It was a declaration of war, but within a few weeks he would make sure Daphne wished she had never challenged him. This should be fun, Harry said wryly. Tom shot him a highly entertained look. If walking up to Death Eaters who are out for your blood and asking them about their day is your concept of fun, then you have to be more twisted than I previously assumed. No more twisted than you, Harry refuted. If they are out for my blood, why are you putting me on show? It is necessary, Tom said. They need to realize you are residing inside this manor, and more importantly, that you are here due to the Dark Lord's wishes. We do not want anyone cursing you on accident. Is this Voldemort's grand idea? It is, Tom confirmed. It is a stupid idea, Harry said firmly. Parading me around is hardly going to be useful when he can just announce me at the next Death Eater meeting. Tom cleared his throat coldly. It is Voldemort's idea, but it is also my idea. Harry blinked several times. This was awkward. He had just insulted Tom directly to Tom's own face without knowing it. The Dark Lord does not plan on introducing you to his lesser followers until much later. Only the most imperative members of the inner circle are to know of your residence, Tom explained impatiently. He does not trust the fools enough to be assured they will not harm you. Harry laughed. Voldemort. Worried about my safety. Even the thought was hilarious. A few days ago, the Dark Lord had wanted to kill him. Your status has changed, Tom said. For the better or worse, you can decide for yourself, but you are no ordinary person. Nor are you an expendable apprentice like Greengrass. The Dark Lord is desperate to keep you safe, at all costs. You are his Horcrux. I'm honored, Harry said sarcastically. Please tell me he is just as protective of you. He is not. You are special. Tom chuckled bluntly at Harry's expression. He believes I am more capable of defending myself, and I have far less enemies. You, on the other hand, have made countless enemies, many of whom are allies to the Dark Lord. Not to mention, you are simply not as powerful as I am. Harry groaned. I feel privileged. You should be, Tom assured him. Especially since I have been assigned as your protector. Ringing silence. Bodyguard, supervisor, and keeper, whatever you want to call it. Tom arched an elegant eyebrow. Not pleased. Harry didn't feel the need to credit him with an answer. Bloody Voldemort. What in the blazes was he thinking? Harry was 16 and did not need a domineering babysitter to look after him. Tom smirked, reveling in Harry's discomposure. Don't fret, dear, I'll be by your side all the time. Harry shook his fist at the arrogant young Dark Lord. Please do not speak to me, he said. Every time you open your mouth, I feel dangerously like I want to knock you in the face. Well, Tom said slowly, I hope the first person we meet can jolt you out of your bad mood. Who is it? Severus Snape. Severus Snape, skilled potions master and an austere wizard, was staring at the brass cauldron fixedly, calculating precisely how much longer it would take for the dragon blood to merge with the aconite fluid. It was taking an unexpectedly, alarmingly, long time. Snape glanced irritably at the old clock hanging on the dreary gray wall of his workroom. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The clock hands were moving fast, too fast for his liking. His potion was 7 minutes late, it ought to have been ready and bottled minutes ago. He warily picked up the spoon and dipped it into the concoction, just to test if the proper effects were taking place. The wooden spoon promptly turned to a fine powder right beneath his hand and slid through his fingers to scatter everywhere. Adequate. At least the unique qualities of the infusion were developing. Or he'd truly be a failure of a brewer. Working as the Dark Lord's solitary and unsurpassed potion master had both its merits and its drawbacks. Snape thrust a strand of his greasy hair out of his sallow face. Lord Voldemort knew his strengths and weakness and his personality to understand that he operated best alone and unaided. The Dark Lord had only one master brewer, and that was him. It wasn't that Voldemort could not afford more. Snape knew that if he thought it could do any good, he would appoint more in an instant. However, Snape doubted things would progress so well if he was given an assistant. His mind and body was designed to function under the security of solitude. He worked excellently under pressure, and his potions were supreme, the finest, and usually without a single flaw. Still, from time to time the stress would become difficult even for him. The Dark Lord demanded perfection, utter perfection without a shred of blemish. Snape could tolerate that demand, after all, he was a perfectionist himself. But as proud as he was of his talents, he could never claim that he was perfect. Nobody was, really. He was a high flyer, but he was not, however, the flawless servant Voldemort accepted him to be. Once, he had accidentally botched a delicate poison that the Dark Lord had specially required. The toxin, complex and intricate, had entailed several days and nights of remaining awake and attentive. In the end, Snape had spoiled the results without knowing so. When the Dark Lord had used it on one of his prisoners, intending to wrench the truth from the man's lips with the dreadful agony brought on by the potion, it had killed the poor wizard instantaneously. Needless to say, Lord Voldemort had been furious. One would have thought living next to the Dark Wizard would have numbed him to the sensation of fear, but he had feared that the Dark Lord would force his own wrecked potion down his throat. Ever since that day, when he had escaped with his life but not without punishment, Snape had made sure his potions never displeased the Dark Lord again. The man, if he could be called by such a title, that Snape had served half his lifetime did not know the meaning of leniency. For he never showed any. Not to anyone. Ever. The Dark Lord had often ordered him to prepare wolfsbane potions, which took weeks of proficient handling, within one day's short notice. Snape knew his lord was fond of gifting greyback wolfsbane potions on full moons for him to retain his conscious mind. Not so that the sick werewolf would refrain from murder, but because he could attack more civilians that way. It was almost ironic, how the Dark Lord could tame even lycanthropy and bend it to his will, and harness for his benefits. Severus had learned to stock plenty of everything in his storeroom, in case the need ever came up. There wasn't many times when the Dark Lord requested something that he did not have in his storage, and that was the reason he was working feverishly. The potion in the cauldron, being an exotic drink, was not in his storage. He stirred the cauldron gently, inspecting the indigo bubbles that emerged at the surface and burst after a few seconds. It seemed like it would be ready and he looked at the clock again. 2 minutes. Just then, raps rained down on his door. Severus Snape was starting to be fed up with unwanted visitors invading his personal space. It wasn't that he was a grumpy old bat, or because he lacked appreciation for good company, it was just that good company tended to be quite rare and largely lacking in this manner, and often rather rude. Namely, Bellatrix Lestrange and other crude, mundane Death Eaters. Of course, since even Bellatrix was hesitant when it concerned irking Snape to the extreme, she was never a frequent visitor. When she did pop in for the occasional social call, however, Snape would find his day quickly turning sour. As he stood there, wand in hand, timing the potion, he considered not answering the door. It seemed like the wisest, not to mention, least bothersome choice. But still, Snape sent a reluctant look at the cauldron and decided that a few seconds of his absence wouldn't do it much harm. He stalked towards the door, and grasped the handle, preparing to scare the wits out of whoever dared to distract him from his work. Oddly, the sneering and the glare did its job unusually well with lesser Death Eaters. Undeniably, no one ever shook in front of him as they did when meeting the Dark Lord, but all in all, Severus Snape believed himself to be intimidating. He hadn't been Hogwarts' most feared professor for nothing. He ripped the door open, and fixed a glower of dissatisfaction at the guest. He had thought it would have been Bellatrix, Avery, or Mulciber, and perhaps Roll. Even Lucius Malfoy. Instead, standing in his doorway was a boy or maybe a young man who looked to be hardly older than Greengrass. Perhaps if he had not learned, from experience, to be so vigilant, he would have scoffed and shut the door in the youth's face. Nevertheless, he had planned to demand an answer as to why he was rudely disrupted and then, if there was nothing urgent, send the little brat fleeing. It was the sound of the adolescent's voice that stopped him. "Ah, Severus, good to see you. I trust you are well, may I come in?" There was an unforgiving edge to the tone that suggested it really wasn't a question. He studied the teenager closely. Prominent cheekbones coupled with a high-bridged nose. Attractively sharp features. Ebony hair. Pale complexion, as if he had been caressed by death itself. Strangely, Severus experienced the disquieting sense that he had seen the man before. Everything added up to something so familiar, even the voice, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. "Do I know you?" he asked. Snape fully expected the young male to nod. He was sure he had seen him, knew him from somewhere. The smile that followed was like a shard of glass that pressed deeply into a wound, drawing blood. It wasn't the smile that bothered Snape, it was the eyes. Ruthless beyond measure, more intimidating than his own, gleaming with power. Dangerous. Snape admonished himself. Dangerous. Intimidating. No. The figure in front of him was no more than a youthful, inexperienced wizard. No, the man said softly, shocking Snape. You do not know me. Really? Snape gave a twisted smile. I swear I have seen you before. There is a very big chance you have, the young man said. I am one of the Dark Lord's newest recruits. Fledgling Death Eater, you see. Snape nodded. And you need my help with. For reasons he did not completely know, he kept his voice tight rather than scornful. The boy I am supposed to babysit. The potion's master frowned. Well, I do not see how I can be much help with that. If you do not mind, I have a potion to get to. He made to close his door. And found a foot keeping it open. It took all his self-control not to snarl at the nerve of the new recruit. Merlin, the young Death Eater, already looked like he owned the world. As much as Snape found himself disliking the man, he hoped that he did not act the same way in front of Voldemort. Voldemort would not be so lenient. You must see him. It is the Dark Lord's orders. Spoken with a quiet confidence and a certain level of coldness. Snape sighed mentally. His potion would be ruined if he did not return to it soon. Perhaps the fastest way to resolve this would be to cooperate. If it had purely been the arrogant young man, he would have disregarded him, but this was Lord Voldemort's own instructions. He didn't dare ignore that. Fine, he said shortly. Where is the boy? Harry hated the way Tom had spoken to Snape. As if his old professor was dirt beneath his shoes. But even that could not keep his mood low for long. Tom had insisted that he would reintroduce Harry to Snape, not that Harry understood how that worked since Snape did not even know who Tom was. Well, Snape knew the Dark Lord, but that was beside the point. He had felt himself tense as he heard the voice of his teacher, which was rather peculiar, really, when one considered that Snape was a cantankerous bat who never allowed anyone to get close to him. The conversation that had followed had seemed annoyingly long to him. Not to mention that Tom had pushed him out of sight and into the shadows. It was only when Snape had asked, "Where is the boy?" that Tom finally yanked him sharply by the sleeve to his side. Harry nearly stumbled at the force, but succeeded in maintaining his balance. His hooded green eyes met effortlessly with Professor Snape's dark ones, and he twitched his lips up into a tiny smile of greeting. "Hello, Professor," he said, slickly. Snape looked staggered. The little color in his face drained away, leaving his cheeks pallid as paper. He appeared as though he had seen a ghost, which Harry supposed he might very well have been, since Snape had never been sure whether he had lived or died. "Hello, Professor," Harry repeated. He saw Tom smirking from the corner of his eye. "Bright day, isn't it? Not that the sunlight is very visible in Voldemort's hole." The professor winced. "Potter," he paused, as if getting used to the name again. "Do not call the Dark Lord by such a disrespectful name." Harry was amused. Apparently old habits died hard. Snape would always be reminding him to be polite. Still, it was difficult not to feel the humor in the situation, especially when he had simply materialized in front of Professor Snape. "Okay," he said compliantly, all too aware that he would not be keeping to his promise. "Mind if we come in?" Snape stood aside mutely. His efforts at upholding his composure were limited. He could not speak without seeming like one of those dunderhead first years. Tom, the future Dark Lord, promptly swept in. Harry did too, after offering the potion's master a boyish grin. Voldemort had been right. Snape's potions workroom was lavish, from the sturdy shelves to the wide windows that threw the vast multitude of cauldrons into relief. Harry inspected one of the clear bottles on a table. Veritaserum. Truth potion. Used for interrogation. No wonder Voldemort had Snape brew these. Neat room, Harry commented. He glanced at the rows and rows of books on various potions. Very, very nice. What say you, Tom? I agree. Snape didn't say anything. Harry was beginning to find the silence of his old professor the opposite of what the ideal would have been. In fact, the man's lack of speech and the obvious coolness was starting to bother him. Harry strolled easily over to the only currently boiling cauldron in the room and peeked inside. He did not recognize the liquid, but it was a lovely indigo tone. It didn't take a prodigy to guess that the potion was perfect. "Sir," Harry said urgently, "your potion is turning black. Not many potions take on black as a natural shade. Is it supposed to do that?" As expected, Snape rushed towards him like a madman, flustered in the anxiety that the concoction had somehow gone wrong. Snape knew that he should not have spent so long talking to the blasted new recruit. When he got to the cauldron, and was reassured with his own eyes that the potion indeed had not become black, he twisted around to face a wide-eyed and innocently blinking Harry. "What on earth do you mean, Potter?" Snape spat. "That it has gone black." "But, sir," Harry protested, "it was black a moment ago." "Maybe my eyes are mistaken. I think I might have gotten some of your potion in my eye." He rubbed at it, exaggeratedly. Snape scowled at him. "Potter," he began warningly. Harry's serenity slipped, and suddenly, he could not control his own expression anymore, which crumpled like a Halloween mask. The hilarity of the joke was too much and he doubled over in silent laughter. Tom was also chuckling. A glare of daggers was sent in Harry's direction. Snape folded his arms. "Very witty, Potter, very witty," he said sarcastically. "Now where did you catch that sense of humor?" Harry pointed at Tom. "Some from him," he managed to say, between huge gasping laughs. "And some from you. You do realize, Potter, that my potion is a serious matter." Snape berated. "Of course, no one expects you to understand with that thick skull of yours in the way." Snape continued criticizing his lack of intelligence, but Harry knew better. Because of his genius, he had managed to break the ice between the two of them and had gotten Snape to be more of well Snape. He could understand why Snape had found him so alien. The difference between him 5 years ago and the present him was too wide. With his smooth raven hair, dazzlingly vivid green eyes and a charming smile readily springing to his lips, he was ever so unlike the child he had been. Gawky, geeky glasses, untamable mane and unpolished manner. They were like two different people altogether. Harry observed the movements of the potion's master as he shut off the flame and ladled the contents of the cauldron into a glass flask. The top was then screwed on securely. In next to no time, the potion was bottled and set on a shelf. Then, Snape whirled to scrutinize him. "Potter," he began, "why are you here?" Harry mentally braced himself. Here come the awkward questions. He threw a quick look over his shoulder at Tom, who was leaning unconcernedly against a bookshelf, for help. He got nothing except for an amused smile. What do you mean?" Harry asked, hoping to stall. "I mean, Potter, what in the blue blazes are you doing here?" Snape said, brusquely, as if Harry was a particularly dense child. "I am here to take a break from my busy life," Harry trailed off. "You know, from running." "Running," Snape repeated, raising his eyebrows. "Dare I hope for an elaboration?" "What can I say? Being chased and hunted by both the Dark Lord and the Light Lord does take its toll on you." Harry shrugged. "Voldemort, the freak, who hated my guts, is now offering me a sanctuary. I took it." For the last part of his sentence, he got rewarded with a frown from the professor, but luckily, Snape didn't pursue the be nice to the Dark Lord matter. "Slow yourself, Potter," Snape said. "The Light Lord. Dumbledore," Harry said matter-of-factly. "He wants me dead too. Ironic, I know, considering I'm the one who freed him. Oh well, can't expect everyone to be grateful, I guess. He's been stalking me ever since he discovered I'm a whore." Suddenly, Harry slammed his mouth shut, biting down horribly hard on his tongue. A salty, coppery taste invaded his taste buds. He could not believe he had nearly said, Horcrux. From the wrathful look Tom sent him, Harry knew that he had narrowly avoided a road of trouble. "Potter," Snape was looking unnaturally pasty, as if he was struggling to keep his breakfast down. Harry gulped. Surely the beginning of the word had not revealed his secret. Oh, this was bad. Very, very bad. Why could he not keep his damned mouth shut? He was tempted to smash himself over the head. "Dumbledore discovered you were a whore." Snape's face had twisted into a grimace, as if the very distasteful word had to be forced out his tongue. His professor spluttered. "You forced yourself on him." He felt puzzled. What on earth did Snape mean? When had he ever called himself a whore? He had been about to say, Horcrux. And, oh God, the very thought made him want to gag. When did he ever force himself on Dumbledore? Arg. Disgusting. It was beyond words. How could Snape suggest he? Oh. Harry realized what stopping in the middle of uttering, Horcrux, sounded like. He could not believe it. He simply wanted to curl up in a hole and die. He wished the ground could swallow him up. Tom was silently laughing. Harry had never seen the young Dark Lord express so much glee. The entire expanse of the older Slytherin's face was strained from the effort of not snickering out loud. "I didn't mean," Harry muttered angrily at Snape. "I never meant that. I was going to say that Dumbledore discovered I was a freak like Voldemort." Meanwhile, Snape's face had regained some of its color. "You didn't," Snape said. "Thank God, Potter. Not even you would lower yourself to such a standard. Still spawn of a Potter who knows what you've been up to." "You want to know what I've been up to? I want to know how the Dark Lord is extending his hospitality towards his nemesis," Snape corrected. "Yes, well, I suppose I can tell you that." Bellatrix and Lucius were next on their list. Harry could not be less pessimistic about it. If he had it his way, which he did not, he would make double sure that the Black Sadist and the albino minister never crossed his sight again. Ever. To be fair, he was unfamiliar with Malfoy's style and personality, considering he had seen the man a rare few times and had never bothered to make trivial conversation. Still, from what he had noticed of the ex-minister, he could conclude that the wizard was a nasty piece of work, high and mighty, and regardless of all but his own benefits. Malfoy was a supercilious, strutting peacock in silk robes. He also knew Lucius was a key, up, in every known sense of the word. Once, he had witnessed the man cowering before Voldemort on his trembling knees and puckering his lips to key the hem of his lord's robes. Arg, Harry wanted to gag. Harry would never grasp in his mind why the Dark Lord reveled in having his subjects recoiling at his feet, worshipping and fearing him as if he was God and Satan at the same time. Oh wait, yep, Voldemort had a loaded god complex. It seemed as if Malfoy's favorite way to pass time was buttering up the Dark Lord with smooth talk. It was the easiest way to rise up the ranks, Harry supposed, although he suspected Voldemort did not buy it. The Dark Lord simply tolerated the relentless, insincere flattering with stony indifference. Be it as it may, Lucius Malfoy was a million times milder than Bellatrix Lestrange. She was an insane woman, if Harry had ever seen one. She could dress as feminine or formal as she liked, and still she would not get rid of the aura of madness encircling her. Bellatrix Lestrange, however, was immensely loyal to the Dark Lord. Harry had beheld that unwavering, intense, undying devotion firsthand. She really was infatuated with Voldemort. He was almost impressed how Voldemort could enrapture her without lifting a finger, or even trying. Her faithfulness, sadly, did not make her any less dangerous. If anything, it increased the risk she proved to Harry by the manifold. Even though Bellatrix was unlikely to disobey any order from her esteemed master, she would take things into her own hands if she thought her lord was wronged in any way. Perhaps this was the reason Voldemort was so paranoid about the safety of his newly discovered Horcrux. Harry heaved a sigh as he rounded the corridor with Tom. He was sick of being bubble-wrapped like some precious chattel. He did not belong to anyone. Voldemort least of all. He pressed his fingers to his temple. Merely a few hours had gone by since breakfast, and he felt so tired already. There was too much drama in the Dark Lord's household, first Daphne Greengrass, then Snape. Come to think of it, he had still not gotten over his embarrassment at the silly, little misunderstanding. Snape's assumption had scarred his mind forever. It was unimaginable him and Dumbledore. It was just you. Gross. Not to mention, Tom had rounded on him the moment Snape's door closed, slapping him sharply on the shoulder. You imbecile, he had hissed cuttingly. Do try to think before speaking. Reveal yourself as a Horcrux to one person, in the next moment, everyone knows. He had to remind himself to get Riddle back for that slap. Yes, well, Snape mistook my wording for something else entirely, had been his reply. So embarrassing. How would he ever show his face again? To which the young Dark Lord had scoffed. Count yourself lucky he did. Lucky isn't the word I'd choose to describe it. Harry had dealt Tom a withering glare. Harry fathomed the risk of revealing himself as a Horcrux, and he knew that Voldemort had logical reasons to keep it under wraps. The most prominent one of them being that Harry was his one weakness that any of his Death Eaters could use to exploit. If they killed Harry, Voldemort would lose one of his Horcruxes. Obviously, Harry did not give a rat's fart whether Voldemort's Horcruxes died, but he would not put his own life in jeopardy if he could help it. So, when he said he would explain the truth to Snape, he had lied instead. In a way, it was simply a twisted version of the truth. Harry did not see how it made any difference. After all, he had spun the falsehood so flawlessly that Snape would never find out. "Harry, open the door," Tom commanded. Harry was startled from his reverie. Oh, bloody great, he was standing outside the room of Crazy Lestrange. "You can go in and introduce yourself to Bellatrix, though I have a lingering suspicion she will recognize you anyway," Tom said. "I'll wander to Lucius' room and escort him to our little reunion. Try to be polite, oh, and Bellatrix has a temper, try not to get killed before I arrive to collect your body." He listened to Tom's fading footfalls with dread. Oh well, he might as well get this over and done with. Stretching his hand out, he yanked hard on the doorknob. It swung open slowly. But it wasn't Bellatrix that greeted his sight. It was Daphne. The flaxen Slytherin queen leapt up, in a dignified manner, the moment she fixed her eyes on her lifelong nemesis. Tilting her head, Daphne gave Harry a rigid smile. Harry could feel the probing anger swelling around the young woman as she stared at him. He had no doubts that she would attempt to repay him for the morning's humiliation. "Let her try, Harry," she said, coldly. Her amber eyes gleamed like jagged lightning forks. "May I interest you in a cup of tea? It does sound tempting." Harry dealt her a dazzling grin, full of teeth and wholly disingenuous. "Are you quite sure you have not poisoned it?" He inserted a right measure of humor in there. Daphne sneered. "I have not had the time to, although I did have the idea. It seems befitting, does it not, that you spilled tea over my lap and I poison yours?" Harry forced a throaty laugh. "Huh, why does our drama always revolve around tea? Say, why not cushions and pillows? I can imagine you and I having a pillow fight." He was struggling to maintain the lightness of the conversation when Daphne seemed so determined to break their civilized facade. As much as he wanted to bait her, now was neither the time nor place for a duel to break out. "Pillow fight." Daphne arched a condescending eyebrow. "It seems rather childish." "We are children." "You are a child," she corrected cruelly. "I am 20 years old, an adult." Harry dismissed the information with a careless wave of the hand. "The specific details do not bother me," he said airily, noting the snarl rupturing over Greengrass' lips. "I am here to see Bellatrix on the Dark Lord's orders. I am afraid I will have to disappoint you. Bellatrix is not here." "Is that so?" Harry lifted his chin upwards. He was slightly surprised. "Tragically, yes." Daphne's fingers were inching disturbingly close to her wand, it rested against her legs. She tossed Harry a judging look, which he returned. "So you are here alone?" The sinister nature of the question set off alarm bells in his head. Harry was confident in his abilities as a dueler. He knew he could beat Daphne at her own childish game, but he was not a willing participant. Not at the moment. He was wasting time with Greengrass. His own hand lingered near his sleeve, the pressure of his wand was there. The distance was slightly further than Daphne had to reach, but he had trust in his reflexes. "I am," he answered coolly. "Are you glad?" "I am." Daphne mimicked his words. "I can easily manage you." What is that supposed to mean? He knew they were straying near forbidden territory, but his tone, polite and amiable, betrayed nothing. "I mean," Daphne gazed at him from beneath her dark eyelashes. "Well, I have been trained by the Dark Lord for half a decade." He felt like chuckling. He had also been trained by a Dark Lord, a younger version, yes, but the Dark Lord nonetheless. She mistook his amused expression for an insult. Her eyes darkened like a storm cloud. "You are an insignificant brat, out of your depth. Unfit for the Dark Lord's company. Unworthy of tainting his home for the second time. And so it comes out." Harry had thought Daphne had more self-restraint than to play at Gryffindor. Her true purposes had been placed on the table, clear as crystal. Perhaps her hatred for him ran deeper than he previously assumed. "I will take that as a compliment," he said. She hissed. Her refined features warped into something ugly. "How you bewitched the Dark Lord, I do not know, but I do know he will come round eventually and reward you with an excruciating death." Harry gazed evenly at his childhood rival. Very well. If she wished to drop all pretenses and display her true colors, then he was obligated to play along. "My, are you suggesting that the Dark Lord has been bewitched by a trivial little boy?" Harry inquired delicately. "It is curious, is it not, when the Dark Lord's own apprentice believes the magnificent, invincible wizard has been thwarted by me? It can almost be regarded as treason." Fate really was an intriguing creature. Their current discussion held a certain resemblance to the first time Daphne decided to threaten Harry. If he recalled correctly, 5 years ago Daphne had led him to the secluded flower garden before quickly covering the subject. Harry Potter, I have heard of your name a long time ago, said Daphne lightly. Harry Potter, son to a traitorous Death Eater, a substandard half-blood, and yet selected by Lord Voldemort to become his junior apprentice. Harry was caught off guard by the expression of superiority and aggression. Excuse me, he said. Do I have to repeat myself? Daphne snarled, loathing etched across her fine features. I am not to be trifled with, and especially not by a young boy of inferior birth, of no importance to the world, member of a prominent light family, and unfaithful to the Dark Lord in every respect. Utterly bewildered, Harry looked at her blankly while attempting to figure out what was transpiring. What are you? You mediocre fool, you are but an inconvenience to me. If I do not eliminate you, my mother undoubtedly shall. Daphne paused. Perhaps the Dark Lord will even remove you himself when he realizes you are of little value. By now, Harry had recovered from his shock and was retaliating with his own words. Please, elaborate. Oh, you still do not understand. Daphne hissed. You are competition. Competition for the Dark Lord's attention. I shall conquer you, just as I did when we dueled. Greengrass had showered him with demeaning insults of every colorful kind, with abuses hurled at his deceased family followed by death threats. As Harry now thought back, he could not help but feel a stir of fury in his veins. Tiresomely, Daphne had not stopped there. She had worked hard to get him killed. And almost succeeded. Now that he had returned, she was going to tediously repeat her actions. I am not committing treason. Greengrass snapped tartly. You disrespectful. You may not be committing treason, Harry said levelly, but you certainly doubt the Dark Lord's abilities. Am I right? No. Greengrass snarled. Her eyes were wild, pupils undiluted with anger. Her hands were clenched tightly around her wand. Now. Harry half expected her to start frothing at the mouth like a rabid by.ch. You are no better than a filthy cockroach. Daphne spat. Harry shrank back to avoid a cascade of spittle. Disgusting of all people, he had not expected Daphne, the proud apprentice, to abandon her manners at a time like this. She must be upset if she is spewing her saliva everywhere. No matter how hard you get stomped on, you just never die, do you? Daphne had drawn her wand, and Harry was extracting his. I am going to teach you a memorable lesson you will never forget, you dirty insect. I'll dissect you. Harry sneered at the bloodthirsty promises. Try, no one is stopping you. Though, as a casual word of warning, do not let the reverse happen. It will not be pretty. Daphne was pointing her wand directly at his throat, and he at her stomach. The tension was unbearable. If you kill me, Daphne, which you cannot, Harry said, the Dark Lord will tear you apart, limb by limb. I can assure you. You wish, pity he cares very little about your safety, Daphne said. Remember, he was going to kill you himself last time. I remember, Harry said simply, as clearly as anything. But he's changed his mind since. Surely, he has told you something. Oh, wait, perhaps he does not trust you with confidential information. Harry hoped his remark hurt. To his triumph, Daphne grimaced. I am not sure you do not have a death wish, Potter. Tell me, why did you come back? How dare you come back? The Dark Lord's home is not somewhere you can waltz in and out of without consequence. Harry arched one eyebrow coldly. Really, nothing horrifying has happened to me yet. I would like to correct your blissful ignorance. The Dark Lord invited me back on the promise he will not harm a hair on my head. It was not exactly true, but oh well. He was lying frighteningly frequently these days. If he wasn't careful, it would become his favorite pet pastime. Why? Daphne demanded. Why does he want you back? And why would you agree? Harry shrugged elegantly. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps, the Dark Lord is choosing an heir to take over his fortune, power and heritage, and I happen to be the perfect candidate. He was now lying through his teeth, but the furious look on Daphne's face made it worth it. You are dreaming, Potter. She spluttered. Am I? Daphne steadfastly ignored his taunt. Who is Tom? He visited the Dark Lord the night before you arrived. Who is he? She laid heavy emphasis on the last three words. Tom Riddle is a friend of mine. A young man I met half a decade ago. Anything else you would like me to answer? He asked sarcastically. Does he have something to do with you being here? Harry considered the question for a moment, before deciding to give a rather vague answer. The Dark Lord favors him. Suddenly, Daphne Greengrass looked gleeful. So the Dark Lord is enduring your presence as a favor to Tom. He frowned. It seemed she was desperate enough to clutch at anything that even hinted at Voldemort not caring for him. He almost felt sorry for her. How old is he? Harry stopped. Pardon. This was odd. Why on earth would Greengrass want to know Tom's age? He should be 21. Thank you for your information, Daphne said, snarling. Now that we have gotten these matters behind us, would you like to get on with our duel? After you, Harry said icily, with an inclination of his head. She raised her wand highly. Regic. In a split second, both she and Harry lowered their wands simultaneously. The tension that had bubbled up in the room burst as Harry thrust his back under his sleeve while Daphne propped hers on the table. They both sat down. Just in time. The door creaked open a moment later, and Tom Riddle strode inside. He nodded charismatically at Daphne Greengrass, before turning to Harry. Lucius Malfoy is unavailable. He is not in his room. That is, insane laughter threatened to emerge from his throat, at Tom's obliviousness to the events that had taken place. That is unfortunate. Bellatrix is not here either. Pale blue eyes scanned his face penetratingly. Has something happened? Tom asked quietly. Harry and I were having a cup of tea, Daphne said sweetly, batting her eyelashes in a seductive way at Tom. Care to join us? She had shed her venomous skin and replaced it with the mask of the dignified lady in an instant. No, thank you, Tom said smoothly. We have to be going. He bowed at Daphne before heading for the door with Harry. Wait, Tom, Daphne called. Bellatrix and Lucius are together. If your meeting with them is urgent, you most likely will find them in the dungeons. They are dealing with the prisoners. Tom threw a seemingly grateful smile back at her. I appreciate your help. We will head for the dungeons, then. Thus, they parted. Harry was beginning to feel the oddness in the situation. Daphne Greengrass had either been unknowingly helpful, or she had gone mad in her anger. How revenge had turned to helpfulness he did not know. He would never truly understand her or any other who belonged to the female species. Harry grimaced as a wave of musty stench hit his sensitive nose. It was the smell of dead creatures, decaying flesh, and the damp walls that surrounded him. Behold the glory, Tom said satirically. The very air was rusty, moist and cold. Harry involuntarily shivered. It is not very glorious compared to the rest of the manor, he said, wrinkling his nose. The odor, it's atrocious. Are there, rotting rat carcasses or something? Riddle gazed at him calmly. Dead rats, amongst other things. A shiver tickled up his spine at the indicative comment. What other things? Harry forced himself to ask. Oh, small animals, and the occasional human, Riddle replied smoothly, as if he was discussing the weather with a colleague. The Dark Lord is fond of releasing his anger through these methods. It's sick, Harry said, feeling slightly nauseous. He is twisted. His sadism has always been rather evident, Tom remarked. You have known since the very beginning, why is it troubling you now? Knowing and seeing are not the same things, Harry muttered. The latter tends to give me mental images I would rather avoid. Tom smirked flippantly. Lighten up, Harry. You are too delicate for your own good. Harry rewarded his teasing comment with a glare. Up ahead, he could see long, clawed shadows danced across the walls, in the dim light. Cells, separated with iron bars and durable locks, stood alongside one another in rows that stretched into the darkness. He had been in these dungeons before, although he'd only been semi-conscious. Though it had been an overtly short amount of time, it was enough for him to decide that he would never allow himself to be imprisoned again, ever, if he could help it. As they walked past the empty cells, Harry noted the dangling chains attached to the ceiling of each empty prison. He could envision the horrors that went on inside. The prisoners would be suspended by their ankles with blood rushing to his or her head and stabbed repeatedly on the torso. He shook himself roughly to clear his mind. Perhaps, Tom was correct about him being a masochist. The way he courted his own mental torment was unusual for one who did not enjoy doing so. But then again, he had always been the unusual case. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a high-pitched, blood-chilling scream echoed through the chamber, bouncing off the walls and startling the wits out of Harry. He stiffened. Feeling jumpy, Tom said, chuckling quietly. Seems like we have found our favorite Death Eaters. It sounds as if Bellatrix is enjoying herself a bit too much. I dare say she is, Harry said grimly, without a trace of humor in his voice. Who are the prisoners? I have my own suspicions. Tom increased his pace and strutted ahead. But I guess you will find out soon enough. I'm not sure I want to, Harry muttered, quickening his steps so that he rushed by Tom, and the elder was forced to hurry after him. Ron Weasley was having a bloody awful day. In the dimness of his cold cell, he was pressed uncomfortably close to numerous small, shivering bodies. The unpleasant reek of sweat, filth and fear was incredibly strong, hovering over the dungeons like an overcast cloud. He felt lightheaded as he breathed in the pong that he had smelt since he was abducted. It stank to high heaven. He ducked his head down and sniffed his own armpits, gagging as he did so. It suggested he had not bathed for weeks on end. He guessed he could not blame anyone else for the gruesome mistreatment of his nose when he had been contributing to it all along. He hated this hellhole. He hated the handsome wizard who was, in fact, Voldemort. If only the bars could snap, he would race home, to the sound of laughter and sobs. Percy would stay quiet, for once, and Fred and George, no doubt, would be impressed beyond words that he had managed to escape from the most dangerous wizard of all time. Everything would be perfect. Oh, how he looked forward to the fame of fleeing from one of the securest prisons known to wizard kind. Unfortunately, it was precisely that. Secure. Merely breaking out of his cell would be highly difficult, let alone the manner. It was practically impossible. All he ever wanted was to get free and go home. His mum was bound to ladle a bowl filled to the brim with pumpkin soup, and bake an entire oven of divine scones the moment he returned. It was bloody unfair. Of all the children available, why the hell did Malfoy have to choose him to kidnap? The dirty Death Eater had a long and nasty history with his parents, who supposedly were blood traitors. It was only to be expected that Malfoy wanted to spite them, but nonetheless. When fight broke out between Voldemort and Grindelwald, Ron had thought he had been spared from such a fate. He grunted in frustration. It simply wasn't bloody fair, at all. As if to highlight his point, his stomach growled hungrily. He stared at it, mouth watering hopelessly. He usually never went without food for any longer than 10 hours. Here, in the Death Eater-infested underground flea pit, he could not even remember the last time he had eaten. Perhaps it had been 2 days ago, when Malfoy brought in the stale crusts of bread accompanied by slops that reminded Ron of pig feed. Still, everyone had fallen upon it hungrily, trying to shield their peace with every part of their body. Ron had fought hard to earn the biggest chunk. And even then he had gone unbelievably famished. He glared at the smaller kids around him. It was outrageously sad that the Death Eaters separated them from their families. It was not something humans would do. Some children were as young as 11. The young ones wailed from day to night. It was beginning to grate on his nerves. It was almost like they never ran out of energy, hence, they never shut up. If Ron still had his wand with him, he would cast a spell to make his cellmates be quiet so that he could scavenge at least a few hours of restful sleep. He could feel his temper growing, swelling, as the days went past. Bloody Dumbledore. His parents idolized the kindly headmaster, and so did he, but he was sick of waiting for rescue. Since he had no watch, he was not capable of keeping time, but he knew that several weeks had slipped by without even the slightest hint of a planned rescue mission. He felt guilty, sometimes, that he was in such a bad mood, but he mainly felt justified. Once, a little boy had accidentally prodded him in the ribs, rather painfully. He had lashed out with biting words. When he had finished venting his anger, the boy was half in tears. Yeah, he felt bad about making the youngster cry, but he couldn't help it. On his first day, Ron had held a conversation with the legendary Dark Lord. It had been nerve-wracking, to say the least. Not to mention that the man had insulted him in the most underhanded way. It is better to let someone assume you are an idiot than to open your mouth and prove it. Everyone is entitled to act idiotically once in a while, but you abuse the privilege. I have come across rotting carcasses that are less offensive than you, and offending me is not the cleverest idea. Those were only some of the less offensive things the Dark Lord had said. The more offensive things included taunts at his family. It is a defining characteristic of the Weasley family, is it not, to be weak and mouthy? Voldemort had asked smoothly. You make a fine son for your father, you will effortlessly carry the family trait into the next generation. It had taken all the control in his veins not to leap at the git and claw his eyes out. God, Ron gritted his teeth. He hated him. Hated him for all those death threats. I will not hesitate to tear you apart slowly, limb by limb, and for degrading him. Ron had gotten several cut wounds on his arm, which had revealed the unappetizing blend of white flesh and red blood. It had healed quickly afterwards, but it did sting like mad. He also hated the visits by Malfoy and that crazy, wild-haired female Death Eater whose name was Bellatrix. The pair seemed to savor the frightened screams of their little prisoners. They were constant visitors to the dungeons, if only for the sake of tormenting them. They rarely used the Cruciatus curse. In fact, Ron could not remember ever seeing it cast on one of the children, but that did not stop Bellatrix having her fun. She loved intimidating those smaller than herself and following threats up with cutting hexes. This morning the two slimy Death Eaters were up to their old tricks again. Bellatrix was directly outside their cell, pulling strange faces at them. Ron felt himself tense. Things were never good when the woman got too close. "Ah, the babies look tired," she cooed, to no one in particular. "Naughty, naughty, you all went to bed late." She pressed her hand through the bars. The children recoiled, flinching away from her black, ragged nails as if they were lunging vipers. "Do not be afraid. I don't bite," Bellatrix soothed. "Much." Lucius Malfoy, casually leaning against an empty cell with his wand tucked neatly between his fingers, was twitching his lips, looking onwards as the female lieutenant played with her best source of entertainment. "Answer when your superior asks you a question. The silence is rude." She mockingly pouted. "Babies like nursery rhymes, do they not? I know a few. It's raining, it's pouring. The old man is snoring. He went to bed and bumped his head, and he couldn't get up in the morning." Ron shoved his way to the back of the cell, the furthest possible place away from the female follower, and propped himself grumpily against the dirty wall. The darn hag was in an annoying mood this morning. Bellatrix had started another one of her rhymes. "What are little boys made of? What are little boys made of?" Malfoy was wearing an infuriatingly curious expression, Ron noted. "Slugs and snails and puppy dogs' tails, that's what little boys are made of." "What are little girls made of? What are little girls made of? Sugar and spice and everything nice, that's what little girls are made of." Ron cursed colorfully, interrupting Lestrange in the middle of her flow. He did not know what had prompted him to shout aloud, but he figured the amount of time spent in the darkness was dismembering his brain. He was probably going mad, thanks to the Dark Lord and his minions. Bellatrix had stopped abruptly, her hooded eyes narrowing at him, the boy who dared to disrupt her in mid-sentence. Twirling his wand casually, Lucius glanced at Bellatrix. "You know his name is Ronald Weasley, the Blood Traitor's youngest son. I introduced him to you last time, remember?" Bellatrix's eyes glistened wickedly. "Clear as crystal," she said. "He is the one whom the Dark Lord deems incompetent, is he not?" The weak and mouthy runt. Ron should have bitten his tongue and kept quiet, and ignored the taunts. It was the clever way to go. He ignored logic. Driven by an irrational wave of fury, he leapt up and swore vividly in the witch's face. "Effing banshee." Normally, at home, Mrs. Weasley would have pulled him by the collar to wash his mouth out with soup. Fortunately, his mum was nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, Bellatrix was grinning widely, from ear to ear. "Boy, does your father know he has sired an imbecile?" she asked. He went red, from the tips of his ears down to his toes. "I am not an imbecile," he grunted. "Obviously not, dearie." Unnoticed, Bellatrix had slipped out her wand and aimed it at Ron. Diffindo. His trouser leg ripped open, and a trickle of blood leaked out. Ron cussed in pain. "Damn you all to hell." The petite girl next to him opened her lips far and wide, and let out a howl of terror. Harry, skin tingling with trepidation at the thought of what he would find, rushed towards the source of the scream as fast as one could walk. Two of Voldemort's most infamous Death Eaters and a dungeon full of prisoners did not mix well together, and how was that any of his business? It really wasn't his business, he had to admit, but he was receiving a feeling of unease that. "Slow down," Riddle ordered from behind him, as Harry rounded another corner. His ears were beginning to discern the sound of audible crying. He paid the older Slytherin no heed. The noises were becoming louder and louder, and there were two figures in the distance. Harry was ready to bet on a limb that they were Bellatrix and Lucius Malfoy. "I said, slow down." A cold hand caught hold of his neck and squeezed him, hard. A first good impression is vital if you wish to make an impact on Malfoy and Lestrange. Harry twisted out of Riddle's iron grip in annoyance. "It is going to bruise later," he snarled. "You did not have to pinch me. Anyway, does Voldemort even want your handprints all over his Horcrux?" A smile budded over Tom's pale lips. I am sorry, truly. The devious smile, sweet and insincere, broadened. If only you had listened to me. He sighed in exasperation. There is just no arguing with you. Tom's eyebrows shot up in amusement. Then don't. Growling under his breath, Harry stepped towards the silhouettes, accompanied by a closely following Tom. Ah, the Dark Lord's new follower, Bellatrix greeted, with contemptuous venom injected in her voice. His favored. A charming smile blossomed like a striking flower across the smooth face of the said follower. Favored, Tom echoed. My, that comes as a shock. As far as I am aware, the Dark Lord shows me no preferential behavior. Growing paranoid, aren't you, Bella? Her dark brows furrowed together into a menacing scowl. Why would I be paranoid about an amateurish, inexperienced recruit? I have served the Dark Lord for years. Tom feigned a thoughtful expression that made Harry choke back laughter. Perhaps you worry you will lose your position as his top dog. Funny, isn't it, how some doubt that years of loyal servitude cannot suppress a few days of rare talent. Bellatrix looked like she was holding herself back from clawing his tongue out. Surely you are not referring to yourself. She spat. Who else can I be referring to? Tom delicately answered. The insolence is astonishing. Are you a new recruit, young man? Lucius said, cutting across Bellatrix brusquely. I have never seen you around the master's manor. That is because the dimwit only came a few nights ago, and already, he is challenging us. Near the end of her sentence, a feral snarl burst across her lips. Oh, Bella, Tom tutted, labeling people with unsuitable names before you even know them a little rude, one would think. He sounds as if he has been here for years, Lucius remarked observantly. He does, the little brat, Bellatrix agreed darkly. You are inside the Dark Lord's house, and therefore you must respect its traditions. The inferiors obey. Their superiors, welcome to the hierarchy. I am the former Minister of Magic and Bellatrix is rumored to be the Dark Lord's most faithful lieutenant. I have to warn you, boy, both Bellatrix and I are on a high rank. Tom inspected the finely dressed man, who stood before him with an expression of interest, coldly. Who is to say I am not higher? He tested. Harry, from his position hidden out of sight in the gloom, stifled a grin. He knew that Tom Marvolo Riddle, with his inflated sense of superiority, would attempt to batter the Dark Lord's followers in line. It was understandable. After all, he was a Dark Lord too, and it was to be expected that he would want to build his own kingdom of awe amongst Voldemort's elite followers. Not to mention, the Death Eaters were just plain irritating. Lucius Malfoy seemed taken aback by the fierce comeback. For a while, he faltered for words. Harry suspected any version of the Dark Lord, not necessarily Voldemort, could render even the most composed of wizards speechless. I should teach you a memorable lesson beneath my wand, Bellatrix snapped, ominously. I can make you grovel on the floor, begging for mercy. I swear, I will not stop until you submit. You will do not such thing, Lucius interrupted smoothly, diffusing the tension of the moment. He is merely ignorant for the time being. He will learn on his own accord, won't you? Tom simply smirked in reply while Bellatrix fixed a deadly glare upon him. In the meantime, Lucius continued, to Riddle, you will have to excuse us while we have our fun with the prisoners. Before you arrived, Bellatrix was teaching the children nursery rhymes. For a split second, Harry forgot to breathe. Prisoners. Children. Tom, the pauper's son, stole a pig and away did run, Bellatrix recited, her voice sing-song as she took in the young Dark Lord's furious expression. It took Harry a while to realize that it was a nursery rhyme, one that offended Tom deeply, if his darkening gaze was anything to go by. Tom, the pauper's son, stole a pig and away did run. The pig was eat and Tom was beat. And Tom went crying down the street. Lucius appeared as though he was battling a smile from wounding its way into existence. Harry thought Malfoy seemed like he was caught between amusement and dismay by Bellatrix's innocent jab at Riddle. Tom opened his mouth to say something, but before he was able to get any words in, Bellatrix had sprouted a new poem. Little Tom Tucker sings for his supper. What shall we give him? White bread and butter. How shall he cut it without a knife? How will he be married without a wife? She ended on a high note. It sounds wonderful, Tom said, arching a neat eyebrow, although it must be a coincidence that all the nursery rhymes happen to have an association with me. Harry smirked from his hiding spot. Anyway, Tom said coolly, on orders of the Dark Lord, I am supposed to introduce a precious new guest to you. Oh. Lucius looked fascinated. Come out, Harry. Instantly, as Harry Potter stepped from his place, Malfoy's air of fascination evolved into twisted hatred. It was so intense, so strong, he could feel it rushing off the male wizard in torrents. It was so consuming. You filthy traitor. On instinct, he snapped his wand out. It was fortunate that he did. Twin streaks of the Cruciatus curse flashed towards him, one from each of the Death Eater's outstretched wands. The pain spells flew with unbelievable, lightning speed. Harry had no time to bolt out of the way. His hand, on pure impulse, swiped upwards, and from the tip of his own wand flared a bright shield. In the twinkling of an eye, the spells simultaneously connected with the defense, and rebounded, as a returned favor, back to Lucius and Bellatrix. When the two Death Eaters were forced to vanquish their own curses, it appeared they would relentlessly attempt to dissect him. Severe cutting hexes, ripping hexes, pain curses, blasting curses and the darkest of magic were sent spinning in his direction. Harry warded all of them off with very little effort. The years of training under Tom Riddle's legendary ruthlessness had given him a head start. A flick of the wand here, and the curse was engulfed by a shield, a sidestep there and he had avoided the potential danger of being sliced into ribbons. 5 years ago, he would have promptly buckled under the flood of gashes and wounds gifted by Bellatrix. However, he was now 16 and wholly capable, familiar with manipulating spells to his will and casting dark curses with a vengeance, never hesitating. Being trained by the Dark Lord had its bonuses, he guessed. Power flowed through his body like electricity, trickling from his inner core down to his fingertips. His heart pulsed, from the adrenaline. Wand whirling, he drove them back determinedly. He would prevail. And then, just as everything was going well, his wand zipped from his hand into those of Tom Bloody Riddle. The beast flaunted a cunning smile, and waved teasingly at him. A second before the breath was knocked out of him and he was blasted backwards like a leaf thrown in a fierce wind. He landed sideways against the bars of a cell, grazing his arm in the process. Lucius advanced sinisterly, all traces of his previous diplomatic behavior with Tom gone. It was almost as if the man had become mad. Harry hurled himself to his feet, using one of the bars as support. Glancing at the attentive face of Tom Riddle, who stood in the corner as though watching a show, he realized he would get no assistance. The Git, Accio wand, he said clearly, eyes fastened to his weapon in Riddle's hand. The wand shivered, like it was trying to free itself, before succumbing to Tom's cast iron grip. Harry glared at the young Dark Lord threateningly. I'm going to kill you, you cur. Tom appeared unperturbed. Sighing, Harry turned back to face Lucius. You little turncoat, the man was saying dangerously, the Dark Lord should have killed you on sight. He gave you everything, and you betrayed him. He continued to advance. I know wandless magic, Harry warned lowly. Lucius snubbed his comment. My son was supposed to experience the wonders of the Dark Lord's era, and inherit my position. You ruined his dreams, you wretched child. His words were followed with a tussle for control between Harry and the pair of Death Eaters. Fighting wandless, although achievable for Harry, was a hindrance. The struggle went on, like an endless tug of war, with him accepting and exchanging blows. He weaved in and out of the line of fire, actively putting his body to good usage as well as magic. Still, it was 1 against 2. He was beginning to tire, they had been dueling for such a long length of time. Riddle truly was a sadist for taking away his wand. Just as it started to look like the all-out war would never end, Tom stepped forward. Immobilis, he hissed softly. Harry felt his body swerve to a halt. Immobilized. Looking around, he discovered that Bellatrix and Malfoy were in the same position. That was unexpected, Riddle said. Harry did not know whether it was just him or whether there was a certain glee in the other's voice. You know, the Dark Lord gave strict instructions for no harm or damage to be inflicted upon his guest. Tom paused, to make sure the message hit home. Unless you wish to incur his wrath, I suggest you lower your wands. He targeted this at Bellatrix and Lucius, and then, he spoke the counter-charm. Harry was panting when he gained control over his body again. He glowered at Tom, who quickly tossed him back his wand. I am afraid, Bella, Tom said, that during the last 5 years, Harry has managed to outmatch you in terms of magic. He is untouchable, he has the Dark Lord's protection and his own magical proficiency. Whatever qualms you have concerning his presence, unfortunately, has to be stowed away. I am afraid, Bella, Tom said, that during the last 5 years, Harry has managed to outmatch you in terms of magic. He is untouchable, he has the Dark Lord's protection in his own magical proficiency. Whatever qualms you have concerning his presence, unfortunately, has to be stowed away. Bellatrix's sour expression could have curdled fresh milk, her generous lips had thinned into one narrow line and rage flared like a fire in her dark, bottomless eyes. The nails on her right hand were digging painfully into her palm, and she looked as if she was reluctant to lower her wand. Surprisingly, Lucius was the exact opposite. His arms hung limply by his side, almost resignedly, the moment the spell had been lifted. The passionate look of extreme hatred had faded rapidly into his face, replaced by a blank mask of emotionlessness. If anything, he looked drained. In the gloom of the dungeons, Malfoy's high cheekbones seemed to lose their former glamour, and became sunken, gaunt with fatigue. Potter is a dirty turncoat, Bellatrix snapped. Surely the Dark Lord would not wish to extend his hospitality towards him. He is useless in every imaginable way. Then you must have a very limited imagination, Tom murmured, his voice flowing like velvet. The last time I checked, the Dark Lord prizes power beyond all else, and in one sense, Harry is more powerful than you. The witch's eyes bulged, flickering with vehemence. You dare make such a statement, she said. You dare. Yes, I dare, Tom said matter-of-factly, dismissing her outrage with a nonchalant wave. You dueled him 2 against 1, 2 accomplished, adult Death Eaters against 1 teenage boy. I spelled away his wand before he could finish you off, and even then, he could have bested you without a wand if I had allowed him more time. Bellatrix was shocked into silence. Now, think, Tom said, would the Dark Lord not desire Harry Potter to fight alongside him, the young boy who outmatches his elite followers? But, Bellatrix spluttered, tripping over her tongue, but he is a traitor. Yes, that, Tom said impatiently. A traitor he may be, but we have no eternal allies, and we have no perpetual enemies. Only our interests are forever, and a true Slytherin would consider it his duty to follow those interests. Are you saying it is in the Dark Lord's best interests that he welcomes the boy back? Bellatrix demanded. Yes. The Dark Lord does not need him, the little runt. This time round, instead of Tom replying, it was Harry. I am standing right here, you know, he said meaningfully, flashing a wide smile. I am not deaf, therefore, I can hear every single insult that you blabber. Why should I care? Oh, you should, Harry said grimly, fingering his wand. Or you may just find yourself in an undesirable position. You know what the wise men say, never affront your superiors. Bellatrix brandished her wand sharply, without thinking twice. Is that a threat? Definition of threat. A statement of an intention to inflict pain, injury, damage, or other hostile action on someone in retribution for something done or not, Harry said. So, yes, I dare say it is a threat. I have no wish to rush into yet another duel, Harry silkily said, interrupting the woman in mid-sentence for the 3rd time in a row. However, if you have such a wish, I can. Only oblige. It is rude to refuse a lady, after all. Spare your energy, Harry, Tom purred soothingly. She is not worth it. Harry twisted around. Why are you looking so pleased? He questioned crossly. We are not in the middle of a tea party. What is there not to be pleased about? Tom said. You have met Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy, and they now understand you are not to be touched. Our job here is finished. Let's go. He turned to leave. Wait, Harry said, abruptly. Tom looked quizzically at him. I thought you could not wait to leave. I want to see the prisoners, he told Malfoy. I am afraid, Mr. Potter, that it would be wholly inappropriate, Lucius answered coldly. The Dark Lord assigned only 2 people to take care of these cells. It does not matter, let him see, Tom drawled, with a bored expression. The sooner his ridiculous curiosity is quenched, the sooner we can leave without listening to his whining. Is this also the Dark Lord's order? Lucius questioned. Tom paused for the fleetest of moments, before responding with utmost sincerity, yes, the Dark Lord wishes for his guest to be treated magnificently. Lucius Malfoy stiffened. Then we best follow the Dark Lord's commands, he said. Reluctantly, the 2 Death Eaters stood aside to allow Harry room. He moved forward instantly, making a beeline for the cell with muffled cries, turning a blind eye to the stare of hatred that Malfoy sent in his direction. As his hands gripped the bars tightly and he looked inside, sweeping the cell thoroughly with his observant eyes, a grotesquely inhumane picture greeted him. In shock, Harry involuntarily took a step back. The cell was implausibly congested, overfilled with clustering children who stank of filth, sweat and fear. Simultaneously, over 10 pairs of frightened eyes blistered into Harry. These all were children, he was certain, not one of them had come of age. However, in every corner was a child of different size and face. Some of them were as old as him, while some were as young as 6. The one thing they had in common, they shared, was the mutual loss of liberty and dignity. Harry experienced a pang of sympathy for them. Honestly, they were too small to be going through such tremors. At the front of the cell was a freckled boy in a half-crouching position. He had a head of brilliant red hair that drew Harry's gaze like moth to fire. He was hunched over his legs, from which blood ran freely. "What is the problem with him?" Harry asked, forcibly inserting the tone of lightness into his voice. The pretend nonchalance came easily. He had learnt over the years to never allow anyone know what he really cared about. "He is one of the Weasleys," Bellatrix said, as if the name explained everything. Harry gazed levelly at the witch. "He is bleeding." It was simple statement, distant, empty of any strong emotion. "So he is," Tom said, with an infuriatingly knowing smirk planted across his lips, "but why would you care?" This was one of the few times when Harry dearly craved to wrap his hands around the other's neck and shake him until he choked. Riddle had lived with him. Of course the young Dark Lord would effortlessly see past Harry's smooth surfaces to his hidden motives. The only thing Harry could comfort himself with was the fact that the vice versa was also true. If anyone understood Tom, it would be him. Although he wondered whether it was a blessing or curse for him. Deliberately overlooking Tom's question, Harry turned to Bellatrix. "Who are the Weasleys?" The hag sneered. "Oh, look at you, Potter, as ignorant as always." "Ignorance is bliss," Harry quipped. "It is the only way I can be joyful while surrounding myself with tediously uncouth people such as you." He watched, in glee, as the vein in Bellatrix's neck throbbed. "You." He did not listen to the rest of her sentence. Instead, he faced the redhead. "Hello," he said softly, "how are you?" "No, scratch that, I know you are not well." Who are you? What is your name?" The freckly boy gaped at him with wide, unblinking blue eyes that reminded Harry uncannily of a goldfish but did not answer. "How many of you are there?" Harry tried again to make conversation. Ringing silence. "Mr. Weasley, if I may call you that, how long have you been here?" Harry asked, patiently. "Were you kidnapped by these Death Eaters?" No reply. "Why are you bleeding?" Again, predictably, there was no reply. Harry sighed mentally. "Did you knock your leg on the bars or something?" Even as he said this, he winced. His attempt at getting the boy to talk was uncharacteristically stupid. How many people could injure themselves to the extent of gushing blood with nothing sharp? Not to mention, the query just sounded completely fake. The second he saw the wound, Harry had known it was Bellatrix's masterpiece, and there really was no point pretending otherwise. Frustratingly, his enquiry, for the 5th time, was given no response. It was awkward. Harry had a gut feeling that Tom was inwardly laughing at his futile endeavors of shooting the breeze. He wondered if the red-haired boy wasn't deaf. "Look, if you don't want to be called Mr. Weasley, just open that mouth of yours and tell me," Harry said. No reaction. This time, Harry abandoned his efforts and heaved a sigh. "Do not waste your breath, Harry," Tom commented silkily, "on insignificant scum. He is probably mute." He gave Harry a push between the shoulder blades. "We should leave." "Who the hell do you think you are?" "A very big potato." Ronald yelled through the bars at Riddle. Harry twisted around. "I have to thank you, Tom," he said, sarcastically. "You have just proven that he is neither deaf nor mute. I think I'll have better luck with him if you can leave with Lestrange and Malfoy while Weasley and I talk." Tom narrowed his eyes. "Why are you so determined on talking to him?" "Because I would like to find out whether Voldemort is out of his mind or whether there is a purpose in taking children as prisoners. It is upon the Dark Lord's own orders that we guard the prisoners, Potter," Lucius started to say. "I am afraid even you, the Dark Lord's treasured guest, cannot be given the liberty of being left alone with the prisoners." Bellatrix glared at him with her dark eyes. "You are up to something, I know," she said. "Planning a second rescue. Perhaps, as if once is not enough for you. I assure you that I am not." "All the same," Tom said, Why do you need to be alone? For the simple reason that Weasley will not talk when his captors are here. Harry exclaimed. I fail to see what is so difficult to comprehend about that. Then, Tom said firmly, I will stay to ensure you will not take extreme measures. Fine, Harry snapped, tiredly. Deal. None of you can be trusted. Bellatrix hissed, menacingly. She is correct, Lucius added, icily. We will not disrespect a direct order from the Dark Lord. It will only require a moment. A moment is too long. This is outrageously ridiculous, Harry said. What in Merlin's beard can possibly happen? A moment is too long, Malfoy repeated. The Dark Lord does not permit it. You think I can assist them in an escapade through tightly warded bars, avoid triggering the alarms, and then lead them through different levels of the manor while evading curiosity, and finally waltz out the front door under Voldemort's very eye? Harry incredulously. No one knows what tricks you have under your sleeve, Bellatrix. Spat. Harry glowered at them squarely for a moment. Very well. Maybe I will come back another day with Voldemort's permission. He turned on his heels and swept angrily out of the dungeons, with Tom Riddle beside him. When he had left the chilly, musty air behind, Harry gave a growl. Have I mentioned how much I detest them? He said. Corrupt Death Eaters. I am sure they find you insufferable too, Tom said wryly. It's as though they make it their job to impede you at every turn. And did you expect any better? Scorning words accompanied by an arched eyebrow. You know it was evident Bellatrix would deliberately make things complicated for you where she can. Malfoy is equally taxing. Harry lifted a hand through his raven strands, feeling the energy draining from him. It is hard to believe how much effort one has to pay to deal with those two beasts. It is understandable how Lucius Malfoy reacted to you, Tom said. After all, he finds it to be your fault that he has not seen his son at all in the last 5 years. In fact, it is unknown whether Draco is even alive. Harry stopped dead in his tracks with shock. Draco Malfoy, he said. I've forgotten altogether. No wonder Lucius Malfoy was so vehement at the sight of me. Draco's at Hogwarts though, isn't he? Dumbledore governs Hogwarts, Tom said. Ever since Dumbledore closed the school off, no trace of the Death Eater children had been seen. They were as good as captured. Harry blinked, wide-eyed. Oh, God. He let out a long whistle. That is very unfortunate. Tom smirked, confident the message had struck home. If I recall correctly, a few months ago when I told you Dumbledore's progress was made from ordering Grindelwald to kill off individual Death Eaters, bargaining with the media for a sick portrayal of Voldemort and holding children of Death Eaters, like Draco, hostage, you retorted that he was keeping baby Death Eaters at Hogwarts to save them from Voldemort's exploitation. Silently, Harry's mind ticked like the cogs on the back of a clock. He realized the sadistic cold-bloodedness of separating children from their parents. What about the children in the dungeons? He said. Malfoy is as bad as Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort abducted those children for the sake of striking fear into the hearts of Dumbledore's supporters, Tom said. If you had constantly read the newspaper instead of occasionally skipping the routine, you would have known that Weasley and all the rest are the Order's children. What does he plan on doing with them? He is not going to kill them, if that is what you mean, Tom said. I doubt he has devised a scheme yet. Most likely, he merely wishes for the Order to turn against Dumbledore in a fit of parental worry. Harry nodded, an odd glint flashing in his green orbs. If Voldemort was overtly occupied to fashion a good use for the children, then it was up to him to propose an arrangement that would both impress the Dark Lord, and give everyone what they deserved. Harry was idling on one of the elegant, dark green divans, fingering the smooth wood of his polished wand. He brooded over whether it had been an ideal decision on his part or whether it had been one of those spur-of-the-moment things. A fire, lambent, iridescent and dancing to the shadows on the wall, was set in the fireplace to bring warmth into the large space. Tom Riddle was reclined on a chaise longue at the other end of the room, calmly reading a thick dark arts tome, unaffected by the constant tender stares that Daphne Greengrass sent in his direction. She was unashamedly batting her eyelashes and examining her nails, angling them so that if Tom ever bothered to look up, the first thing he would see would be the perfectly painted fingernails. For a split second, Harry wondered if she was attempting to seduce Riddle, but the concept was so preposterous that he dropped the idea with a disgusted shiver. The notion that Daphne would ever fall in love with anyone, let alone with Tom, was far-fetched. She seemed too cold for anything like it. Besides, even if she did, it would practically be suicidal. Harry knew that it would only ever be one-sided because Tom, the emotionless psychopath, would use her to his benefit, manipulating her and following it up with an excruciating rejection. Or perhaps, he would lead her on forever, like a marionette. He could not decide which one was crueler. Yet, even as he tried to forget the unnerving thought, Daphne pushed herself from her seat and treaded gracefully towards Tom, flaunting her posture. "Good evening, Tom," she said softly, wetting her lips. Tom glanced up from his book. "Hello," he returned calmly. "May I help you?" "Oh," she gave a sweet laugh. "It's fine. The Dark Lord told me to come here tonight, and said you and Harry would be present. I'm sure he will be arriving shortly. It's just that he did not call a meeting. I was unsure if you did." "I did not," Tom said. "Harry did." Harry instantly looked away, back to his wand, pretending he had not been listening in on their conversation, just as Daphne threw a momentary look at him. He could swear there was an amused twinkle in Riddle's eye that was meant for him. Strangely, Greengrass did not seem to care that there was a witness. She fixed her gaze on Tom. "Harry." She breathed out the word softly. "Why would he call a meeting?" "Oh, yes, that was unusual too." Harry asked himself the same question. He would never have thought that he would ever actually voluntarily give up his leisure to endure the presence of the Dark Lord. But alas, it was necessary tonight. Tom gave Daphne a charming, amiable wink. "You will have to see for yourself," he purred. "I would not want to ruin the surprise for you." Daphne's breath seemed to hitch. Her eyes never left his, mesmerized and captivated, as if the entire world orbited around the young Dark Lord. As if he was magnetic. Harry turned away. He felt slightly nauseous at the obvious display of affection. He knew that Tom was only toying with Daphne, but there was the annoying, lingering, unwarranted suspicion that Riddle was genuinely attracted to the Ice Queen. It was not very probable, but... Tom, you are so polite." Daphne let out a light giggle. It was the closest to a nervous titter that Harry had heard from her mouth. "Am I?" Tom arched his eyebrow in the expression that Harry was so used to. "I must admit, you are not so bad yourself. Your pureblood etiquettes are admirable. You come from a long line of respected witches and wizards, all aristocratic, am I correct?" "Yes," Daphne answered eagerly. "Are you?" "Naturally," Tom drawled. Riddle was a half-blood, the lying snake. Nonetheless, Harry felt himself relax, knowing that Tom was manipulating Greengrass. "Are you?" Daphne stopped in mid-sentence as the Dark Lord chose that moment to stride through the door. His powerful presence swelled like a suffocating gas into the room. It took a while for Harry to get used to. Reluctantly, Daphne made to return to her own seat. Before she left, Tom hissed into her ear, "You are a fascinating creature." She blushed a deep red. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord was looking attentively at Harry. "So," he said, "why are we here?" Meanwhile, the Dark Lord was looking attentively at Harry. "So," he said, "why are we here?" "I merely assumed it would be pleasant to hold a social gathering once in a while," Harry replied alluringly. "After all, the niceties must not be forgotten, especially those fine points that fasten us to one another." He gave Voldemort a saccharine smile that practically screamed, "Fake." "Well said, Harry, I really must applaud you for such a remark," Voldemort said. "Though, my curiosity begs the question as to why Lucius and Bellatrix are not present. They are, at minimum, esteemed members of my elite inner circle." Harry disguised the moment of wordlessness thinking as he debated by what means to answer the Dark Lord with an innocent expression. "My lord," he said slowly, the mechanisms in his mind spinning wildly. "I apprehend your implications fully, but this meeting is one of neither business nor battle plans but a chance for us, master, apprentice, guest and favored, to unwind in relative privacy." The Dark Lord bestowed upon him a contented nod as if he found his response adequate. "An excellent proposal. Thank you for your compliment," Harry returned, his tongue reacting swiftly from years of repetition. However, even his feigned gratitude was difficult to maintain when the Dark Wizard deliberately ignored the empty, unoccupied couch and elegantly seated himself in Harry's divan. In his opinion, it was far too close for his comfort to be spared. His polite smile faltered for a fleeting second. He swallowed his disquiet and forced himself to concentrate. Much focus would be required from him later. He must control his emotions in order for his greater purpose for the meeting to be fulfilled. He seethed over how he had given up his leisure to endure the presence of his past master, but it was unavoidable. "My lord," he said, compellingly inserting pretend cheer into his voice, "are there any delicacies you have in mind? It can easily be fetched by the elves. Strawberry tarts, perhaps." Lord Voldemort chuckled knowingly at the last part in the sentence. "Your memory must not be underestimated, it truly is remarkable. I do have a certain fondness for strawberry tarts." "You flatter him, my lord," Tom cut in. "It simply seems as though we share a few interests. It is hardly surprising Harry picked them up while living with me." "I guess not." Voldemort gazed levelly at his younger self. "If you can pardon my request, I'd be grateful and you can remain after the meeting." Harry noted the meaningful emphasis and could not help but wonder the reasons behind one such invitation. Judging by Daphne's snooping glances at Tom, he knew she was also fascinated. "Naturally, my lord," Tom said. "But I see no reason why Harry should not stay too. I can guarantee he will keep his hands to himself, and needless to say our discussion may be one he can learn from." Despite glaring daggers at Riddle his suggestion, Harry saw, from the corner of his eye, the hurt expression that lingered for the fraction of a second on Daphne's face. He realized his staying meant that the only excluded person would be her, and for Tom to be the one who recommended it must have hurt. Well, he had always known those poor females who fell hard for Tom Marvolo. Riddle fell from a cliff top, and no arms would catch them at the bottom. It was more than feeling love's keen sting, it was getting mauled until Riddle had taken everything he desired from them. Tom Riddle, with all his handsomeness, charm, intelligence and coldness, would never go to the trouble of sparing them pain purely for the sake of the love that he deemed so pathetic. For Tom, Harry knew, it was all on the subject of the benefits he could reap. Voldemort appeared to hesitate briefly, before giving a curt gesture of consent. "Perhaps just for tonight," he said, with a small smile gracing his features. "If the conversation becomes unfitting for his ears, we can always wipe his memory clean." Harry's eyes flashed angrily at the Dark Lord. "I'd rather not," he said bluntly. "Leaving without anyone twisting my mind sounds better in comparison. I have had a horrible history with memory charms." As he said this, he stared unswervingly at the only woman in the room. Said woman widened her amber eyes at the audacious comment that insulted the Dark Lord in more than a mild manner. Daphne licked her lips in anticipation, unmistakably waiting for her master to punish Harry for his insolence. Contrary to her expectations, the Dark Lord did not even bat an eyelid. "I promise," he said calmly, "that I will only use it as a last resort." "I would like to accept your generosity, I really do," Harry said. Daphne Greengrass looked almost murderous. He knew she would have jumped at the first hint of an opportunity to join Voldemort and Tom. "But it is not good enough for me." This time round, Voldemort's wand hand twitched in impatience at the continuing lack of respect. "Do not take it personally, my lord," he said. "Not many people can match my expectations." Harry sensed the wrath that rose like an uncoiling serpent. It surrounded the Dark Lord and swelled into the room. "Danger, danger, danger. It is not that I am intentionally rebuffing your big-heartedness," he said, "but you have to admit, it is barely the depth of a teaspoon." His mind warned him that he was tracking near forbidden boundaries, now, but his instincts wished to give one extra probe, to check the tolerance of the Dark Wizard. He was unsure about his next actions and whether he should risk being cursed for something so trivial. There was a twisted smile on Lord Voldemort's lips that had more similarity to a sneer, and his eyes were gleaming alarmingly. "May I take this as a compliment?" "Please do," Harry said easily, though countless others might see it as what is opposite of a praise. Nevertheless, an inflated ego is a useful thing to own and can take you a long way, especially if you are a thick-skinned Dark Lord. Daphne had stood up fiercely, indignantly. "Hold your beastly tongue, Potter." She spat. "Your rudeness knows no bounds. Apologize at once." Harry gracefully responded with his clever words, "The Dark Lord has yet to express his dissatisfaction, so what are you aggravated about? I am certain he has the capability to defend himself." Even Tom Riddle was attempting to warn him with an urgently intense frown accompanied by a firm shake of the head. But Harry needed no notification, he had known the Dark Lord was losing restraints on his untamed temper. His aim was to push him a tiny more. He had to test Voldemort's limits, or he would never know, and that could be more dangerous. Oh well, one little cruciatus wasn't going to kill him. It would still be agonizing, but sacrifices must be made for the profit of the longer run. My lord, Harry said lazily, mentally bracing himself for the impact of Voldemort's fury. What say you? Will you do things my way in trade for my presence? In one graceful stride, he had overrun, the boundaries completely. Not only had he openly defied the Dark Lord, but he had also implied that the man should obediently yield to him. Harry knew his exceptionally chosen words would make Voldemort see red and send him on the warpath. There was a sharp inhale of breath, likely from Tom, and a humorless smile full of teeth that flickered fleetingly across the Dark Lord's pale lips. Harry pried down a flinch as Lord Voldemort, in such close proximity, raised his arm. He imposed a tranquil posture on his body, hiding away any nervousness he felt. If he was any lesser a person, he might have curled into a weeping ball of shivering fear, but he was not. He was Harry Potter. Are you going to curse me, my lord? Harry inquired sweetly. This is just like the old times, Voldemort said coldly. Do you think I should? And Harry was reminded uncannily of the old times that the Dark Wizard spoke of. Years ago, he had sparred Voldemort with words, holding the most amusing of banters with the cruel man, which often ended with him facing one point. I'm not one of your servant Death Eaters, he snapped, against his better judgment. Instantaneously, Harry found himself on the opposite end of Voldemort's wand, and facing his unpromising fate in the eye. I overlooked your irksome insolence at Hogwarts. Finding myself on the threshold of redeeming my earlier kindness, I suggest you consider whether jousting with me is worth confronting my wrath, which will eventually result in your begging for mercy, Voldemort forewarned, his pale lips tightening. Harry's mind took time to assess the situation, weighing up his options. Finally, he backed down, eyes lowered. Good boy, Voldemort mocked, letting his wand fall to his side. Harry almost scoffed at the question. You do not need my permission, my lord, he said slickly. Though, since you asked, I would say you should. There, it was practically an invitation. If you give your word that this will not to be a common occurrence, I can pardon you, you know, Voldemort said softly, surprising Harry greatly. My displeasure can be put aside, and I will accept your apology should you give it immediately. Now Harry was impressed. Perhaps the Dark Lord deserved more credit than he gave him. It looked as if he had stretched his own margins. Harry, stand down, Tom started. But he still needed to know how far the boundaries could be strained. Forgive me, my lord, he quipped, ignoring the Slytherin air. Right now I cannot bring myself to voice lies and promises I do not mean. I neither feel like begging for forgiveness nor making fickle vows. He had finally subdued Daphne Greengrass. She was silent, awed by his daring and the conflict that threatened to break out into a tornado. You are asking for it, Voldemort said frostily. Very well, I have given you your chance. He lifted his serpentine hand, and his fingertips glowed with powerful magic. It was magic that would soon be unleashed and come whipping down on Harry. He hoped it was not the Cruciatus curse. Still, he was proud of himself for his discovery of the Dark Lord's true limitations. Harry readied himself. If he had not been watching the movements of the Dark Lord so intensely, he might have noticed another spell, a light blue color, streaking hastily towards him. Sectum Sempra. The spell was uttered pitilessly, the sheer force that burst from Voldemort's fingers threatened to knock Harry backwards. He made no effort to defend himself. A second before the curse flew into his chest, Harry found a shield sparkling around himself, safely wrapping him inside while successfully deflecting the blow. He sprang up in shock, and the shield determinedly moved with him, protecting him from all directions, in case Voldemort hurled another spell. However, even as Voldemort had lowered his hand in a signal that he was finished, a curse slashed at Harry, producing a metallic sound as it crashed against the blue armor. Daphne, drop your wand, Voldemort ordered. The simple command ensured nothing would happen after that, though Greengrass turned an ugly shade of pink. And the shield gradually faded, bit by bit, into non-existence. Without doubt you, of all people, must understand, my lord, Tom said in a cavalier fashion. As anyone would, I feel a particular protectiveness towards the child I raised. I do. Realization that Tom had sheltered him from endangerment sank in, and Harry felt a twinge of gratitude towards the young Dark Lord. He was the reason that Harry had not been ripped into ribbons. Anger propels us to do greater impairment, Tom said. I did not wish to see him crippled due to your rage. Often we regret our actions a minute too late. You did not genuinely long to cause him pain, did you, my lord? Voldemort closed his eyes for a moment, composing himself, and answered, of course not. All signs of lasting ire had vanished from his baritone voice. He was, after all, once my apprentice. And I think it is time I gave the title back to him. Harry stiffened. Oh, no. He didn't want to return to his status as the damned apprentice. I do not think I deserve it, my lord, he said. Oh, make no mistake. You do not, Voldemort said. Up until now, I have only seen one person who is faithful enough for the position. Daphne flushed in pleasure, at the rare tribute. But since you are here, and here to stay, there is no point allowing your education fall behind. My education is not behind, Harry said quietly. Tom is a noteworthy teacher. Then it must be a shame that I will take over his job, Voldemort said. I do hope you shall not be too disappointed. Not at all, Harry replied, voice taut with provocation. It is an honor to study under your tutelage, my lord. Only a fool would question your proficiency at dueling. Magic is but a South Avenue to you. And the entire universe gravitates towards you, he was tempted to add. His tone was dripping with sarcastic, oily grease. Truth be told, he had never felt less privileged. Sure, the Dark Lord was powerful, but there were too many downsides. Kind words, Harry, he said wryly. Implausibly flattering. You have earned them, my lord. Harry tipped his head in mock reverence. Lord Voldemort heaved a sigh. I have introduced Harry to Bellatrix and Lucius this morning, my lord, Tom speedily cut in, before any more discord could spark. I am confident they have been daunted by Harry, but only time can tell. They were in the dungeons, Harry said. 3 pairs questioning of eyes veered sharply to stare at him. No doubt he had trailed from the relevance of the topic, but he wished to steer the night in the direction of a new subject. Bellatrix was telling the children nutty nursery rhymes, Harry continued lightly. She has a marvelous talent of those. I think one of them has actually glued itself to my mind. Oh, Tom, the pauper's son, stole a pig and away did run, Harry recited cheerfully. The pig was eaten, Tom was beat. And Tom went crying down the street. The Dark Lord laughed, expressing his amusement at the creativity. Poor Tom, does he mind? Personally, I think the last line ought to be, and Tom went howling down the street. Tom gave a faux scowl. Harry cracked a suave grin. To be fair, he said, I have never heard Riddle howl in my life, although the children in the dungeons certainly were wailing at the top of their voices. Hardly surprising, Voldemort said. If I may boldly ask, my lord, what purpose do they serve by wasting their lives away in the cells? Harry said sweetly. Voldemort widened his eyes in mild amazement at the suddenness of the intruding question. You may not ask, he said conclusively. Aside from the slim possibility of the Order turning against Dumbledore in a fit of parental worry, are there any other profits to be harvested? Harry resumed unwaveringly, his tone changing brusquely from carefree to steely. Know your place, Harry, Voldemort cautioned. Your inquiry challenges my decision and schemes. With the exception of sitting and waiting, you have no plans concerning the children. Harry angled his chin upwards and leaned forth, voluntarily closing the minor distance between him and Voldemort. As menacing as the Dark Lord appeared, Harry knew the man had careful control on his temper after what had happened before. He was assured he could push harder on the Dark Lord's forbearance without running into trouble. At the start of this evening, you proclaimed that no politics and business will be involved, Voldemort reminded. Harry gave a humorless smile, his green eyes never trailing from Voldemort's sapphire ones. I lied. A sideways glance informed Harry of the glint in Tom's eyes as the older Slytherin caught up with his intentions. My lord, you may as well listen to his notions, Riddle suggested. For all we know, they may be priceless. Tonight has become extremely taxing, Voldemort said aloofly. Daphne, get out. His female apprentice took off hurriedly, almost eager to get away from the chaos. When the door closed behind her, the Dark Lord waved his hand and cast a muffling charm over the room. I am an occupied man, Voldemort said. Make your story short. All right, Harry said agreeably. It is well known that you are busy, and this is why I have a proposal to put forward. Voldemort flickered an eyelid. Go ahead, he said. I expect it to be worth my time. Harry smirked assuredly. It unquestionably will be. With that, he propped himself onto his elbows and, in the midst of the silence, hissed his strategies for the two rapt Dark Lords to hear. The material was light as silk and as cold to the touch as water. It flowed and rippled like an awash black river at the faintest tremble of wind. The fabric was so smooth that the light would hit it and bounce immediately off. It enfolded around his body like a pair of dark wings, almost weightless, allowing the best of agility and movement. According to Voldemort, countless powerful protective charms had been cast upon the attire. No spells could effortlessly penetrate the fortifications should they happen to slip past the corporeal magical shields. Of course, with each strike or clouded bore, the charms would be crippled, so it would still be up to Harry to take care of himself. Pity the cloth did nothing to defend him against the coldness of the winter weather. A shiver coursed through him. It was even less effective than the ordinary robes Harry chose to wear. It took all of his effort to grind down on his teeth and keep them from chattering. To a stranger's eye, the black robes were no different from any other custom Death Eater garment, but the Dark Lord had taken care to ensure that they were the finest. After all, Harry thought bitterly, he was a precious Horcrux. Ever since the night the Dark Lord discovered his Horcrux identity, his status appeared to have drastically adjusted for the worse. Aside from being treated with excessive indulgence, which Harry did not mind when it could be used to his own advantage, he was given very limited freedom and more imposed restrictions than ever. Merlin, he hated being bubble-wrapped like a fragile doll. Harry, he felt a steely hand on his arm. There will be no heroics from you, or I swear, I will butcher you myself and feed the pieces of flesh to crows, Tom threatened. And if fighting breaks out, you will stand, not rush headfirst into a duel. And neither will you betray me and return the children unconditionally to Dumbledore, Voldemort interrupted ominously. If there is the slimmest trace of such an attempt, you shall be hunted down and punished in the most tough manner. Harry found the humor within him to crack a smile, knowing he had no intentions of simply carting the prisoners to the old headmaster. I think you do not trust me, my lord. The Dark Lord was diplomatic enough to lie. You cannot be more incorrect, Harry. I have immeasurable faith in you. You are my charge. Then why the suspicion? Sometimes things do not follow the tracks of your expectations, Voldemort said candidly. I have an appreciation for preparation of the mind. Understandable, Harry commented. It is beyond a matter of understanding, Tom Riddle said. It is necessary for you to be equipped for all obstacles that come across your path, including the thin possibility of a grave encounter with Dumbledore. Is it paranoia that I smell? Harry jested, giving a pretend sniff of the air. Tom's gaze darkened significantly at the indifferent nonchalance from the young teenager. You must regard this with the utmost seriousness. Harry blinked and held up both his hands as though to pacify the Slytherin air. Okay, he said calmingly. Careful is my middle name. On the contrary, Tom hissed, careless is your middle name. I warn you, I will not be burdened by the message that Dumbledore has you hostage and that I have to play the savior in shining armor whose mission is to rescue you. No one expects you to save me, Harry muttered. And yet the tiresome job always lands with me, Riddle retorted. I thought the Dark Lord would volunteer this time, but I am to supervise you once again. Harry was fidgeting with the silver Death Eater mask in his hand, only half listening to the sentences that were emerging rapidly from the young man's mouth. My misfortune, I suppose. Tom swerved his gaze sharply, meet a pair of uninterested green eyes. Haven't you been paying attention? He demanded cuttingly. Pardon. No, Harry answered absently. Wait, I mean yes, I have been hanging on to your every syllable. A dirty look flashed in his direction. Dumbledore will hop from the astronomy tower at the first chance to hold you captor. He will literally do anything, Tom said dangerously. And when he seizes you, he will rummage through your mind and slash out all the relevant information before finally delivering the killing blow to the poor sacrificial lamb in order to destroy the Dark Lord once and for all. Do you understand? Yes. If you die, I will bring you back only to kill you again. I know. Harry lifted the silver mask to his head and arranged it securely so that it was all but glued immovably to his face. His emerald eyes peeked out snugly from the sliced serpentine slits. It did no harm to his sense of sight and it disguised his features flawlessly. While the mask was on, none would be aware it was Harry Potter who was concealed behind it. He would be a regular Death Eater, nothing more. My facial characteristics will be covered, Harry insisted. Unless Dumbledore has X-ray eyes, he won't even get an inkling of who I am. Tom heaved a long-suffering sigh that indicated precisely how exasperating his companion was. He may recognize your voice, he said. I doubt an old man can memorize the pitches and tenors of every single voice he hears, Harry remarked. He has seen me a rare few times, and he doesn't even know we work with Lord Voldemort now. Trust me, Harry, Riddle said, you are peculiarly unforgettable. It may be because you make it a habit to do things worth writing about on a daily basis. Harry's finger brushed against the polished wood of his wand folded beneath his sleeves, and he grasped it. I am not wholly incompetent, despite what you may believe. He tilted his chin defiantly upwards. I never suggested you were inept, Tom said. If you were unskilled, I would never permit you to lead an entire Death Eater squad into the territory of the Light Lord, Voldemort said. Nor would you be a part of the action today. Harry nodded. However, the Dark Lord resumed, it is arguably too early to allow you out of my sight and pay Dumbledore a visit. Perhaps it is wisest for you to remain here while Tom goes alone. My strategy, my scheme, Harry said determinedly. I will be going if only just to get out of here for a while and enjoy whatever independence I can. Moreover, my dueling abilities may come in convenience. Do not participate in a duel if you can avoid it, Voldemort instructed. And even then, do not reveal your true power. Fine, Harry said compliantly. Should the worst come, Tom will know to apparate you back here before anti-apparition wards are put up. Okay, sure. Voldemort gazed levelly at him. If Dumbledore refuses to negotiate with us, he will not dare, Harry answered steadfastly. If he declines our fair offer, he will have the outrage of the public to cope with, not to mention the fact that the entire Order of the Phoenix campaign would go ballistic. He carried the smirk of the cat that ate the canary. The parents will come to the realization that Dumbledore is anything but the sinless, doting grandpa he makes out to be. Give it a week, and his lack of concern for children will be all over the newspapers in England. You may be spot on, Voldemort said. I know I am. Such self-assurance you portray, the Dark Lord chuckled. Nonetheless, I do suspect your optimism is not wrongly placed. The element of surprise works to our advantage and our ground plan is foolproof, even if there are holes. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link, Harry said smoothly. We will cover all the bases. As long as something can be exploited in weakness, then we may all fall. Yes, Voldemort murmured approvingly. I have a team of 15 Death Eaters all set and waiting for your orders. Each one of them is of good reputation and of high standing, they will not be the weak link in the chain. They know what is going to happen. He asked. Tom has explained to them in detail. The Dark Lord raised a hand to grip Harry's shoulder in an uncommonly tender motion of encouragement. Some members of the inner circle are there, Lucius included. I ruled out Bellatrix because I fear she will resist you. Strangely, Harry did not experience any sensations of anxiety at the physical touch or the temptation to flinch away. Sounds as exceptional a team as anyone is going to get, Harry said. You have earned it. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. A teasing smile pulled at the edges of Lord Voldemort's pale lips. If I recall correctly, you said my generosity could not match depth of a tablespoon. I must amend my observation, Harry said humorously. Your generosity has grown to challenge the depth of a shallow puddle of water. The Dark Lord laughed in a combination of amusement and disbelief at his antics. You sassy child, he reprimanded. Who gave you permission to saunter up to me bold as brass and toss insults in my face? Is that a rhetorical question? Harry found himself cuffed upside the head gently by the Dark Lord. Dumbledore was a fool to threaten you with death, thus making an enemy out of you, Voldemort said. It was a bad move on his part, but a change in the winds for me. Dumbledore will not know what hit him. Very well, the Dark Wizard said. Time is moving fast, and we should too. Tom shall take you to your team. Riddle frowned at Harry in warning. Don't you dare remove yourself from my side once we are on the move, or I will personally make you a leash. If you run off while they are dueling. Harry exhaled noisily. Fine. I anticipate your success, the Dark Lord spoke lowly. I trust you will execute this undertaking gracefully without any disappointments. On the other hand, should this end in as an appalling failure, you, Harry, will be held entirely accountable. Despite himself, the words intimidated him. He tried to ignore the uncomfortable twinge of fear. Whether we are blessed with good fortune or not, there will be no risks of suffering defeat, Harry promised resolutely. If only for this once, Dumbledore is going under. We will not fail. Good, Voldemort said. Just remember that as the leading member today, you will be answerable for whatever happens. He raised a hand in dismissal. However, almost as an afterthought, the Dark Lord turned. I never thought you would ever direct a Death Eater raid, Harry. Perhaps, you will truly one of us one day. His blue eyes shimmered like ice touched by the cold rays of sun in winter. Good luck. Both of you. He was s.ked into a familiar abyss, with what seemed to be richly colored lights surrounding him. There was a period of whirling madness before all was quiet again. His feet were on the cobblestone paved ground, and Tom Riddle stood elegantly next to him, his face too disguised by the silver mask. His green eyes sparkled in exhilaration at the upcoming venture and the edges of his mouth tweaked upwards into the ghost of a smile. He traded a glance with the Slytherin heir before turning to the Death Eaters under his command. You know what has been instructed of you, Harry said coolly. Complete them to the best of your ability and await my next orders. He shifted his glance to the small stores situated along the sides of the streets. It is a Hogsmeade weekend, students will be out roaming. Go ahead, give them a scare. Voldemort's followers quickly obeyed, spreading out over the petite village of Hogsmeade in the manner of a foreboding black fog. The sight assured Harry that all was developing as he had previously arranged and that the entirety of his plan would be carried out. The occupants would never stand a chance against trained servants of the Dark Lord. He debated over whether his actions were immoral, whether he had truly changed into a merciless viper in his heart. He knew that although he was working alongside the Dark Lord, he was still doing the right thing. Only now, he had no more childish ideas about separating light and dark. The borders between the two realms were vague, and one never knew when one crossed from one side to the other. Harry really did not care any longer if he was dark or light, though he suspected he was more of the former than the latter. If he was dark, or possibly a dark shade of gray, he had no uncertainties regarding whether he or Dumbledore was the better person. The headmaster, despite being the leader of the light, was an old and cunning man who owned a heart which may once have glowed but was now tight and shriveled. Harry Potter hated him with a vengeance. Truthfully, he had never honestly had an appetite for being used like a lamb to the slaughter. No, he was not fighting the light or the dark, he did not support any one of the other. He was fighting something known as corruption. And if he had to use underhanded methods to achieve it, so be it. The piece popped like a balloon pierced by the sharp point of a needle, erupting into spine-chilling screams and outright panic. In a split second, witches and wizards were charging like headless ants out of the stores and bumping headfirst into one another. Harry felt a sting of sympathy for the teenagers whose visit to the village had been ruined, but he could only look on. He got a few glimpses of frightened third-year students who huddled in a cowering group by the entrance of Honeydukes, wide-eyed like deers caught in the headlights. Feeling sentimental? Tom asked, mockingly. No. Windows shattered in a storm of fragmented glass shards. Children, horrified, ducked for cover while the only available adults, the store owners, armed themselves with wands and dashed gallantly onto the streets teeming with wizards in black. I can see it, Tom said serenely, the contradiction in your eyes. You must either be going blind or crazy, Harry murmured, fixated on the ghastly picture before him. It is futile to conceal emotions from me, Harry, Tom said. I understand you best, I can read you like an open book. Weapons were brandished, threats were uttered, and dangerous, vividly colored spells flashed through the air to bury themselves in their targets' chests. A Death Eater fell shrieking under the extended wand of a furious woman who wielded it like a baton. The woman only reveled in her triumph for the shortest of moments before she too was blasted backwards like a mere figurine into a tree by the sheer power of an explosion. The raid reminds me of the one we were caught in, Harry said. We were eating when they came. I got lured by Daphne to the Dark Lord and you ran out to duel his followers without a wand. You identify with them, Tom stated, gesturing at the wildly shouting children. Sort of. A pair of lovers who had been walking arm in arm a minute ago had joined forces with a team of 6th years and was having a go at the Death Eaters, faces rigid in concentration and repugnance. I think it is ironic of me to arrange an attack when I have been a victim in one myself. It is different, Tom said. You ordered them not to hurt any innocents. Organizing a commendable. Ignis Foon. A jinx raced towards Tom like a streak of greased lightning, fizzling with power and purpose. It was aimed at his back. And Riddle, the damned Slytherin, could not see it. Harry's eyes widened in alarm and he lunged forward to shove Tom out of the way. Fortunately, the thrust took Tom by surprise, and the young man staggered backwards, barely in time to avoid it. However, it caught Harry on the wrist. The spell, instantly, formed an intricate, fire ring around his wrist, with an eerie resemblance to that of a radiant bracelet. And then, he gasped in pain. The fire blazed onto his sensitive skin and devoted itself to the task of eating away his flesh. Under the excruciating heat, his skin blackened, withered like a dried-up petal, and peeled away before his very eyes. He stifled a scream. The entire expanse of his hand was ignited in the flames, in an uncharacteristic behavior, splashed in a water-like manner onto his elbow. He felt as if he had no more control over his limbs than the spell. His wand dropped, against his will, and clattered with an empty sound onto the ground. Harry, for the first time in his life, he heard a sign of genuine distress in Riddle's suave voice. Perhaps he was hallucinating. Aguamenti. A jet of clear, pure water shot from the tip of the Slytherin's wand and sprayed Harry, but it did nothing to soothe his agony because the fluid vanished upon coming in contact with the licking flames. Someone was yelling. It invoked a headache within him. He just wished for that idiot be quiet so that he could withstand his torment in peace. He sank to his knees. It won't kill you, Tom snarled at him. Shut up and live with it while I get rid. Harry realized it was him who had been yelling. His whole body was alight, and he was being engulfed. It felt as if he would be cremated and reduced to ashes if Tom Bloody Riddle did not pick up his pace and end the curse. Suddenly, Mudblood. Riddle spat savagely. What did you do to him? And the feminine voice that answered in an odd combination of nervousness and rebelliousness, oh God, sounded ever so familiar to Harry's ears. He groaned. The Death Eater deserves it, the girl bit back. Professor Dumbledore was right when he taught me that spell. He said I would need it one day. You know the counter spell. It was not phrased as a question but as a statement. I do, the girl responded. Cast it. The order was pronounced in a sibilant hiss that lingered in the bitter air. Cast the spell. No. Crucio. There was a soft thud next to Harry, and in the next second, his head was split into quarters by the unending screams of the female. She seemed to be making an effort to suppress them, and from the slight quakes Harry felt, he knew she was writhing from the cruciatus. Then, it stopped. Are you ready? Tom asked lowly, withdrawing his wand for a moment. In an exhausted pant, the girl answered, no. Crucio. The menace and venom dripping from the Slytherin heir's lips would have surprised Harry if he had not been in a daze. The cries, as a result, hit a new level. Gathering all his obtainable energy, Harry squeezed open his eyes. To see a headful of disheveled, bushy brown hair that had immediately grabbed his recognition. Tom, stop, he rasped hoarsely. Leave her alone. The cruciatus curse was quelled. He saw Hermione Granger, with the bossy appearance he remembered so clearly, heave herself onto her feet and glare at Tom. If you think I will spare a lowlife like you, you are very much mistaken, she said huskily. Tom made to backhand her across the face for her tactless words. Mudblood, my associate is still in pain. There is more than one way to skin a cat, I will not hesitate to persuade you. Hermione, Harry croaked. A look of shock flitted across Granger's features. Harry, she asked incredulously. Harry Potter, is that you? With an astonishingly fast speed, she raced to his side and raised her wand. Ignum subicit. The fire subsided. Harry allowed himself a sigh of relief, his green eyes glancing out at his dear childhood companion. Hermione's fingers were promptly all over his face, struggling to strip away the heavy silver mask that hid his features. He pushed her hands off and stood. I'm sorry, he said. I cannot show you, Hermione. The intelligent girl, now 16 years old, let out a choked sob. Oh, Harry, I haven't seen you for years, she said. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Oh Merlin, you serve he who must not be named now, don't you? Yes, he said. Ever since I risked my life for your Dumbledore, and in return he asked me if I minded being used as a sacrificial victim. He wouldn't do that. Tom Riddle stepped in front of Harry and faced Hermione domineeringly. Do you know everything about the dear headmaster of Hogwarts, or only the lies? Tom Riddle stepped in front of Harry and faced Hermione domineeringly. Do you know everything about the dear headmaster of Hogwarts, or only the lies? Hermione whirled upon the older Slytherin indignantly like a miniature hurricane, cheeks reddened with dislike. "I'll be grateful if you keep these indecent comments to yourself, you slimy worm," she retorted heatedly. Resorting to petty insults. Tom raised an elegant eyebrow. "Dumbledore is twice the man you can ever dream of being. Whatever untruths he fabricates in his lifetime cannot match the amount you spin in one day. That is a rather large conclusion to jump to. His actions are for the greater good and yours are done for the sake of your own worthless benefit. Harry, your female friend is more foolish than I gave her credit for." Tom Riddle scoffed sarcastically. "The greater good, I wonder who taught her that she is rather talented at mirroring her idol's words, don't you think? A bit like a parrot, I suppose." "Oh, is that what you think?" Hermione snapped sharply at the future Dark Lord. Tom's other eyebrow went up to join its mate. "Yes," he drawled smoothly. "Why else would I say so? Go ahead, good little lapdog, why don't you mimic another one of his favorite phrases for us to hear?" Harry fidgeted uncomfortably, unsure of by what means he could stop the angry exchange before it got too much out of hand. Hermione and Tom were both his friends, but it seemed Dumbledore had really imprinted his message hard into Hermione's heart. "Quit being such a hypocrite," Hermione snarled. "Tell me, how many times you have groveled at his feet after being graced with a generous dose of the Cruciatus? How many times have you at the hem of his robes? You treat you-know-who as if he is God." "None," Tom said airily. "He is not my master." Hermione was struck dumb. "Excuse me. Harry and I work with him," Tom said smugly, "not for him, which is more than you can say for yourself." "I do not work for Dumbledore," Hermione insisted, her furry hair crackling with what appeared to be electricity. "He is an excellent professor and the students follow him because they want to, not because they are forced to." "Ah, yes, did your excellent professor teach you the spell that caused Harry, who is possibly your best and only friend judging by your unattractive personality, great suffering?" Tom asked silkily. "Her personality is not unattractive," Harry automatically defended. "Her unwillingness to listen to the disagreements of others and her haughty, overbearing attitude is a trait that only you can stomach," Riddle remarked, cuttingly honest. "Simply because she chooses, very wisely, I must say, to not listen to you does not mean she is not considerate to others," Harry said adamantly. "While she is able to speak at alarming volumes and rates, she is also proficient in tuning out the opinions of others, including you, Harry. You have no right. She even gives me the impression of someone who delights in her own words like music from a fine opera." "That is enough, Tom," Harry firmly said, with an apologetic glance at Hermione who was speechlessly gaping at the Slytherin heir with a flabbergasted expression. "Oh, look," the young Dark Lord marveled, "I've managed to make her silent. It is quite a feat, you know." Harry gritted his teeth. "I cannot let you insult my companions." "I am being perfectly honest," Tom said flippantly. "Your friend accused me herself of being a deceitful snake, so I am showing her how truthful I can be." "Well, I'm asking you to close your mouth." Tom ignored him. "She is judgmental, self-righteous and close-minded, and has a prudish morality that contradicts real life." Tom, to make a long story short, in her mind, only her way is the right way. "You've only just met her, you are being biased," Harry snapped sharply. "Her inflexible and stiff personality qualities cannot allow her to see past the flowery surface of Dumbledore even if he prances in front of her rose-tinted glasses in his underclothes," Tom continued coldly. "And that is why, Harry, you are wasting your time by simply conversing with her." Riddle was interrupted in mid-sentence by Hermione Granger. "Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry, truly. I really didn't mean to hit you with that spell, I promise. I could never hurt you like that," Hermione cried. She reached out for his arm. "The nature of the curse was quite ferocious. I vowed to not use it on anyone but Death Eaters when Dumbledore taught it to me." "It's fine, my own," Harry soothed, smiling. "Take no notice of Tom. He is a malicious git." To his alarm, the girl's eyes welled up with tears that defiantly refused to fall. "Your associate is right, you know, about me. Ever since you went away with he who must not be named, I've been doing stuff alone most of the time. Of course, I meet study buddies in the evenings occasionally but... Well, at least we have seen each other now," Harry said, with forced cheer. "I only hope our next meeting won't be under such gloomy circumstances." As he said this, he glared pointedly at Tom. Hermione opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something but closed it again. Then, after a while, she seemed to make up her mind about something. Harry, you must know he who must not be named's temper better than anyone, she said, trying to sound reasonable. Surely you've been tortured by him before. Harry stiffened abruptly at the statement and pursed his lips. He was reluctant to divulge private details regarding his punishments with Voldemort. He said instead. It must have hurt, with him being the most powerful Dark Lord the wizarding world has ever seen and all, Hermione said gently. Do you ever fear him? Haven't you ever entertained the idea of running away and never going back to him? Maybe with Dumbledore's help. Suddenly, Harry realized the point that Hermione was subtly attempting to suggest to him, and he knew he would not even consider it. I have not just thought of running away, my own. I actually have done it before. Trust me, it did not end well. The know-it-all girl blanched. You mean he captured and disciplined you? No, Harry said, noting the meaningful glance Tom sent in his direction. I mean I was forced to return to him, in the end, for my own good. Or else, I would have been killed. 5 years ago, Tom said, picking up the tale smoothly, Harry was the Dark Lord's apprentice. Therefore, he had more access than most people to the Dark Lord's secrets, and he freed Dumbledore, Grindelwald and McGonagall. Hermione gasped. Professor Dumbledore never told us Harry saved him. I expected as such, Harry said grimly. The unfortunate thing, however, was that Voldemort found out. He ignored the cringe coming from Hermione at the use of the name. And you can imagine the graphic niceties for yourself, Tom said. Harry escaped and lived with me for 5 years before he bumped into your dear Dumbledore again. This time, he requested Harry to sacrifice his life for the greater good. Hermione's soft brown eyes had been stretched to the size of shocked light bulbs. Needless to say, he did not agree and fled, Tom said. On the run from both the Light Lord and the Dark Lord, we could not persevere for long and the wisest option was to reunite with Voldemort. Sorry, Hermione, I'll be signing my own death warrant if I am to seek assistance from Dumbledore, Harry said regretfully. There are so many things that do not add up, Hermione maintained. Why would your death benefit Dumbledore? Why would Voldemort not kill you in revenge? Why would you be a part of this barbaric raid today? Harry gazed evenly at her. Do you not believe me? It's not that I don't want to, Harry. Hermione's expression turned begging. It's that I can't. It's too illogical. I told you this would happen, Tom said infuriatingly, looking at Harry. He brought his wand down in an arc. Obliviate. It struck the dead center of Hermione's chest. She blinked, as if she did not understand her whereabouts before her gaze found the two figures in black robes. Death Eaters, she muttered to herself and drew her wand. Immediately, Harry saw Tom spring forward in a duel with Hermione. The know-it-all was pulling out her full magical strength but the young Dark Lord was going easy on her. Good. Harry would kill him if he hurt her. Finally, after a few traded curses and colorful curse words astonishingly leaving Hermione's mouth, Tom had her pinned to the ground. Go back, he said coldly, and tell Dumbledore that we have a couple of Hogwarts students held hostage. Tell him to remove the wards of Hogwarts and we will stop the assault on Hogsmeade. Hermione launched herself up and with a blithering glare at Tom, left in a sprint. Do not look so shocked, Harry, Tom said. You expected her to react like this, surely. Yes, but there is a rather large difference between expecting and experiencing. At least our plan is going excellently. I dare say that enough students have alerted Dumbledore for him to be alarmed now. Yes. Gather your Death Eaters and we will summon the rest of the followers at the manor to transport the children to our hands. They are not my Death Eaters, Harry said, but he obeyed anyway. Harry remained motionlessly tall, while his black robes flapped like they had a life of their own in the relentless wind. He suppressed a shiver, though he suspected it might not be fully blamable on the cold. The sheer presence of Tom alongside him brought him immeasurable relief. He did not think he could do this on his own. He was so nervous. There was a team of 15 Death Eaters behind him, each with 2 or more Order children bound magically to them. None of them could risk having anyone escape. Hearing the old man's cheery voice and seeing the time-worn form was an unbearable reminder of the occurrences that had scraped all of Harry's trust away from the headmaster. He did not wish to remind himself. Do you think he'll hand them over? Harry asked. Of course. Unless he is seeking trouble, which would also work out for us, was Tom's calm reply. He could see a narrow path winding around the mountain which eventually opened to the edge of a great lake, its contents smooth as glass. From where he stood, the sparkles of sunlight hitting water were visible to his eyes. Perched atop the high mountain on the other side, its windows shimmering under the clear azure sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His first sight of that castle had been vividly engraved in gold on his mind, never to fade away. Harry wondered how he had come to making an attempt to force the owner of the mighty fortress to pay for his actions. It was completely Dumbledore's fault that Harry had learnt to loathe him more than the cockroaches he constantly crushed under his feet. Like a cobra, Harry made it a rule never to strike before he was attacked, but when he was threatened, his life put on the line, he would not hesitate. Unlike a cobra, he had no fangs and no capability to fully bring down the menace. Oh, if only he could give half of what Dumbledore had given him back. "Are you ready?" The question came from Riddle, who offered him a reassuring smile. "Or are you going to outwait Dumbledore until Judgment Day for Jesus himself to banish Dumbledore to hell?" "I am ready," he murmured. Omnes Audient. He aimed his wand at his own throat. Voldemort had taught him the spell. It was exceedingly useful for transmitting messages to people who did not necessarily want to receive them, according to the Dark Lord. His voice could be carried over a humongous distance and directly into the ears of those he targeted. And now he was targeting the entire population of Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy had been assigned a 3-foot essay on Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration and an extra 1-foot essay on the 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's Law by Professor McGonagall. She expected them back before the end of the week. Obviously, he had known that food was the first exception to the law that governed the wizarding world. His father would have had his hide if he didn't, but he had no clue what the other 4 were. He knew that while food could not be outright created from nothing, it could be multiplied if one already had some food, or enlarged or even summoned if one knew the approximate location. So he had done some last-minute reading and sat down to write the shorter essay, keen to impress McGonagall in addition to scoring himself an outstanding mark or perhaps snatching up some points for his house. He supposed time changed people. It had certainly changed him beyond belief. Not that if he paced in front of a mirror the adjustment could be seen. Even to his own eyes, he still looked as gorgeous as 5 years ago, if he overlooked the bags under his stormy gray eyes. His hair was as blonde as before, and fell down over his forehead in silky waves in the style he had always been fond of. Over the years, he had grown in height, and he was certain there would have been plenty of young ladies flooding to him, drowning in his charisma, if he did not bear the foul label as the child of notorious Death Eater parents. Now, he only had the ugly pug face of Pansy Parkinson drooling uncontrollably at him. At any rate, the change was within him and not on the surface. Aside from despising Dumbledore and his old Grindelwald friend, Draco had grown relatively attached to Professor McGonagall. It was mind-boggling how he had come to admire her sense of pride and justice, and it was even more of a shock why he had once actually accepted her offer of tea in her office. After all, his father would kill Draco if he caught air of his spawn fraternizing with the enemy. Still, that was the point, wasn't it? Lucius Malfoy was not here right now. He had not been here for half a decade. He had not seen his parents for longer than he cared to remember, but he could not wait for rescue. He had discovered the hard way, through disappointment and weariness, that life simply just went on. The head of Gryffindor was an aged woman, far past her prime, but at least she had kept her mind clear and untainted by the lies spurting from Dumbledore. Draco could not help but feel grateful for that. He was glad he had living proof, which arrived strictly on time to class every day for her students, that not every bloody person in the universe was blinded by the glow of an eerie new star, Dumbledore. It was sickening to watch the entire school hang onto every syllable that passed the old wizard's lips, worshipping him and taking every word as law. It was like they were utterly unaware of the magnetism Dumbledore cunningly wielded, the smiling facade and the doting manner he had to be nearly as shrewd as Lord Voldemort himself. Despite the shared mistrust of Grindelwald between the professors, McGonagall was the only one to have taken a stand. Once a Gryffindor lioness, always a Gryffindor lioness. Only, Draco never imagined having a high opinion of that Gryffindor lioness. There was always an iciness shrouding her, a hard glaze over her eyes, when she dealt with the late, retired, dark wizard. She never attempted to disguise her abhorrence towards Grindelwald. She no longer even bothered to treat Dumbledore, the headmaster she had worked under for decades, with the former respect. Her nostrils could often be caught flaring when he patronized her with idle chatter of the Order's successes. More than on one occasion had the Gryffindor head cornered Draco in an empty classroom and questioned him on his well-being, giving him invitations of tea in her office a few times. It wasn't until recently, a few months ago, that he had finally accepted for the first time. It had been pleasant, talking to someone who sounded as if she cared about him. What had unnerved him was why it had been a Gryffindor teacher, someone unarguably light, that extended her kindness to him. The severe, old-fashioned way with which she picked students apart no longer aroused Draco's dislike. He had talked stiffly at first, taking care not to spread any of his personal information, but he had loosened after a couple of visits. He had learnt to put aside his former prejudgment and focus on his present time. Since the special student-teacher connection they had developed, Draco had been aiming to do well in her class. He had always been a high achiever, after all. It was just his luck that when he had almost finished his essay, that Crabbe, the clumsy baboon of a moron, had to come blundering in his direction, thus resulting in spilling ink all over his precious work. Draco had sighed and quelled the urge to curse his minion before getting out a fresh parchment and starting all over again. He had been halfway through when his mind was abruptly crippled by a stab of pain as an unknown presence invaded it. His quill accidentally pierced through the paper. Everything slipped through his fingers and he was suddenly clutching his head for dear life, trying desperately to get rid of the soft vibrating sound that bore directly into his head instead of entering through his ears. Draco snatched up his wand, determined to get rid of the phantom or whatever the hell it was, but he hesitated. He could not possibly send a curse spinning at his own brains. From the dormitories, he heard boyish shouts of discomfort and girlish wails about headaches, and the realization dawned upon him that something big would be happening on this day. He had heard tales of the Dark Lord being a matchless legilimens, skills unparalleled by even Dumbledore. Once, perhaps when he had been 11, Draco remembered asking his father what the worst punishment the Dark Lord doled out was, and Lucius in turn had replied, "The mind is not a book, to be opened at will and examined at leisure. Thoughts are not etched on the inside of skulls, to be perused by any invader. In my opinion, worst the Dark Lord can do is to read it, control it, unhinge it." In the past it was often the Dark Lord's pleasure to invade the minds of his victims, creating visions designed to torture them into madness. Only after extracting the last exquisite ounce of agony, only when he had them literally begging for death would he finally kill them. Draco quaked in his boots. Surely they had not displeased the Dark Lord so much that he vented his fury on the students of Slytherin. He wondered how much mental agony he could take before he was literally begging for death, as Lucius had described. Another jolt of pain blinded him. If it truly was the Dark Lord, and he meant them harm. McGonagall had to know. Draco heaved himself to his feet, swayed dizzily for a moment, and staggered out of the Slytherin common room. Unsurprisingly, there were no students to be seen in the corridors. It was a Hogsmeade weekend and everyone was out to enjoy themselves. When he finally managed to lurch like a damned drunkard to McGonagall's office, teetering at the door, he found that the pain had subsided slightly. He frowned. It was uncharacteristic of the Dark Lord to give them the luxury of a rest. He pushed the door open to see the old head of house at her mahogany writing desk with her head in her hands. "Professor McGonagall," he ventured. She looked up and gave a tight-lipped smile. "Mr. Malfoy. The students from my house are." "I know," she answered grimly. "It is happening to the entire school." Draco blanched. "Do not fret," she said firmly. "We do not know who is behind this, but even if it is he who must not be named, he cannot do us any destruction apart from the childish bother of headaches. And, Mr. Malfoy, I think you will agree with me when I say that headaches do not kill." Then, there was a fizzling sound in his mind, like a wire connection. Both of them stilled. "There has been a most dreadful incident. I trust many of you still remain ignorant of it, even though it is the duty of your leader to report it to you." A honeyed voice, silken with the glimmer of youth, spoke so close to them that Draco jumped to his feet, wand gripped tightly in his hand, thinking there was a third person in the room. "It is by no means a freak accident," the voice went on, dulcet as the trill of a blue jay. "Ask your leading light for proof. However, I cannot guarantee he will not lie to your faces, so I will tell you myself. Your classmates have experienced a Death Eater raid in Hogsmeade. By leading light, Draco guessed the speaker meant Dumbledore. McGonagall froze in shock at the news of the raid, suddenly appearing 10 years older. Her hands, frail and bony, grasped at her wand. And although none has been harmed, I will not leave until I get what I have come for. The professor's eyes widened, flickering in anxiety. He will either confront me and negotiate, or he can dwell within his old hole with the safety of the children of his order to worry about. Draco, Professor McGonagall whispered, do you find the voice familiar? He shook his head slowly. It triggered no memories, but he was glad it was not the Dark Lords. We have imprisoned the Order children for a few months now, and there has been no trace of a planned rescue. We are beginning to fear that the Light's Savior has abandoned his virtuous morals and is intending to sacrifice the children like pigs for slaughter. Mild laughter followed the words, as if the speaker meant everything in good humor. Unlike your honorable headmaster and his Dark Lord companion, we understand the importance of parental love to a child. Without it, they can simply cripple away like dead leaves in autumn. They have already sustained heavy losses and we do not wish for this to continue. The voice paused. Every drop of tear spilled is a waste, but we are merciful. We do not pretend to be collaborating purely as a favor to you, nor will we lie that we do not want this as much as you do. The voice halted for the words to sink in. Our leader, the Dark Lord, is losing sleep over the welfare of the sons and daughters of his supporters and has come to the decision that if Dumbledore will not go to him, he will take the first step forward. Draco heard a deep inhalation of air from McGonagall as she wrenched herself up and stalked towards the door. Whoever is talking to us is proposing cooperation over the good of the children, she said. I will not let Dumbledore back away from this, God forbid he does nothing. We have brought your children to your front doorstep. Whether you welcome them home depends entirely on you. We only have one condition: you will return our children to our Lord and to their parents. His breath hitched and Draco's heartbeats quickened. McGonagall offered him an encouraging smile and gestured for him to follow her. Come, Mr. Malfoy, I believe you are going home. We are suggesting a trade of the children, and if you accept, take the children that Professor Dumbledore has hoarded and step out of the wards where we can see them. The voice faded away like a ghost. We will be waiting. You have half an hour. His fingers, clipped forcefully around his wand like the talons on a bird of prey, had been assaulted toughly by the chill in the air. Numb, almost sensationless, deadened to the minutes that painstakingly crawled past. It was a pity that his mind, unlike his fingers, was sharply attentive to every movement, every crunch of leaves under the boots of the followers. He would not have the luxury of relaxation before the old headmaster made his appearance. Dumbledore must be dealing with his own dilemmas, weighing up his options and pondering his old head on whether he should return the children, he thought. Still, when 10 minutes had gone by with the snail-like pace of a century, he was swiftly becoming convinced that a measured and excruciating type of torture was being applied to both his body and emotion, with more on the latter. Maddeningly, the Slytherin heir seemed to be taking immensely good care of his nerves. Each time Harry snuck a quick look at the young man, Riddle appeared for all the world like he could not be less concerned with the time that Dumbledore was taking. Finally, he cleared his throat. When do you think he is coming out? When he realizes he would lose all his support if he does not comply with us, Tom replied infuriatingly. If he was honest to himself, and Harry normally tried to be, the serenity of the young Dark Lord was beginning to gnaw on his patience, as was the answer Riddle just gave, which didn't even answer the question properly. How can you be so calm? Harry asked, shaking his head in exasperation. I can't understand you. Nobody is requiring you to understand, you simply have to learn from me, Tom said. Good things come to those who wait, Harry. Silence fell again. Tom laid back. Riddle seemed to be the only person who was unruffled. Harry could sense the restlessness of the Death Eaters as they whispered and paced amongst themselves, talking 19 to the dozen about the success rate of their mission. His own nerves were being rubbed raw by the rising edginess. An exceptionally strong gust of wind whipped through the trees like a banshee, and what was left of the shriveled leaves deserted the safety of their branches to become prisoners of the blustery weather. He nearly started. You are a hasty little creature. Tom smiled evenly at him, and he did not return it. Feeling jumpy, Harry felt a warm hand on his clothed arm, but the contact withdrew almost immediately, leaving him disappointed at the absence of the warmth. You are freezing over, Tom appraised, caressing his hand as if restoring the heat. You feel like a hoarfrost statue, honestly. He frowned in displeasure as if it was the fault of Harry and he was accountable. Thanks to the generous Dark Lord, Harry said bitterly. He prioritizes the expensive, light fabric more than the more impending possibility of me getting hyperthermia and dying from the cold. Bit dramatic, I know, but catching a bad temper is inevitable when. Tepidus, Tom said lazily, with a flick of the wand. Really, I am starting to question your initiative. Harry, you should have thought of this before. Harry stared at the older Slytherin, unsure of his actions. Are you actually trying to help me escape the prospect of becoming the abominable snowman, or are you wagging a conducting baton at an invisible orchestra? Tom aimed a glare at him. You mean you feel no difference? Aestus. Nothing, Harry said. It looks like you do have the Dark Lord to thank for his protective charms, Tom said, sarcastically. They are so resilient that not only do they defend you from unsophisticated harmful hexes but also from warming spells. Harry growled under his breath in annoyance. That is so typical of him. The older Slytherin looked like he was about to say something when they were interrupted by a cloaked Death Eater moving stealthily towards them. A lock of blonde hair was whipping in the wind, blown out from under the black hood. Lucius Malfoy, Harry greeted politely, recognizing the man. Mr. Potter. You should get ready, Tom Riddle instructed Lucius, to curse Dumbledore in case he refuses to return your son. Of course. Malfoy dipped his head. I just wanted to say, Potter, that if you can really get Draco out of there, he nodded in the direction of Hogwarts. Our family would truly be in your debt. There is no need to thank me. Harry smiled, awkwardly. I don't like to see Dumbledore toying with children. No one deserves to be separated from their parents. I heard, from the rumors, that this plan was entirely your idea, Malfoy continued. And, you know, the rumors drifting around often are true. It is a bit of clever thinking on your part, Potter. I will make sure not to underestimate you in the future. Harry guessed that this was Malfoy's subtle way of complimenting him and apologizing for belittling him in the dungeons while still maintaining his pride. I'll be happy to see you reunited with Draco, he said simply. As am I, Lucius laughed heartily. Harry was pleasantly surprised that it was genuine laughter, unspoiled by pretense. 5 years is a long time. Narcissa will be so pleased when I bring him home to her. Good, Harry murmured. I wouldn't want my efforts to be for nothing. If you can think of any way I can repay you, tell me now, Malfoy said. Our family owns unlimited wealth and jewelry. We even have a couple pieces of inheritance passed down through the generations, some of which you can buy an entire Diagon Alley with. I do not want anything. Harry abruptly halted, wondering if it was sensible to dismiss help that he later might require. I do not need anything at the moment. The Dark Lord has been indulging me with the necessities, he amended. However, I may call for your assistance in the future, if the offer lasts that long. From the corner of his eye, he saw Tom flash him a tiny smirk of approval. My offer is on forever, Malfoy answered. We are not an ungrateful bunch, Mr. Potter, and we value family honor above all else. It was the exact thing he would expect to come out of the mouth of a Malfoy. Then you have my appreciation. Malfoy inclined his head again and stepped back into the line. Wow, Harry muttered, I did not see that one coming. I did, Tom said contentedly. Lucius Malfoy is swollen with pride. He could not forgive himself if he did not extend a lavish favor to show his superiority. It is low of you to use his pride, Harry said reprovingly. It isn't, Tom said. He thought you would accept. You would be insulting him if you declined, not to mention that you should never look a gift horse in the mouth. Who knows when his worldly goods could come in use? Harry exhaled noisily. Tell me, Tom, why did I ever choose to tolerate you? You are a cunning Slytherin through and through, and I don't mean it as praise. Don't get too hypocritical, Harry. You're a Slytherin too. Tom grinned, exposing sharp teeth. And I'll take it as a compliment, all the same. Professor McGonagall, a teenage girl, wand in hand and thick brown hair streaming behind her, darted hastily, heading for McGonagall and ended up almost colliding headfirst with the Gryffindor head. McGonagall frowned in dissatisfaction as she neatly sidestepped, narrowing, avoiding a potential disaster of knocked heads and sprained ankles. Miss Granger, she reprimanded, I realize all this is proving to be very exciting, but... Professor, the Death Eaters have launched an attack on Hogsmeade, the girl panted, short of breath but still trying to get the words out as quickly as she could. I got caught in the crossfire, but one of his followers traded a few spells with me and told me to tell Professor Dumbledore that they have a couple of children held hostage. Hermione took a deep breath. He said that if Dumbledore confronts them, then the attack on Hogsmeade would be stopped. Hermione rattled on, spewing the sentences out so rapidly that soon, McGonagall found her head spinning while she made a brave attempt to understand. She could sense that Draco, who had followed her from her office, was also confused. But the attack has already stopped, McGonagall said. The Death Eaters are here. They're here. As in here, in the castle. Hermione blanched, losing what remained of the color in her face. No, Miss Granger, not in the castle. They are outside. A look of relief passed over the alarmed expression. Is there any chance the castle can be invaded? They are not a threat, are they? Not a threat to us, but they have to be dealt with. Oh, okay. It was only then that McGonagall noticed that her student was shaking like there was no tomorrow, trembling harder than a leaf caught in a tornado. You say you traded a few spells with a Death Eater. He did not torture you, did he? Your body is displaying signs of cruciatus aftereffects. She was concerned, to say the least. That can't be possible, Hermione reassured confidently. I don't remember having any cruciatus curses touch me. If you are sure, Miss Granger, that you do not need to see the Medowitch, I will be going to see the headmaster with Mr. Malfoy. McGonagall was unconvinced, but there was no time to argue with the stubborn girl. They had only 20 minutes left before the Death Eaters left. She seized Draco by the arm and dragged him towards the Great Hall where she was certain that Dumbledore would be trying to put things right. The Great Hall was not a huge distance away, but when McGonagall arrived, she saw, to her fury, Dumbledore sitting with a brooding appearance opposite Grindelwald, who looked equally as brooding. All thoughts of empathizing with her boss vanished with a poof. And she failed to believe there were any reasons for the old man to be taking a pew while the safety of numerous innocent children was dangling in the air. She also failed to control her anger at the fact that Dumbledore, despite all his cleverness and good intentions, was discussing such an important matter with Grindelwald. As they all knew, Grindelwald was a retired, dark wizard who had been notorious for the sick endings of many decent families, Muggle and magical alike. It was crystal clear to McGonagall that Grindelwald would not be putting the children first. The Dumbledore she had respected all those years ago was gone, and this new Dumbledore was ever so alien to her. He was almost a stranger. Everyone who was close to Minerva knew that she was unusually courteous with people she did not know very well. She was polite and distant as a habit until she came to know the person better. However, on this day, Minerva McGonagall abandoned her habits and stormed towards Dumbledore, face taut with irritation and shoulders rigid. Civil or not, she was about to get her way as far as she was concerned. The old headmaster looked up at her, the edges of his eyes wrinkled in surprise at the sudden disturbance. "Ah, Minerva," he greeted pleasantly. "Glad you've come to join us, me and Gellert, in our discussion." McGonagall inhaled deeply. She had never grown used to the way Dumbledore referred to Grindelwald by his first name. "Maybe you can contribute some ideas." "I will." She stood straight, fixed as a plank of wood. "But first, Albus, why don't you tell me what you want to do?" "I haven't decided yet." Dumbledore smiled genially, in the way that McGonagall had grown to be wary of. "Although, as you would have guessed already, my first choice certainly would not be complying with Lord Voldemort." McGonagall sensed the boy stiffening beside her and, uncharacteristically, she squeezed his hand in reassurance. "I don't see why you shouldn't comply." Dumbledore cast a glance at Draco, nearly with suspicion, and the head of Gryffindor felt another rush of indignation. "Well, we mustn't only think of the Order children suffering at the hands of Voldemort, Minerva," he said gently. "That wouldn't be fair at all. We must also take the Death Eater children into account. We must protect them. You know who would not harm the offspring of his own followers. You do not know that. I know that if you do not act, you would practically be condemning a bunch of teenagers to death. You do not know that either." Her nostrils flared. "Albus," she said, collecting herself, "I know that he who must not be named is more likely to harm our children than his children. It wouldn't be right." Dumbledore was fidgeting with his thumbs. "We cannot just walk out on people like Draco and desert them to the corruption of the Dark Lord." Minerva folded her arms unyieldingly across her chest. Dumbledore had an annoying manner of twisting her words and making her seem like the villain, when in reality, she was only being reasonable. The old Dumbledore did not do that, at least not in her memories. I will be truthful with you, Albus, McGonagall said. I do not agree with the fact that you keep Draco here, away from his parents. Even if it is away from corruption, do you think he's happy? Do you think you would be happy if you were in his shoes? I really am sorry for the suffering I have caused, but it is necessary. There was a steely tone underlying the words that contrasted sharply with the soft voice which it was uttered with. I know that you know who is cruel for keeping the Order children behind bars and in cages, McGonagall said. But don't you think you are doing the same here, Albus, only in a different way? If you ask Mr. Malfoy, he will tell you he feels like he's been in prison for 5 years. The old headmaster turned to Draco. Is this true? The teen nodded guardedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, for the trouble I've caused you. For a moment, Dumbledore slumped in his seat, drained of energy and fatigued with the events swirling around him like muddy water. His expression was tight with pain and more jaded than McGonagall had ever seen. The blue eyes were void of their twinkle and the lips were dry and cracked. McGonagall felt a twinge of guilt and pity. Perhaps she had been too hard on him. It never had been her place, really, to scold the headmaster for the mistakes he had made. Albus, I want to apologize. I understand you haven't ever seen your actions resulting in anything like I described. I know you mean well and you want to please everyone. I'm in the wrong, Minerva, he sighed. I've been blind. I can never create the ideal world where you are all safe from the Dark Lord. Oh, I've tried, I really have, but things seem to be against me. They do not work out. Her heart constricted terribly with each word that dropped from Dumbledore's lips. It was entirely her fault, she knew. She should not have accused him of unwittingly bringing Draco sorrow. She should not have compared Dumbledore to Voldemort. She should not have blamed him for taking happiness away from Draco. She was tempted to console the man and leave him alone, but she hardened her heart and stilled her emotions. She could not forget the real reason she had come in the first place. It isn't the end of the world, Albus, she said soothingly. There, we have the perfect solution. Return Draco to his father and make he who must not be named give the children back to you. Think, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley will be thrilled. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Perhaps you are right, Minerva. I know I am. All right, he said decisively. Ready the children we have to give back and tell them they will be going home. A smile blossomed over McGonagall's stiff features. It is for the best, Albus, she said. Then, she guided Draco with her out of the Great Hall. Everything will work out. When Grindelwald was sure the house head was out of hearing range, he turned to Dumbledore. She is getting out of hand, he said blatantly. Grimly, Dumbledore nodded, and he discarded his tired posture and straightened. I know. Are you planning on doing something about it? Grindelwald questioned. No, at least not yet. You could have tried to argue with her. She was softening like a squashed tomato, the retired Dark Lord said. It would have been pointless, Dumbledore stated. I have no other options. If I do not give up the bargaining chip, I can be accused of being callous, you heard Minerva. Even she was judging me. Sacrifices must be made, Gellert, in order to win in the long run. Within the front gates of the manor, on the territory of Lord Voldemort, rare gestures of affection were being made by those followers who were beside themselves with joy, and entirely uncaring of the picture they made. Harry stood on the sidelines with Tom, unable to fight of the smile that curled his lips. His mission had been a success, and he relished not only in the triumph of accomplishment but also the reunions of parents and children. If he closed his eyes for a moment and listened only to the cries of ecstasy, he could almost forget that they were Death Eaters who were fully capable of being vicious. He did just that, concentrating on the love and warmth of the moment. Happy? Tom whispered into his ear. He grinned. More than ever. Are you still regretful we joined the Dark Lord? Harry hesitated. Are you expecting me to give a positive answer? Of course, Tom responded smoothly. He gave the older Slytherin a playful shove that was hard enough to make the other stumble. Do not push your luck, he said, wagging a finger. Tom snorted in amusement. The Dark Lord will be grateful toward you, you know, he said. He said he would hold you entirely answerable for whatever happens. If I am correct, it usually means he will punish you if you fail and shower you with rewards if you do well. Then I suppose I should count my lucky stars that I succeeded. So should I, Tom said. Why? Otherwise I might have to tolerate you sniveling on my shoulder after whatever the Dark Lord disciplines you, Tom said matter-of-factly. Or worse, I'd have to rescue you from your fate as I always do. Harry had stopped listening when Draco Malfoy himself made his way uncomfortably over to him. He had nearly forgotten what the boy looked like, and now, it seemed that in the time that had passed, Draco had grown to take on more of his father's features. Potter, Draco acknowledged, his hands tucked in his robe pockets. Thanks for You're welcome, Harry said. So, did the old codger fight to keep you? Draco looked mildly surprised at the title Harry used on Dumbledore. He did, he said, but McGonagall would have none of it. She took no nonsense. Just like how I remember her, Harry agreed. And Potter, I didn't thank you because my parents told me to. Malfoy Jr. flushed in embarrassment. I mean, they did tell me to, but I also wanted to. You really have changed in a good way. I can say the same about you. I must applaud you on your work. Voldemort tilted a wine glass at Harry, as if he was drinking to him. Thank you. According to Tom, you were quite the brilliant crowd manipulator, dazing them with the power of a fluent and persuasive speech. The Dark Lord twitched his lips into a smile full of teeth. To your eloquent silver tongue. He downed the glass. You were too kind. Harry, you led them to victory, Voldemort reminded. How can I not be kind? It wasn't all me, he said. Tom was. Ever. The modest, Harry. I am not modest, I am honest. In the corner, Tom Riddle brought up a hand and stifled a scoff. Both Harry and the Dark Lord twisted around to stare at the Slytherin heir. Yes, Harry, you were very honest, Tom claimed mockingly. Our leader, the Dark Lord, is losing sleep over the welfare of the sons and daughters of his supporters and has come to the decision that if Dumbledore will not go to him, he will take the first step forward, you said. I do wonder how you came to the conclusion that Lord Voldemort is losing sleep, perhaps you watch him go to bed each night. Harry reddened to the teasing comment as the Dark Lord chuckled. Stop, Tom, you are making him blush. I swear, you'll badger me to death one day, Harry muttered under his breath. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort said, with feigned formality, you are hereby arrested for the attempted murder of Harry Potter with your mouth as the murder weapon. Harry flushed with mortification and swiftly switched the subject. My lord, do I get rewarded a golden trophy for my execution of the task? Ah, Harry, you may choose your reward yourself as long as it is not too unreasonable. He had been expecting the question ever since Tom had told him about a prize, and he knew exactly what he wanted. I would like some more freedom, my lord, Harry said casually. Maybe occasional wanders through Diagon Alley alone or perhaps 1 or 2 days out of a week when I have permission to go wherever I like. The Dark Lord frowned reluctantly, obviously in two minds on whether to grant the request. His brows knitted in concentration as he rolled the issue in his head. He had his own reservations about giving the boy too much control and of course, there was also his safety to consider. Finally, Voldemort turned Harry down apologetically. It is too dangerous, he said. One day when you are older, you may get the privilege but for now, you must stay. Harry suppressed his frustration. He had a backup idea. Then, my lord, you must teach me how to fly. The Dark Lord was caught by surprise. Fly with a broom. You can fly without support, without the assistance of a broom, thus defying the law of magic that states only objects can fly through the use of a flying charm, Harry said. That is true. The wizarding world is floored by the fact, but you have always kept the ability for yourself. He deliberately added a sprinkle of reproach to his voice. In view of the fact you now call me your apprentice, would you teach me if I asked you to? Of course, Lord Voldemort sounded sorely disappointed that Harry had not asked for a second bedroom or a luxurious pet or even the latest and most expensive broomstick. Harry guessed that the Dark Lord had always been fond of keeping priceless powers to himself. Thank you, Harry chirped lightly. He got up and bowed. If you will pardon me, my lord, I feel like taking a nap. He swept out of the room. As the door closed, Voldemort turned to Tom. The boy never fails to stun me. Tom smirked. He is one of a kind. The guests sat in their prearranged seating, anticipating the arrival of the Dark Lord. The settling darkness was only lifted marginally by the crystal chandeliers suspended high above the white-clothed tables, and the ignited candles espousing flames. Sitting in the front rows were men and women who kept sneaking delighted looks at their children, looking as if they were over the moon that the teenagers were there at all. Amongst them perched Narcissa Malfoy, her husband, and her son. She fought hard to restrain the wild grin that threatened to decorate her cold, prim face with the appearance of a witless moron. Good lord, even her soft hands trembled and she was sure. It was not from the chill in the air nearly as much as her excitement at the reunion of their family. She had not felt whole ever since Draco had been taken. Her son had been absent for 5 winters and she had not taken pleasure in any of them, which was almost impossible considering the gigantic balls and handsome feasts that the Malfoy family threw by tradition on Christmas Eve. She had actually started making wishes at Christmas, though it was common knowledge that only children practiced such hobbies, and she was a grown woman, far too old to be begging the ghost of Merlin for a miracle. An odd little thing she had discovered was that young Muggle children, like magical children, also made long lists and letters of things they wanted. But unlike magical kids, they posted their requests to a fat, long-bearded, bumbling ancient man who surrounded himself with elves and lived in the South Pole or was at the North. Apparently, they called him Santa or Father Christmas. Narcissa had turned her nose up at the name. It sounded too much like a popular Muggle soft drink she had heard of Fanta. To be honest, she had always pictured Santa as someone who looked a lot like Albus Dumbledore. Narcissa often found the fact that she shared a mutual interest with Muggle children distasteful, but Draco was currently sitting next to her, very much alive. She thanked Merlin for that, although she knew it truly was Potter whom she owed her gratitude to. He had been the one to fulfill her wish. As she now stared at Draco, she was sorely tempted to pull his head towards her and plant a gentle key on it for good measure. Naturally, it could be considered inappropriate behavior in such a setting, especially since the Dark Lord put down strict rules on what was fitting and what was not. Obviously, he had never stated key. Dotting and hugging and grappling at treasurable, long-lost sons was forbidden, but Narcissa was quite sure that it was only because no one had ever done it. There was a first time for everything. But Narcissa would not risk being the first. She had her own reputation to maintain, not to mention that Draco most likely, if he was anything like his father, would recoil with embarrassment and the lipstick carefully applied to her lips would smear horribly. In another life, if she happened to be a braver woman, she might have done it, but at this moment, she merely contented herself with an inward smile and settled down to wait for the arrival of the Dark Lord while listening to the enthusiastic chatter of grateful parents to their spawns. Harry, had not forgotten the piece of advice Tom had given him about dressing to impress. He was aware that the celebration and banquet the Dark Lord had arranged was a perfect chance to score some points with prominent followers. It was just an additional advantage that the Death Eaters would be feeling rather generous towards him for saving the hide of their broods, of course. An hour before, he had pulled the doors to his wardrobe back and was greeted to a little room armed with flowing fabric weaponry, silk, cotton, satin, lace, furs. His head spun at the variety of colors: crimson, green, gray, gold, silver, black, blue, purple and practically every other tint known to mankind. He had selected carefully, heeding Tom's advice, and when he finally finished, he was donning robes that were of a very dark shade of green, that brought out his eyes, with slender black snakes embellishing the rims. It was safer to go with the dark shades, seeing as the Death Eaters were biased towards anything light. Now, he accompanied Lord Voldemort as he glided to the front of the hall. Applause broke out amidst the audience. Though he carried himself with cool composure, casting an aura of supremacy into the atmosphere, Harry was cautious of his own movements. The Death Eaters had not seen his face yet, but when they did, he knew there would be an outrage. After all, he was the traitor. Many of them were grateful, but there was twice as many who hated his very name with a vengeance. Bellatrix Lestrange and Daphne Greengrass were both classic examples. Harry stood in the darkness as the Dark Lord began addressing his followers. Our recent triumph and recovery of our children calls for a celebration, so here you all are, he said. Cheers and cries of approval followed. As all of you should agree, it was an admirable plan that cornered Dumbledore. There were hisses professed at the name, and returned our children to us. The old man, had no other options but to comply. I admit, this step should have been taken earlier, but I was busy and no one managed to come up with the idea. The Dark Lord radiated power. I wish we could have kept the Order children as future bargaining chips, he feigned a sigh. But alas, our children are more important. Harry barely stirred, patiently waiting for the Dark Wizard to introduce him. It was a safety precaution to ward off potential attacks. He didn't like to think what would happen if he simply popped up in the audience and said, "Hey, guys, remember me?" In the next weeks, the children will be trained and tested and brought up to scratch on their dueling skills, Voldemort continued. Parents are to report to me on their progress and ensure their sons and daughters are back on track for their education. More claps. It is truly an immense pleasure for me, as your leader, to see families fixed and whole. Inwardly, Harry rolled his eyes at the words. Lord Voldemort never attempted to portray himself as a white saint, but he did not sneer at chances to make himself seem merciful either. On a more serious note, I realize a few of you are beginning to doubt my abilities and fear my downfall is approaching. The Dark Lord's jaw tightened fractionally in anger. I can assure you that I am at the height of my powers, but Dumbledore is faltering. He is, after all, growing old as we speak. Harry glanced up in interest. Followers were skeptical of their lord. That was definitely fascinating. He had never heard of such a thing until this instant. However, the long fight over Wizarding Britain is beginning to bore me and I may not have a chance to personally bat him down. The wizard flashed a honeyed smile. Therefore, I have introduced 2 new players to the game. How melodramatic! Voldemort had always had a dramatic flair. Over the years, I have come to the realization that if I am to pass my knowledge on, one apprentice would simply not be enough. In the audience, Daphne had let out a small gasp and leant forward, her knuckles whitening as she clutched on the seat in front of her. She was trembling from head to toe like a leaf, losing her composure. A lady, surely a relative, drew Greengrass close to her in a comforting gesture and said something that Harry could not hear. Harry felt almost sorry for her, almost, being the keyword. Voldemort had casually mentioned something about restoring his apprentice title, but until this moment Daphne had probably not thought he was seriously going to. Allow me to familiarize you with my new apprentice. He knew it was his cue to step into the light, but he hesitated for the fraction of a second before obeying to brace himself for the explosion. Stunning emerald irises, a dignified stance, rosy lips and a wand pinned neatly under his sleeve for easy access. The silence was unnerving. Several jaws dropped and all but hit the floor. Eyes bulged and ogled at him, digging holes into Harry. The Death Eaters were glued to the spot like rubberneck ducks. He gingerly took a step forward slowly as so not to startle the minions who seemed like bombs waiting to go off at the slightest movement. Harry raised both hands in a peaceful gesture, inwardly feeling ridiculous. That's the traitor! Someone yelled at the top of their voices. And then chaos broke out. The angry outburst Harry had held his breath for did not disappoint. Wands were drawn and curses fired on instinct. Abruptly, the Great Hall had transformed into a battleground where Harry was the opposition. A bombardment of spells streamed towards him, and Harry ducked, not liking the consequence of any of them. He avoided most, but a few brushed his hair. Instantly, his own wand was gripped forcefully in his hand and a shield sprung up around him. Smashes and clatters ensued. There was a startled exclamation of pain and Harry smirked, guessing one of the spells had buried itself into the wrong target. He is under my protection. The Dark Lord roared, the order sharp enough to deter any more onslaughts on Harry. Lower your wands, I will only say this once. Uncertainty was in the air, but every single person tucked their wands away, eyes flickering bewilderedly from the teenage boy to their master and back again. My lord, a man that Harry recognized as Barty Crouch protested, that impudent whelp there is Harry Potter. He betrayed you. Since I am hardly blind, though you may believe otherwise, I can see that the person in front of me is Potter, the Dark Lord said, softly. Impudent whelp he may be, but he is still my apprentice and I must ask you to refrain from harming him. But, my lord, Barty's sallow skin had turned into the color of a swollen, bruised fruit. He betrayed you. He's become Dumbledore's little pet. He has betrayed me, so you've said before, but Barty, we mustn't make accusations that are not true, Voldemort warned. I assure you, he is anything but Dumbledore's tamed poodle. Quite on the contrary, he may become the old man's worst nightmare. Crouch looked like he was full to bursting, unable to accept that the words were his master's. Have you been? His voice lowered significantly on the last part, and he muttered it under his breath. Pardon, Lord Voldemort inquired politely, voice dripping with sweet poison. Finish your sentence, share your thoughts with us. Harry wondered what Barty had done. He made Voldemort sound positively dangerous. No, nothing, my lord, Crouch stuttered tensely. I did not say anything. His voice quivered like his bottom lip. He looked disgustingly pathetic. Oh, the Dark Lord gave a predatory smile. You seem to have forgotten your own thoughts, but no matter, I can still remember and I can voice them for you. You meant to ask me if I had been imperioused by Harry Potter. Ah yes, Harry had forgotten the wonders of legilimency. No, 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 my lord. Crouch shook his head repetitively. Yes, yes, yes. A cruel mimic of Crouch. Are you suggesting that I am under the total control of Potter and may be directed to do anything he wishes? He traced his lips with his tongue delicately. Crouch appeared resigned and he permitted his lies to fall. Forgive me, my lord, it is just that Potter wrecked everything for you. It is not my place to say anything but. There it goes again, your misgiving in my decision and your suspicion that my power is not as great as before. Do you want a taste of it? My magic is quite tantalizing, I promise, although the cruciatus may leave a rather acrid aftertaste. Please, my lord, no. He was on his knees, crawling towards the Dark Lord, sniffing out his apologies. I was discourteous, I was beat, but please don't. Please don't what? Voldemort smirked like the Cheshire Cat, revealing sharp teeth. Harry shivered. It was the sort of smile a shark gave a small fish just before it devoured it. Please don't give you the punishment you deserve. He brandished his wand and pointed it at Crouch. Cruci. Harry stepped in front of it, between the Dark Lord and the whimpering Crouch. My lord, he said smoothly, he may deserve punishment but he does not deserve your attention, and especially not when we are all in a festive mood. The crowd watched the drama unfold with bated breath, viewing the exchange between master and apprentice with ill-disguised awe. Give me one reason, Harry, why I should not curse him. Because he is not worthy. Unworthy of what? Unworthy of ruining our party and turning it into a disobedient Death Eater discipline session. Lord Voldemort's lips twitched and the ghost of a genuine smile slipped by, one that was only meant for Harry. He let his hand fall to his side. This is not a party, Harry, he murmured, but I shall respect your wishes. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. The Dark Lord pierced Crouch with a withering look of scorn. Do not thank you, thank the boy you called traitor. Crouch turned to Harry. Thank you, he uttered. Harry was pleased to find real gratitude in his expression. He had expected nothing less from a follower like Barty Crouch. It was the only reason he had bothered to step in that and what he told Voldemort. Last but not least, before the feast begins, I would like to present Tom Riddle. From the audience, as elegant as ever, Tom arose to his feet and strode to join Harry and Voldemort. There were mutters in the crowd about Mudblood last name, which darkened both Tom's and Voldemort's features. Harry understood why the Dark Lord had taken offense. Riddle had once been his Mudblood last name. You are required to treat him with the same amount of respect you regard me, Voldemort commanded. Report to me if you feel there is anything amiss or suspicious with his behavior. Otherwise, you will obey his instructions unquestioningly. My lord, with all due respect, is this Tom Riddle a mudblood vermin? Avery, a poor fool who was looking as though he was destined to be the next Crouch, demanded. Tom's eyes glistened sharply and his mouth twisted into a sneer. Are you hinting that your lord is such a hypocrite as to invite a mudblood, the very thing his cause stands against, to be his companion? Icily, he added as an afterthought, if so, you should consider why your lord would prefer the presence of filth to your companionship. Avery's face soured as if he had s.ed on a particularly unpleasant lemo. He is a half-blood, the Dark Lord said, dismissively. Now, my loyal supporters, for my part one believe it is time for us to begin rejoicing. If any of you wish to communicate with either Mr. Riddle or Mr. Potter face to face, I urge you to do so. With that, the merriment began. Before Harry even took one step towards the food table, which he had his eye fixed on, he was pulled away by the Dark Lord who stared strictly at him. What? Do not spend all your time eating, Voldemort chided. I have not provided you with this excellent opportunity for you to waste it. Go out there and mingle, invite a pretty pureblood girl to dance or associate yourself with the Malfoys or anything else, just be social. Okay, okay, Harry hissed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. I was going to do exactly that when you... Oh, and one more thing, Harry, you may get your flying lessons from me starting by tomorrow, but only on one condition. Harry gaped at him. I thought it was supposed to be my reward, he said accusingly. For bringing the children home, you know. Surely you Do not expect me to make it that easy for you, Harry, he teased. I require a chance to see the level of your magic for myself. Harry sighed in relief. Merlin, I thought you were going to ask me to do something horrible. Sure, I can show you tomorrow if you like. No. What do you mean, no? You will be dueling with Daphne tonight, Voldemort said, with a wicked grin. Every Death Eater present will be playing witness. And you better hope you win, because if you lose you will become seemingly easy prey for my followers and they are out for your blood already. I can deal with them. Of course you can, Harry. They are not the greatest threat but they can be a great irritation. I assume you do not want frequent hexes cast your way 24 hours a day, and 365 days a year. Harry scowled. You are a killjoy. Aside from that, I will only teach you how to fly if you win. If you lose, you will be working hard with Severus to perfect your dueling tactics. Harry scowled even harder. Run along, Harry, and be a good boy. He was tempted to throw a jinx at Voldemort's retreating back. Fortunately, he spotted Narcissa Malfoy and her son before he could do anything stupid. He decided to approach them. Mrs. Malfoy, he said, voice sugared, it is a pleasure to see you here tonight. I trust everything is well. The Malfoy matriarch simpered. Ah, Mr. Potter, it is my privilege to greet you. Everything is proceeding most splendidly. She made a motherly picture as she stood side by side, shoulder to Draco. Harry noted that her heir was marginally taller than her, now. In the past, he had only met her once or twice, and she had made an extraordinarily bad impression on him. He could remember her angling her face until she was staring down her nose at him like he was a nasty smell. Of course, none of it mattered now. There were no eternal friends or eternal enemies, only eternal interests. And it was in his best interest to get along with Narcissa. Good to hear, Harry said, turning to face Draco. How are you? Simply delightful, Draco drawled. And you? Equally delightful. He sensed that the sarcasm in Malfoy Jr.'s response and discerned a sulky grimace of the lips at his mother. Harry made a mental note to check on it later. So, Potter, out of curiosity, who is this mysterious Tom Riddle? Narcissa inquired. Lucius has mentioned him to me once. Harry understood only too well that Narcissa was not questioning him, out of curiosity, and that Malfoy Sr. had touched on Tom more than once, or even a few times with his wife. If his conclusion was correct, the Malfoy family was feeling threatened by the new recruit. Tom is intelligent to say the least, Harry answered carefully. I imagine he is like any other new recruit, you know, keen on impressing the Dark Lord. Well, Narcissa commented lightly, he has certainly succeeded. I hear rumors that say he is the newfound favorite of our Lord. Her eyes skimmed the crowd and landed on a tall, lean figure whose posture stood out like a beacon. Tom. I wouldn't put it like that, Harry said awkwardly. He was correct in his conclusion. Tom has his fair share of amazing talents, but the Dark Lord thinks his arrogance and ambition is a bit of a handful. You know, Tom's probably just a quick investment for the Dark Lord. He was lying through his teeth. The boy is certainly, man, Harry corrected automatically in his mind, handsome. If he is as clever as you say, then he is armed with everything to walk the path of victory. Handsome, intelligent, charming, and with a healthy dose of ambition. A hand tapped Narcissa neatly on the shoulder, startling her. Ma'am, Lady Malfoy, if I may. Borrow Harry for a while. A velvety voice and soft tone alerted Harry that Tom, somehow, had snuck up on them. Ah, Narcissa gasped, flushing. Mr. Potter and I were just talking about you. Oh, I did not catch a single word. Tom feigned a disappointed expression that screamed, fake, at Harry, but it seemed to be enough to deceive the pureblood woman. Such a pity, I was telling him how you single-handedly stole all the desirable qualities in mankind. Charisma, wit, looks. Narcissa appeared to have composed herself now that she was sure Riddle was not aware of her conversation. Please, Mrs. Malfoy, do not make his head bigger than it already is, Harry said humorously. Narcissa allowed herself a bell-like laugh. Mr. Riddle requires you, Mr. Potter. Why don't you see what he wants? Naturally, he replied, permitting Tom to steer him away in the other direction. As they walked, Harry gave the Slytherin heir a reproachful glare. How long have you been eavesdropping on us? Why would you come to that supposition, Harry? Do me some credit, Tom, I know you better than I like to. Just answer the question. Fine, Tom said. I heard your entire discussion and came to stop you before you say something daft to that woman. She is fond of asking meddlesome things, doesn't she? Prying nosy Parker. Not as nosy as you, Harry muttered. Don't you know it's rude to spy on people? Not if they make up for it by offering you a night of entertainment, Tom disagreed. Harry folded his arms. And how exactly are you planning on doing that? The Slytherin heir gave him a malicious smirk. In all probability you have not yet realized that Daphne Greengrass, the princess, has become foolishly infatuated with me. It's a mistake on her part, but it can give us endless amusement. That's an exaggeration, Harry deadpanned. It is a crush, at the most. Oh, so you have noticed, Tom said. All the better. Uh-huh. What do you plan on doing? You do not seem to have an attachment for her and she has even less for you. There is no love lost between the two of you, Tom said. I find her attempts at flirtation and seducing me absolutely priceless. Yeah, I suppose, Harry admitted. It is ridiculously obvious. I can lure her to a dance, and you can take her younger sister. Tom nodded towards a girl who came across as a miniature clone of Daphne. Stay close to me and you will pick up everything she says. It will be hysterical. What is the point? The point. Tom gave a sarcastic laugh. I am bored to tears by the Dark Lord's exceptional festivity and I need a diversion. Not to mention, I think you will appreciate my allure when it is used to mock your nemesis. Sighing, Harry indicated his compliance. All right, you may as well enrapture her to the point where she will still be lovesick for you while dueling me. It will be more painless for me if she is in a daze and I take her out earlier. You are going to duel with her. Yep, Voldemort's bloody idea. Leave it up to me. Tom maneuvered Harry in the direction of the two Greengrass sisters. I am a master of manipulation. To be continued, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.